You like that, don't you? See, my eyebrows are even black. Have my aunt put it on. Makeup. Yeah, it's not really dyed. The eyebrows aren't. Yeah, like these. I was listening to dubstep before a lot of you were wearing diapers, alright? Which means before you were born! You like that, don't you? You like that, don't you? See, my eyebrows are even black. Have my aunt put it on. Makeup. Yeah, it's not really dyed. The eyebrows aren't. Yeah, like these.
become what I became again? Will I become what I became when we were only friends? If not, I think I might just write again. 'Cause I remember when you said it's the smartest way if all we stay as friends. I remember when you said it's the smartest way if all we stay as friends. Will I become what I became again? Will I? Will I? Will I? Will I become what I became when we were only friends? Will I? It's the smartest way if all we stay as friends. Will I become your style or just a trend? Will I become the nothingness that you would call your friend? If not, I think I'll play this game again. 'Cause I remember when you said it's the smartest way if all we stay as friends. 'Cause I remember when you said it's the smartest way if all we stay as friends.
unmute in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Week 6 of the Vespyr League Beer League. My name is Tasty Aldar, and with me is a new caster, Daisy. Say hello, Daisy.
Hello, I'm Daisy Hex.
And it looks like we are no longer in Champion Select, so we'll have to see what's going on with that in a moment. Apologies for this. I think the team's just redoing their orders a little bit. People in the wrong order or something. Right, okay, so yeah. Sorry about the whole delay, by the way. We are 17 minutes late starting the game. There was a bit of an issue with the rosters, trying to work out who was eligible to play and who wasn't, but now we have that sorted out, I believe, so we should be ready to get back into the game. I believe that, however, Zenith Rangers are going to lose all 3 bans in this game, because they are starting a player who was not initially on the roster and who wasn't signed up to the roster on time. So they will be losing all 3 bans for this game. And they are here on the blue side, and on the red side we have Hexed. And so this game is a pretty big game, actually, because Zenith Rangers, first place, or joint first place right now, second on the table, but joint first, really. Next to third place Hexed, so second and third in the table if you look at the table, first and third if you're going by points, and so a really big game, and this could really decide some key seedings for the playoffs once we get towards that stage of the season. They're going to be just letting the timer tick down here, not banning anyone out, and there is the Fiddlesticks ban, of course.
The Fiddlesticks ban was kind of to be expected because the macro guy, the jungler for Zenith Rangers, is pretty much an exclusive Fiddlesticks player. He has around 640k points on Fiddlesticks, with his second pick being 30k points. So the question is going to be, what is he going to play in this situation where he's banned out? Because obviously in solo queue you can often play these types of champions and get away with it, because a Fiddlesticks is almost never going to be contested. But in competitive play, people are going to ban you out. So the interesting thing to see will be what Zenith Rangers has prepared for this eventuality.
Yeah, I mean, they've been forced to play in the past without Fiddlesticks quite a lot of times. Mokro has been forced onto other champions, Gragas, I believe, fairly recently, and he's been performing pretty fine on all of those champions. So banning Fiddlesticks obviously removes a huge threat from the team, but it doesn't necessarily cripple Mokro's ability to effectively jungle for the Zenith Rangers. The second ban coming through is Janna.
Yeah, a Janna ban also to be expected. Kiana has a lot of Janna games on her name. But unlike Mokro, who mostly doesn't really have that much games on other champions, she actually has a high number of games on champions like Soraka or Morgana. So she should be able to adapt fairly easily to this challenge that's been thrown her way.
And we're going to be seeing the last ban coming through now for Hexed, seeing as there's only going to be 3 bans this game. We might see rather more of the OP champions, or the generally considered to be OP champions, let through the ban phase, because of course the Fiddlesticks and the Janna bans means that there's no, for example, there's no Cogmore ban right now, and there's none of these big bans that we've usually been seeing, so we'll be able to see what gets through. Trundle is the last ban on the side of Hexed, and now we'll be getting into the picks, seeing what Zenith Rangers are going to do in response to these bans.
Yeah, and this is actually a really interesting situation, because usually as the first pick team, you want to leave 1 or 2 OPs open, and as the second team, you want to be leaving 3 OPs open. But right now, there is because one team lost all their bans, and the other team opted to instead target ban with all their free bans. So that means there's actually 4 or 5 champions that are currently considered to be very strong in a meta open. So it's up to the teams to prioritize not only what is strong, but also what they feel comfortable playing. And Zenith opts for the Gragas pick first. That's just a really solid jungle by far. Or Gragas is right now at the tier 1 jungler together with the Nidalee, so it will kind of depend if Hex places Nidalee, because Nidalee is usually a very good matchup into the Gragas. So if they're able to get that Nidalee and get pushing lanes, then the Nidalee should be able to very actively make the Gragas' life a living hell pre-6 and just go into his jungle and fight him constantly.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the Nidalee pick would make a lot of sense coming over for Mad Marius on the side of Hexed. However, No need to pick it this early, seeing as the jungler has already been locked in for the Zenith Rangers, and they're going to go for full Yordle so far. The Poppy probably going to the top lane, and the Lulu most likely going to Hehe in that middle lane.
Yeah, and those are very, very strong tier one champions. The Poppy Poppy was originally introduced as a pick in 3 lanes. It was played in support, jungle, and top. However, with the nerfs to some of her base stats, the Poppy support and Poppy jungle have become somewhat less viable. So it's most likely going to be a Poppy top, but they still have that flexibility. And the same goes for Lulu. Like, even though it's preferably a mid lane pick because of its very, very strong early suppression power, and its high bullying potential, it has still the opportunity to be flex tops. This is a really smart picks for Hex because it still doesn't really reveal what they're looking to do with their comp. And then Zenith responds by picking the Lucian, which is a very logical choice in this scenario because of the way that Lucian's passive work in combination with the Lulu buff. Lucian is very commonly combo champion together with the Lucian. So because the Hex opted to pick the Lulu, they will instead take away the Lucian, so they can't get that Lucian Lulu combo. And then they pick the Lissandra, which is again it's swappable both mid and top. So should Hex opt to put the Lulu top, then they can just change the Lissandra to top as well.
Yeah, two fairly sort of all-purpose picks there, I think, in the Lucian and the Lissandra. A Sivir locked in for Dudex now after quite a long time of deliberation, and there is actually gonna be Mad Marius on that Elise rather than that Nidalee. So, what do you think of the Nidalee-Gragas matchup?
I think that Nidalee,
the Elise,
the Elise Gragas matchup. I think the Elise is a very strong early game jungler. She has amazing pre-6 ganking potential. She can get ganks on any lane. She can dive at level 3-4 fairly coordinately. Whereas the Gragas is more of a farming jungler. So he wants to be farming up until level 6, maybe get one flash body slam gank in around level 3 or 4. But outside of that, is more of a passive jungler, which is just looking to scale well and then have more late game utility, whereas the Elise is very early game pressure jungle. So everything will be about the lanes. How much ganks can Elise get off before she starts falling off, and before she starts going to that point where Gragas is a lot better than her. So, and I'd like to talk a bit more about the Sivir pick. It's a bit of an interesting pick with the Lulu, because usually if you go Lulu mid, and especially if you go Poppy top, which seems to be the logical choice here, you forgo a lot of damage. So right now, Hex team composition is actually very low damage in the mid game, because Sivir is mostly an AD carry that's really good up until one item and is really strong in lane swap scenarios and in lane pushing scenarios, and she's pretty strong lane bully. However, from like 1 to 3 or 4 items, she actually has this power froth, in which she is very weak. So during that time, and then also that's also the point when Lulu starts to fall off after like 1.5 items. So at that time, they have essentially this pretty big time period where they have a relatively weak team comp up until like 25-30 minutes when Sivir hits her 3rd item, and then their comp really comes online. So if the purple team is able to get a substantial enough lead from the early game, from the lanes with the Elise and the Sivir, then they hopefully should be able to live through the mid game.
There is the last pick coming through, the Nautilus, and that one would imagine will be a support Nautilus, seeing the Poppy's already locked in. Of course, those can flex around all over the place, but most likely we'll be seeing the Nautilus in the bottom lane. And meanwhile, Flirt Mechanics and Kiana locked in the last 2 champions for the Zenith Rangers, which were Graves, which will be going to Nadnami in that top lane, and Kiana locking in the Morgana for herself in that bottom lane.
So basically both teams have this really well-defined strength, where Hex has this team composition which is really strong early with the Nautilus, with the Sivir, with the Lulu, with the Elise, and kind of falls off in the mid game. Like, they need to wait until the Sivir hits 2 or 3 items before she starts to become this backline shredding hyper carry threat. Whereas Zenith Rangers actually has more of a mid-game oriented team fight. So they have really strong level 6 with Graves and Gragas and Lissandra and Morgana, and also have pretty strong lanes. So the big question this game is going to be about whether or not Hex is going to be able to build up a substantial enough lead from their slightly superior laning phase to last through their very obviously a lot weaker mid-game phase.
So now there should be a straw poll in Twitch chat where you can go and vote on which team you believe will win. Will it be Zenith Rangers on the blue side, or will it be Hexed on the red side? We'll see once we get into the game. So, what do you think, Daisy? What's your opinion? Who do you think will win out?
I think that Hext won out on the OP pick contest. Like, they got this really strong silver pick. They got the Lulu, they got the Poppy. However, they, like I said, they have this really weak mid game, and Zenith Rangers has pretty much all the tools that they need to be strong in that mid game. They have the Graves with a really good 6. They have the Gragas with amazing level 6. So from level 6 pretty much onwards to 25 minutes or so, I expect the Zenith Rangers to be absolutely dominating the game, and it's their job kind of to set up such a big lead that the superior late game composition from Hex should be unable to come back from that. However, like a lot of the, like they have very little ways of getting the Sivir if the Sivir goes really big. The only thing that they have as a backline threat is the Lissandra, because the Lucian's fairly short range. The Gragas is like he can flash body slam in and maybe ult someone in, but then the only way that should be happening is if the Sivir is out of position. So the blue team, even though they have a lot of really high damage champions, the range on their champions is actually relatively low. So the purple team should just be able to kite them out with their pretty tanky frontline and their really strong Sivir backline, if they play team fight well, because both of these teams run a team fight comp, which is so we're going to be seeing a lot of team fights from 5, 10, 15, 25 minutes onward. Both of the teams have incentives to team fight at different points in the game. So it's all about seeing, okay, who gets this good team fight at what moment, and are they strong enough? And for both team, or for Hex, it's going to be mostly about avoiding the team fight from 10 to 25 minutes onward. So ideally they want to be extending the lane phase as much as possible to get the biggest benefit from the Elise, stronger gank presence from Elise, and get from their stronger lanes in general.
Okay, so one quick thing to note just before we get into the game, we've only got 10 seconds now remaining on our delay, is that there is no Ignite on the purple side for Hex. And do you think that's going to be a big problem? Because, of course, there's the big self-heal if you self-cast a Lissandra ultimate. Mokro has a heal in the kit as well, and Graves likes to build a lot of lifesteal. So do you think that's going to be an issue for them going on later into the game?
I think that might be an issue. However, I think that they have sufficient enough damage to win team fights in the long, drawn-out team fights. So I think that it doesn't really need to be there for the sustained damage. It's mostly going to be there for burst, and because Zenith outside of the Gragas really does not have that much tank potential, I think that should be fine. I think it's mostly about controlling the enemy team's burst and not allowing them to pick off more than one member in their Lissandra and Graves and Lucian bursts. Than it is about getting those ignites. So I think the exhaust on the Nautilus is a really smart pick, and with the double teleports on both their lanes, they should be able to, or sorry, on both their solo laners, they should be able to exert a lot of pressure in those early game fights by having well coordinated teleports. So no, I'm actually very happy with opting out of exhaust or opting out of ignite.
Okay, so another thing to note now that we are into the loading screen is the choice of those Keystone Masteries. Now, Dudex on Sivir picking up the Warlord's Bloodlust. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot, particularly on Sivir, but on AD carries in general as well. But on the other side, Flirt Mechanics has decided to opt for the Fervor of Battle now. Do you think that's the right choice there on the Lucian? As we are going into a pause as soon as we get into the game, so that gives us a little bit of time to consider this one.
Yes, I think that's actually a very smart choice on the Lucian to go for that Fervor of Battle, because the Lucian passive gives you 2 auto attacks every time you cast a spell. So if you're casting your free spells, you should be having 6 auto attacks just off of that. Because Lucian is a relatively high auto attack champion, you're going to be stacking up those 8 stacks for a maximum damage very, very quickly. Whereas on the Sivir, sure, she has very high attack speed on her passive abilities, but she shouldn't be able to stack up the first battle that quickly. However, the thing with the Warlord's Bloodlust is that it gives some sustain. It gives sustain based off of missing health, and that should hopefully help her stay alive in those prolonged team fights against the burst of Zenith. So yeah, I really like those mastery choices.
So yeah, we should hopefully be getting this pause done with any moment now. Float Mechanics has reconnected to the game. Should only be a matter of time, but then again, there might be another issue we're not quite so aware of as well. Looks like the pause is going to be ended now. Now, let me just type in the ready in all chat. So hopefully they are ready now, and the play will resume in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome everybody to Summoner's Rift. Now, on the blue side, we have Zenith Rangers, and on the red side we have Hexed, and this is a game, as I mentioned earlier, between the second and third place teams in the table respectively. Now that is a very big deal, this game. It could decide a lot of playoff seedings, and actually the team that wins this could go first depending on how the game involving Epic Avalanche, who used to be called the Deadly Kings, goes later in the day. So just gonna be seeing a pretty standard 5-point defense start. Well, actually it's a 4-point defense on both sides really, but pretty standard stuff. No one going to be particularly caught out or anything like that in the beginning of this game. Starting items also relatively standard across the board. Nothing particularly to shout about there.
No, like something interesting to mention is that both teams actually have an incentive to lane swap. Because on the one hand, Zenith has the Graves who pushes turrets really well, and the Gragas who ideally wants to be fighting. So that's from that perspective, you'd think that they'd really want to get that lane swap. However, they have arguably the stronger 2v2 lane, and they've opted for the aggressive summoner, so they ignite. So they're really confident in their 2v2. So it looks like both teams are just going to be starting standard lanes, which I think is slightly in favor of Hex, because like I said, that Elise is going to be the playmaker that's going to decide the game for them. If the Elise is able to get multiple ganks and get successive kills in the pre-6 time of the Gragas, when the Gragas is mostly just farming, that is the window of opportunity for Hex to get ahead in the game, and that's what they're ideally looking to do. And if you go for a lane swap, then it's a lot harder to get ganks off, because people are going to be 3 or 4 together at all times. So an interesting thing to mention here is that Zenith actually opted to start the Gragas on blue side, so they are and with the help of the top laner, whereas Hex opted to start on the blue side as well. So they both had a cross map start, which meant that the Zenith bot lane was able to do a camp. So right now you see them hitting level 2 at exactly the same moment as Hex, while they're getting pushed in. So they have about a 3 creep CS lead. So that's if they're able to use that XP lead properly, then that might be really game changing for them. However, like you can see, the Lucian is currently quite low health, and that is partially because of the CFRW bounces, but also definitely because they tried to do that Grump, which probably set them back a little bit more than they would like, because currently they are down on health and they're even in XP, which means that they're not really able to use that XP advantage that you usually get from getting that level 1 camp.
We did see a gank coming in towards the mid lane. The flash from Hehe was burned very quickly there, so he was able to escape from that one without doing anything else other than that flash burn. No summoners burned on the side of the Zenith Rangers, so that's a slight advantage for them, certainly, with that gank. And we are seeing the level 3 being hit by Kiana and Flirt Mechanics a little bit earlier, but because they got such low health from that Krog start, they didn't juggle the aggro quite as expertly as you might have hoped. It doesn't mean all that much to them in the end. We are seeing Mokro also hanging around the bottom side, but seems to be spotted out by a ward there, just a Boomerang Blade, letting him know that he's actually been spotted. Meanwhile, in the top lane, a bit of a trade going in favor of Salamander there, but nothing too major once again.
Yep, and that is pretty much going to be something interesting to note, because I actually expected the Gragas to be a lot more farm heavy, whereas now in 4 minutes time he's already tried to do 2 ganks, whereas the Elise still just did her buff and is now ganking or trying to gank the top lane. But that gank seems to be failing, so Elise is now opting to go for that middle lane, and Gragas is nearby, so that we might actually be seeing a 2v2 sometime soon.
We might be indeed. Mad Marius did actually just pop a little bit of a very slightly deep ward, not very deep at all, but he did finish off the Scuttle Crab, and he's going to be heading back towards the top lane now. So now we're probably going to be seeing a gank towards this top lane. Now he's caught out by that cocoon. He does flash away, avoids getting stunned up against the wall. He's on very low health, but he's going to stay alive there. So well played by Nadnami to flash at perfect time. Meanwhile, bit of an engage in the bottom lane. Flirt Mechanics and Kiana, they're quite low health, and they can't really take that trade as much as they wanted to. However, it was Dudex and Squeedo who had to back away from it in the end, so nothing too much burn, nothing too much gain, just another flash in the top lane, Nadname having to burn that one.
Oh. And there was actually a lot of potential for Salamander to get that kill there in the top lane, because as you can see, he still has his flash up right now, whereas if he would have flashed right after the right after the Graves flashed, and he had opted to go for the sideways knock, he would have actually knocked the Graves into a wall, which would have 100% ensured the kill. So a little mistake from Salamander, being a little bit too conservative on that flash in what was otherwise a really good gank that could have helped him snowball that very important top lane.
Yeah, it almost seemed like he didn't quite expect the flash to come as quickly as it did, but Nadname, as soon as he was out of that stun from the Elise Cocoon, was instantly flashing away from that one, and wisely too. He did burn the teleport as well to get back to lane in time to catch at least some of the wave before it crashed into his turret. Meanwhile, Salamander, having not burned that flash, also has the TP advantage now in that top lane. And in fact, Poro inbox also used the TP, so there's a TP advantage in both the middle lane and the top lane at the moment on the side of Hex, which we're looking to see if they can make any decent plays with that on towards the bottom lane. However, the fact that it's so far pushed in means that there's probably not much of a chance of that.
And this is actually a mistake by Flirt Mechanics here, because at this point you should be communicating with your team that you have the double TP down, so you do not want to be pushing. And luckily for Flirt Mechanics, Dudex is making the same mistake with going for the counter push. However, as you can see, they have this really good red ward in the bottom side bush. So because of that red ward, if Flirt Mechanics pushes here and Hex has a good idea what they're doing, they should be having a double teleport on this ward right now and getting a completely free double kill.
Yeah, we
However,
are seeing engage on Kiana in the bot side. Mad Marius was hanging around, but the black shield was well timed by Kiana, and he will live another day. So again, another failed gank. That one more failed than the last one's not even blowing a summoner spell. And now just putting a little bit of extra pain down Salamander. Dreadflame does get juked away from there by Flirt Mechanics. Very good little dodge out of that one.
Yep. So the downside is that even though, or something to mention, is that even though the puppy has the teleport advantage, she won't be using it very likely to go to other lanes, because most likely if she uses the teleport, because of Graves' amazing turret taking pressure, she will at least lose half, if not more, of the turret. So the only way that the puppy is going to use the teleport offensively is if they're 100% sure that they're going to get a kill. So at this point, okay, and it seems that we have a pause again. But at this point, you want either Squeedo or Dudex, they both have the yellow trinket up to put a yellow trinket very deep in the bot side bush, and then just let the Lucian push, because Flirt Mechanics has already shown that he is not very aware of the other teleports on the other side of the map, and he is going to try and push constantly, because they've been pushing so far really heavily. So if Dudex and Squeedo are able to bait the Lucian into going close to their turret and then have the ward to teleport on, they should be able to secure a very easy double kill, which they then can use to trade get the bot lane turret and the dragon, and in exchange for that, Zenith will most likely get the top lane, and it seems like we're going to be resuming the game now. So that would be the ideal game plan for them at this point.
Yeah, we are going to see Flirt Mechanics another dash aggressive there, and if he keeps using that, particularly when they push further up into the lane, as you hoping they're going to be able to do, then that could be a little bit of extra punishment that could come his way as a result of those deep TPs if they were to come in. But it doesn't look like that's going to be what's happening right now, as Dudex and Squeedo are constantly pushing back to counter push Flirt Mechanics and Kiana's push, which is perhaps a slight misplay. Maybe it's something they're planning on doing, but, you know, it feels like there is a bit of an advantage they're not really taking there. Mokro is hanging around the middle lane, looking to get a gank on towards Hey there, but there's not much going on there, and he's just going to back away in the end. And there is one of the teleports being used by Salamander to get back to the top lane, because, as you said, that Graves has so much turret pushing potential, and he's been pushing up the whole time, did not want to lose a significant amount of minions to the turret, and TP's back.
Yep. So the interesting thing to notice is that if you look at the CS differentials, it's pretty much even across all lanes, except for that top lane, because the Graves has just been relentlessly pushing in the top lane. As a Graves, it's very, very easy because of your high damage on multiple targets to be pushing in the top lane. So all you're doing is just pushing in and making sure that you have good ward coverage, and then Poppy will slowly but surely lose CS to turrets. So that Nami is actually executing that matchup really well. And the other big thing to mention is that the Elise has been unsuccessful to get any ganks of whatsoever. Like okay, it seems that we're getting a gank top right now.
Yeah, could be the first successful gank here, as Nanami is already low. He is able to dash away, but it's not going to be enough. He's flashed on by Salamander, pounded into the ground, and that will be first blood for the top laner of Hex.
Yeah. And this time it's actually not Nami after his really intelligent flash use the first time that he dies with flash up. So he had all the opportunity in the world to get out there. He saw the Elise using the repel to get to the wave. At that point you just have to burn your flash. It's really worth more to burn your flash than to try and save it. Because sure, you're going to be pushing up a lot, and you're going to be in a position where you want to be able to get away, but this is just too greedy to hold on to the flash. And like mistakes like this can possibly snowball an entire game. But because of the amazing CS lead that they have on the top lane, they are actually completely even in gold right now.
Yana might be in trouble there. It was a bit ambitious to hang around in that bottom lane brush trying to get the Dark Binding. I'm not sure what she was planning on doing once she'd got the Dark Binding down. A Cocoon flying in towards the middle lane doesn't land on Poro, and he'll be safe for now there. So that kill in the top lane, all it's really done right now is evened out the gold for Hex. They do have a 400 gold or so advantage, but considering the strength of their lanes and the early game jungler that they have in that Elise, it'd be hoping for their sake that they'd have a bit more of a lead than that by now.
Yeah, like right now, like you see on bottom lane, because they've been pushing in that wave so much, they're actually taking a lot of damage on turrets. So we'd have to see the mid turret for a bit to see how big of a differential that is. Because if they if the mid turret is about the same health as the bot turret, that should still be a good sign for Hex, because that means that within the next 5, maybe 10 minutes, they can take that turrets. And since both turrets are worth around 1k, that would actually put them 2k gold up, which is an okay lead to have at this point in the game.
Ooh,
so,
hey, in a lot of trouble here, locked up by that glacial prison, bounced back by Mokro, and that is surely going to be a dead Lulu. Mokro is actually the one who picks the kill. Meanwhile, there's 2 TPs being channeled towards the middle lane. Squeedo, he's surely going to be going down here. Nadname is the one who picks that up. Dudex and Mad Marius did hot-foot it out of there as soon as they saw those TPs coming, but there might be a turret dive coming in. Poro flashes forward, gets the lockup onto Dudex. One more auto will do it. Flirt Mechanics auto's the wrong person, but it doesn't matter because they still pick up the kill. Mad Marius, actually Nadname, his shots are blocked by the turret. A double kill for Mad Marius, making the best of a bad situation there, and overall I believe that was a 2 for 3 in favor of the Zenith Rangers.
Yep. So this is the Zenith Rangers executing what Hex just failed to execute. They saw that they had that top lane teleport advantage because the Poppy teleported to a turret. So as soon as they saw that, they were trying to get a fight bot lane. And they managed to get that fight, so they were able to teleport the Graves in, who's obviously a lot stronger than the Elise at this point of the game, and they were able to use that advantage of top laner versus jungler to get the 3v3. And then also because the Lulu was very recklessly aggressive in the mid lane, they were able to leverage the remaining health of the Lissandra to go for the turret dive. Turret dive itself was very sloppily executed. They didn't juggle turret aggro correctly. They had the Graves flash into a turret and then proceed to auto the turret twice. And obviously, because the Graves auto attacks are a skill shot, that means that you're just not going to do any damage to that Elise. So that was very sloppily executed, but the general game plan was really good there from Zenith.
Yeah, and it was very sloppily executed, as you say, but I think there was also some credit for Mad Marius there. doing that. Actually, Flirt Mechanics, he's very low, caught out. He's going to have to burn his flash, the culling as well to dissuade any further aggression. But Dudex, he's actually popped the ultimate, and he's going back in onto Kiana. No Black Shield available there as we get teleported to the top lane a little bit. Looks like they got away. Kiana and Flirt Mechanics managing to remain alive out of that one, but both flashes burned for that bottom lane.
Yep. And the Graves is just at this point still happily pushing out top lane. He sees the Elises in there, so alright.
Alright, well, he said he was happily pushing. I'm not sure about that anymore. Very unhappily, as he's going to get slapped on the back by Salamander. As soon as he went next to the wall, Salamander knew he had to all in and picks up another kill in the top lane.
Yep, and that was just the Graves not respecting the Poppy enough, or the Poppy knock into a wall. Like, there's, at a point like that, if you're pushing in a minion wave, there's no way that you should ever lose a 1v1 as a... Okay, meanwhile, mid lane, no, nothing seems to be happening here. There's no way you should ever lose a 1v1 as a Graves in a situation like that, because you always have the minion wave, and your minion wave is always going to be bigger than his, and you're always kiting back into said minion wave. So you're supposed to have this massive advantage, but if you come too close to a turret, a Poppy still has a very high amount of damage, especially after completing that first item. So yeah, Salamander managed to leverage that Elise gank that he got very well into more pressure, and CS seems to actually be swinging into his favor now, because he got a lot of free time to CS while the Graves was teleporting bot, and now he has the kill. So you see the Graves actually opting for the death stance, which is a bit of an interesting development. Like, oh wow, meanwhile something cool's happened on Dragon.
Yeah, one move. Fight breaking out in the Dragon Pit. The Smite War was won by Mad Marius, so that will be one Dragon to Hex. The Culling looking to secure the disengage. Salamander, he's on the front lines, but no one else can really get over that wall, so he's going to have to back away from that one in the end. And the fact that Salamander came down there means that Nadname now has free reign on this turret. If he focuses it down, it could be a turret going down. That will be traded for the one in the... It'll be an extended trade, of course, but traded for the one in the bottom lane, which we did see fall in favor of Hex due to that relentless pushing with those Sivir abilities, which they are so good at doing. And Nadname does pick up that turret in the top lane as well. So one turret apiece now, but the Dragon did go over to Hex.
Yep. And at this point, Zenith is still completely happy with the way the score is. We're now at 15 minutes, and this is the point in the game where Zenith wants to be forcing fights, because they have these very strong mid-game picks like Lucian, like Lissandra, and for Hex, the Sivir is actually starting to fall off. Both the Sivir and the Lucian are kind of starting to fall off from this point. So to combat that, they've opted to go for the Rod of Ages on the Lulu, which actually gives her a lot more late-game power, and which allows her to extend her strength to like 20-25 minutes, so that's actually really smart. But okay, meanwhile, top lane.
Yeah, Nadname once again against a wall does manage to get the blind down with that smokescreen and will survive with about a third health there. So Salamander really flexing his muscles in this top lane. Nadname knows that he has to respect that Poppy, and that is not the way he wants that matchup to be going.
No, he's just not respecting the Poppy enough. It's really, Poppy isn't that complex of a champion to play against. All you need to do is stay in the middle of the lane and push her in, because she's never going to be able to outpush you. And because he's not doing that correctly, the Poppy is actually getting a lot of knocks into walls, which is going to put him very much behind. The smart thing here is that he's actually bought the Death Dance, which is a bit of an interesting adaptation that we've seen on Graves lately, because Graves is currently the only champion where Death Dance is really a viable item, which was the new item that was introduced in the preseason, and it allows the Graves to stagger out some of the damage he takes, and if you combine this with a lifesteal item, that actually gives Graves a very deceptively high amount of tankiness. And that's good, because Zenith doesn't have that much of a frontline. They just have the Gragas, and the Gragas is just going to be shredded by the Sivir once she hits 2 or 3 items. So I really like the Death Dance buy here, especially because he's behind and he wants to prevent the Poppy from snowballing, but also because it's good later into the game.
Yeah, so Nadname will be doing his best tank impression. I imagine he'll probably at some point pick up a more Malmortius or a Sterix Gauge, or maybe even both, and become the undying Graves that I'm sure many people are so used to seeing in solo queue. This middle lane tower is going quite low, and it looks like Hex are going to be able to finish it off. So that was just a lot of pressure. And actually, a TP was burned by Power Inbox, who then cancelled it to push out the bottom lane instead. So that is very beneficial for Hex so far, but they still only have a very slight gold lead.
Yep. So the normal route for Graves to go is to go into that Phantom Dancer and then go for the Death Dance, but here he's opted to go for the Death Dance first. So just going back to that, and meanwhile top lane,
Once
a lot
again,
of fighting.
he's gone very far forward. There is the sun into the wall. He flashes away from the ultimate, which might have just saved his life. No, it won't, because Salamander is on a killing spree now, and this is going from bad to worse for Nanami in that top lane.
Yeah, really impressive how Salamander is able to leverage the lead that was given to him by the Elise, and even though Graves managed to pick up 2 kills on the bot side, he is actually the puppy here is actually really leveraging his advantage as well, and he's punishing the Graves every time that he comes close to a wall, and unfortunately the Graves keeps making this mistake. So as long as this is going to happen, and Zenith doesn't allocate their jungler or some more resources to the top lane, the puppy is just gonna take free stuff at this point.
And speaking of free stuff, the turret did go down in the top lane, so that would be both turrets now, both outer turrets in the top lane going down, which is relatively good news for Hex, as they are looking to push this early game advantage that they have, and they are now with a 2k gold lead, I should say, not a 2 gold lead, that would be entirely negligible, but yeah, 2k gold lead, not doing so bad for themselves. It's looking a bit better for them, and they also have that dragon advantage as well, which can't be put into gold, but is still a very real advantage.
Yeah, and especially that first dragon it's so incredibly valuable. Like the 2 and the 4 and the 3 and the 4 dragons are honestly pretty much worthless unless in very specific circumstances, but that first dragon actually gives a lot of combat strength, and with everyone completing their first and being well on their way to their second items right now, that dragon advantage from Hex is actually gonna start kicking in. So Zenith just really wants to start contesting that next dragon, so they can start utilizing their teamfight comp. And like I mentioned before, Hehe on that Lulu has opted to go for the very quote-unquote greedy Lulu build, with building both the Rod of Ages and the Frost Queen's Claim, which just gives her a lot more scaling, and that scaling is going to allow her to stay relevant for a very long time while the Sivir goes to get her third item. So that's actually a really smart buy that I really like here, opting to give over some of the early game lane aggression and trading it to be relevant in the later parts of the mid game, so that they actually do have some damage to team fight.
The wards on the map right now, which you're seeing both teams having a little bit of a scrap over, or rather going backwards and forwards with who has that ward presence. It's looking good for Hex so far, and the dragon is up now. Both teams were trying to get the priority around it with those wards, and it's going down pretty fast. Mokro will be able to get there in time if he wants to try and challenge it. A TP coming into the pit now. The dragon is already finished off though, and once again a TP cancelled by Poro in box. That's the second one in a row he's just decided he doesn't want to go in on in the end. Maybe not quite on the same page as the rest of his team there, and that dragon that you said was important. Actually, we're going to see an attempt at a flash engage, but it is dashed away from by Flirt Mechanics, so that will not be quite what Squeedo was looking for. The Black Shield was available as well, so a bit hyphy on that play perhaps, but kind of looking for a fight, anxious to try and press that advantage they have right now, and it's not going to come off in the end. But yeah, 2 dragons over now, and we are going to see Poro in the box almost getting an engage onto Hehe there. He did take the claw in, but Hehe did bring up the shield and was able to get away from that one.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, very important dragon going Hex's way, and honestly not Nami not able to use his free time on top to do anything more than just taking a small CS lead. Because if you're like this, at the moment Zenith wants to be fighting. So normally if you're behind, trading objectives and trying to go for that top inner turret would have been a really smart decision had they pushed it out before. But right now, even would they have gotten the top inner turret, it was probably better for them to just go for that 5v5, because this is the time in the game when they want to be going for that 5v5, because the Sivir is on 2 items, so she really doesn't do that much damage yet, and even though the Lulu has extended some of her relevancy by building a lot of slower, more scaling items, she is still not a very big damage threat. Whereas if you look on the side of Zenith, they have the Lucian, they have the Lissandra, they have the Graves, all these champions that should be able to just absolutely annihilate anything in a team fight. So they want to be grouping, they want to be fighting, and that dragon is a perfect opportunity to do that. And meanwhile in the bot lane,
Poro in box is actually going to look to turn this around. Teleport coming in, but it's not going to be in time to save Poro. He is down. Now Name, he's now on the wrong side, and Salamander, we've seen this before. Salamander just beating on Nadname. Nadname does have a Hex Drinker now, but that's not going to be enough, surely, to save him here. He is actually going to back away a little bit too tanky for Salamander in the end. Meanwhile, Squeedo caught out in the middle lane. The explosive cast didn't land, and meanwhile, Kiana actually going incredible low, culling on to Dudet. Dudet gets a wild growth just in time and is able to secure one kill. It was actually the Glitter Lance that picked off Kiana on the backside. Sniped there by Hehe, and Mokro will also go down just about from the Pix autos. Now, Madmaris back into the bottom lane, and Nadname will finally go down as well there. This is looking great for Hex right now.
Yep, and this is exactly what Zenith doesn't want to be happening. Like, first they missed the Gragas ultimate on like a very honestly what was a good engage mid. Would have been a pretty free kill on the Nautilus had they not just knocked him into the team, focused on the Nautilus, and he would have been dead. Free pick on the support. However, because the Lissandra was very much overextended on the bot lane, and without any wards, just allowed her to get ganked by the elites very easily. And then they see, okay, they have a person advantage on the bot side, so we are going to use our advantage in the mid to fight. Which the idea was good. It just, again, the execution mid was poor, and the idea of being bot there was no reason for the Lissandra to be there with very little vision coverage and with very little to do, honestly, because the Lissandra is not going to be able to split push that effectively. Like, even though the buff to AP mages taking turrets was pretty big, Lissandra is super short range, and without the ward coverage to back up, you really don't want to be alone at this point in the game. When, like I mentioned before, your team wants to be the one team fighting at this point.
So yeah, the wards are very much looking in favor. You see an absolute spattering of red wards on that bottom side of the jungle around that dragon pit for the next time that one's going to be coming up. So there is some quite heavy priority towards this dragon and towards that bottom side by Hex. So they might be looking to stack up those dragons, and if they are able to stack up those dragons, that will extend their relevancy. Blur Mechanics actually going on to Hehe, but he has that Whimsy and can just speed on out of there, so not sure what they thought they were going to get from that in the bottom lane waiting in the brush. Didn't cost them all that much, and they are going to push the wave back into the turret, but Hehe, of course, because he's so speedy, will be able to pick it up on the backside. Now Name actually trying to steal away that Scuttle Crab, and he does manage it, so that was a nice little steal there from Nadname, hopefully restoring some of his confidence, maybe getting him back into the game now, because it has been 4 deaths in a row for him without picking up a single kill or assist, and that's not exactly ideal for him.
No. And right now we're 25-ish minutes into the game, so the Baron as an objective is starting to become irrelevant. And you see that in the ward coverage by Hex. Like, they have the double pink wards there in the positions that they need to, and like you said, they did try to contest that Rift Herald. A Rift Cutter, unfortunately, that was denied to them, but they're looking to set up this vision coverage and then force Zenith to face check into them. And for Zenith, face checking is really extremely risky because they have only one tank who can be going first, and even that one tank is going to be dying relatively quickly to what Hex has to offer. So it's actually a really smart strategy by Hex should they try to bait the Baron. However, it's good of them to identify that right now it's still, oh wow,
Poro with a big ultimate there, landing on 4 of them, but it's not going to do all that much damage now. Mokro, he's very low, he's going to have to back away. Squeedo has to flash out as well. Poro going quite low. Salamander is huge on the backlines here. There's 1 kill over. It's Squeedo that goes down. Now Nami picks that one up, and this is looking really good for Zenith Rangers here. Salamander, he's the last hope of his team right now, and he's going to go down as well. Doesn't even take Flirt Mechanics with him. A triple kill for that man on the Lucian. And what a response there from Zenith Rangers. They're going to be taking at least the outer turret here, and probably the inner as well.
They might even be able to rush an inhibitor at this point with the Graves and Lucian, which both deal absurd amounts of damage to the turret. And with Kiana here stopping Madmarius, oh well, that wasn't going as intended, but the idea was to stop Madmarius from backing there. They might actually, okay, they opt not to because they see that the dragon is up, and that's actually a really smart choice because they probably would have been able to get at least the inhibitor turret and most likely the inhibitor, but here they identify that they have to get that first dragon because there's just so much team fighting power for that in them. And honestly, this single team fight, which came off a really amazing engage from Poro in the box, just managed to turn this game on his head and well, put Zenith back into the game.
Yeah, I thought when I saw him going in there, I thought that it was too bold and he was going to get chunked out as soon as he got out of his ultimate, but the follow-up was very strong from Zenith Rangers, and they were able to turn that into a big advantage for them now. They don't quite have the gold lead still, and we are going to see the Baron started up here by Hex. There is a blue ward that was put in there, so they do know it's happening, but it's being shredded pretty quickly here. Mokro has shown up now, Pyro Box also, but doesn't take the claw in. Nadname gets a big ultimate onto all of them. Squeedo, incredibly low, is able to shield himself up. Baron going low as well. It is smited away. Hex have that, but they're 2 down already. It's going to be 3 in a moment because Hehe's being beaten on by Mokro. And Salamander, he's low as well, and he's stuck in the pit. He does flash away, so it looks like it's only 2 for now. Hehe surely going to be chased down eventually. Mokro looking to pick that one up. Flirt Mechanics with him as well, so that he has that little bit of extra damage. Surely going to go down, does get the Whimsy and the shield. It's about how much time he can delay right now, and it's not enough because the culling comes through from Flirt Mechanics. So the Baron did go over to Hex, and it is on 2 members. But that is once again a team fight conclusively won there by Zenith Rangers, and they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Yep, and now everything is going to be about what can Zenith Rangers do with this teamfight win, because they spend a really high amount of time chasing that Lulu. And if you look at it gold-wise, a Baron is worth 300 gold per person, so they got about 1500 off of that Baron, and a kill is about worth 450. So just off of the 3 times 450 versus 1500, that's more or less a similar amount of gold. But well, meanwhile, teamfight.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for Zenith Rangers. They could have got a bit too greedy here. Dudex does shut down Flirt Mechanics. Meanwhile, Nadname, he's going to incredibly low. Can't take Mad Marius with him quite, or can he? He does. A good turnaround from him there to at least salvage 1 kill out of the situation, but Hex picking up some kills. However, that did come at the cost of a bottom lane outer turret there for Poro, which was even out the gold trade there and actually puts it more in favor of Zenith Rangers once again, but it depends on what Hex can do with this 1-man advantage they have right now. 4 on 3 as they're looking to push down towards this inhibitor.
Yep, and that is just the smart cancel by Poro in the box, because he identified that even though he was teleporting in, he wasn't going to be able to win that team fight, so he manages to kind of salvage the situation and get the turret. But it looks like Hex is just going to be able to collect a free inhibitor using the Baron buff there. Yeah, interesting thing to note on going back to the Grace build, like we talked about before, he went for the Death Stance first, and then he went Maw Roaches second into Steros Gauge third. So he has those 3 big AD type tank items. And he's opting here to take more of a tank role, which, like I mentioned before, is pretty smart considering that they only have 1 tank in the form of dragons. However, because of that, and because of the fact that Poppy is actually really fat at this point, they really don't have the effective damage to take down the Poppy, because usually Graves would help with that, but now it's just Poppy kind of rampaging through their backline and actually able to do a lot of damage because of the Spellblade effect on the Iceborne Gauntlet and, well, the Steros Gauge that has now been built. So that Poppy is actually going to present a significant backline threat for Hex. So it's up to Zenith to basically outplay the Poppy and neutralize her, because if you focus the Poppy with the Lucian and the Graves at this point, they are not going to be able to kill that front line quick enough while the buffed Sivir is managed to track your backline, because the Sivir has now reached the free item point in the game, and the Sivir is now really strong. So if the Lulu gets the buffs on the Sivir at the right time, then she is able to just get crit after crit after crit, and all those bounces can also crit. So if Zenith is only slightly stacked up, then Sivir is just able to decimate the team in 2 or 3 seconds.
This could be quite big right now, because in the bottom lane they are stacking up a big push onto that inhibitor turret there. This could be another free inhibitor for Hex, as there's no real response here coming out of Zenith Rangers. They do take the inhibitor turret down. Flirt Mechanics has recooled now. Porinobox actually engages onto them. Huge damage coming out. Dudex uses his own ultimate, but Porinobox locked up. They're going to turn this back around. A TP coming in now. Mokro surely going to be taken down as well if they can catch up with him. He does get the Black Shield to prevent any extra slows, but Salamander picks that one up as well. And Nadname still in the middle lane, still recooling here. This was an excellent macro play from Hex, as they saw the rotation going towards the middle lane from Zenith Rangers and thought they could out-base race them, particularly with Salamander defending. Kiana looking to get the re-engage here with the ultimate, but turned into a little snowman, surely going to be going down. There it is, Salamander tanking up the turret, which he can do for years and years and years right now. This could be the game going over to Hex right now. Can Nadname save this one with flirt mechanics? He does pick up a double kill, Nadname. There is another kill as Salamander ends up actually dying to that inhibitor turret, and Squeedo and Mad Marius deciding they can't end the games by themselves right now, and this will be backed away from in the end, but very, very big here for Hext as they're looking to try and get towards the end of the game right now and stop the scaling that Zenith Rangers are able to do.
Yeah, and this was actually a really smart play by Hex, using the Poppy, which is, well, like I mentioned, she's nigh unkillable at this point. So using that Poppy to prevent the backs while quickly pushing out mid. And then meanwhile, Poro in the box did what he thought was a really smart idea as well. He managed to get a Lissandra Claw into 4 of the members, then ulted herself, did full damage on everyone, and then she just got destroyed by CC before she got Zonias. But the thing was that there was no one on the team able to follow up. There was a Gragas nearby who ends up going in and getting himself killed, and then everyone else was still backing because of the Poppy disrupting the backs. So while the engage itself was really good, they definitely weren't on the same page as a team, and it just ended up with Poro in the box being solo and dying alone.
The gold is still very even right now. Teleport coming in, Nadname that was, and they're looking to try and prioritize this dragon now, and it looks like Zenith Rangers are in the priority position right now to take this one down. We'll see if there's a contest coming out from Hex. It will only be third dragon for them, but they've caught Poro in a box. Up against that wall, the Black Shield gets burned through instantly, and Poro is going low. He goes in regardless of the dragon, secured on the side by Mokpro. Poro goes down as soon as he gets in there, though, and this is looking pretty good for Hex right now, because they can lock up Nadname with an absolutely ginormous Poppy with the Wild Growth. Squeedo chunked out. He's going to be going down here. Flirt mechanics untouched in this fight. He can get onto the backlines now. He's going in, takes down Dudex. He's going to take down Mad Marius as well. No, he's not, because an excellent cocoon locks him up. Salamander still tanking through, but Nadname, he has all of that lifesteal and all of that survivability on low health. Kiana doesn't even go down, and this has been turned around by Zenith Rangers here, but Mad Marius, he's looking to stop the ports because the minions, they're on towards the Nexus. They've taken down the last Nexus turret for Zenith Rangers. They are going to get a recall, but a TP coming in from Hehe. He's looking to end the game right now. He's on to the Nexus. Only Kiana there to stop him. Mokro, he's going to get his back as well coming through here, but Hehe still onto the Nexus. Minions coming in as well now. They don't have a whole lot of damage here to take Hehe down. He has the Wild Growth onto himself. Will that be it? It is, and Hex take the game despite that fight going in favor of the Zenith Rangers. What an insane ending to such a back and forth close game.
Yep, and in that team fight, really MVP from the Lulu, because she saw that the Lissandra was using her claw to get in, but wasn't quite far enough into the team yet to ult herself. So she flashed, and in that exact second, Lulu managed to get the polymorph off on the Lissandra, which prevented the Lissandra from ulting herself and essentially destroying the entire Hex backline. So really good save from the Lulu there, and of course with the epic backdoor, really exciting ending of this game.
Yeah, absolutely insane game there, and that's good for Hex now as they're looking to maintain their second spot in the league. Actually, well, they're looking to try and get the second spot rather away from Zenith, and they're looking to see if they can go top at the end of this weekend. A very strong win for them coming out, and we'll be able to see what the next game will bring. I'm sure it will be just as exciting because that game was a doozy. We are going to have a little bit of an extended pause between these two games as there are some server issues to fix, but we will be back as soon as we can with Game 2 of Zenith Rangers versus Hex. See you then.
There's something building in the air. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's pressing down on me and I can barely breathe. Oh, can you feel it? And I'm surrounded everywhere. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's creeping up on me, but what I just can't see. Oh, say you feel it. disappears and I'm left lying on the floor, but I still feel it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of this series. Game 2 of Match 1 of Week 6 of the Vespyr Premier League. My name is Tasty Aldar, and with me is Daisy.
That would be me.
And this is now going to be the Game 2 between Hext on the blue side and the Zenith Rangers on the red side. Now, Hext won out that game 1 just about. It was an incredibly back-and-forth game, very close stuff, and really exciting end to the game as Hehe TP'd into backdoor, well, kind of backdoor, on Lulu, and it was secured the win for Hext. And now Hext, they'll be looking to make this into a 2-0 for them, because if they get this 2-0, that puts them in an incredibly strong position at the top of the table, which of course is desirable for everyone. And once again, we are seeing Zenith Rangers not banning any champions, because they are not allowed to ban any champions in this series because of the fact that they used a last-minute substitute rather than one who had been on their roster. So the fact that the substitute was unlisted means that they will have to forfeit all 3 bans. And on the other side, the bans we're seeing are exactly identical to the ones we saw last time from Hex. Fiddlesticks and Janna, the Fiddlesticks being a key takeaway from Mokro, who has got incredible amounts of experience on that Fiddlesticks. The Janna being taken away from Kiana, who like Mokro, has a lot of experience on Janna, and the Trundle being the last ban as well. Exactly the same as what we saw before.
Yeah, so the big question now is, Hex is in a position to pick away that Gragas, which Mokro is often defaulting back to should his Fiddlesticks be banned. So let's see. That's going to be interesting to see if they will opt to first pick that Gragas, even though their jungler might not necessarily be proficient on that if they rated the pick, not only the pick but also the deny pick high enough to want to do that. And we're through our... Okay, instantly locking the Poppy.
I think that looking makes sense. I mean, we saw Salamander do incredible amounts of work on that Poppy in the last game, particularly in the top lane, but also throughout the rest of the game. He was stopping ports, he was tanking up the whole team at certain points, and absolutely insane performance coming out of him. And I think he was one of the driving factors that led to Hext eventually managing to squeeze a win out of that last game. And another one of those factors was Hehe's Lulu, which could be taken away if they do lock that one in on the side of the Zenith Rangers.
Yep, and like I mentioned in the previous cast, Lucian Lulu is a really strong combination. So Zenith Rangers ups, because last time they picked Lulu first, and then Hex proceeded to Zenith proceeded to pick away the Lucian, and now Zenith gets both the Lucian and the Lulu. So that's a really strong base to base your team off of. However, this does allow the Zenith Rangers to this does allow Hex to pick away the Gragas from Mokro. So it's going to be the big question is going to be now what he will default to next, because his Fiddlesticks is banned, his Gragas is picked, so which jungler can he perform on as well?
Yeah, we'll be seeing if he's able to step up to the plate on whoever he may play. And Flirt Mechanics, once again, going back to that Lucian, which I think is an absolutely top tier pick for him, because he does have a lot of proficiency on that Lucian, and he really likes to go back to that pick every time he plays, pretty much, or not exactly every time, but very often. And Sivir once again locked in for Dudek, so we are seeing the exact same AD carries locked in for both sides. And if the Nautilus is locked in here, that would probably, I'd imagine, be going to the top lane for Nadname there, and the Echo would be an interesting pick if that's what Mokro wants to go to next, because it looks like it is, and that will most likely be Echo in the jungle. I can't imagine it would be Echo in the middle lane or in the top lane. So Mokro, there's the answer to that question of what he will default to. And do you think it's a good pick right now?
It could actually still be going either way. Like I mentioned before, Lulu can be both mid and top, Nautilus can be both top and support, and Echo can... Honestly, it's not that great of a pick, but it can be both jungle, mid, and top. So with this composition, the Zenith Rangers actually have a lot of options about what they can play, and none of them are particularly enticing. Like, ideally, you want that Lulu to be mid and the Nautilus to be top and the Echo to be jungle, but should the right circumstances present itself, and obviously should they be able to play those champions at a decently high level, they still have those opportunities to flex those picks. So again, really intelligent picks and a lot of flex potential, honestly.
Okay, and The last two picks coming in, that will be the Corki locked in for Hehe in the middle lane, and Squeedo will be locking himself in that Braum as well. A very strong support right now. Surprised we didn't see it in the last game. It's been very high priority recently in competitive play all over the place, really, along with Alistar being the other one. And once again, this will mean the Alistar is getting through picks and bans in both of these games. Obviously, it helps that there's only 3 bans rather than 6 to prevent the Alistar from coming through, but this time it was open once again, and it hasn't been gone to yet. We could see it being the last pick here. This could be a support being the final pick, or we could see Nautilus going down into that support role. Looks like it's gonna be a Bard. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Bard, because Kiana has quite a lot of experience on that Bard as well, another champion she's pretty used to, so would be a good comfortable pick for her right now.
Yeah. And I'm actually really surprised that Zenith didn't opt to get the Braum in their second rotation, because the Lucian Braum is really strong archetypical combo. And even though it's not that great against the Sivir, because the Sivir will always be able to black shield to spell shield the Braum passive, it's still really strong at pretty much all points in the game, because Lucian is just so amazing at getting those Braum stacks off, especially on like tank characters like the Gragas, like the Poppy. So I'm really surprised that they opted to not do that, and instead they've opted for the Bard, which is a really risky matchup into the Braum, because Bard is this champion who has really amazing level 1 to 6 fighting potential. However, if Braum manages to land 1 auto or 1 Q on the Bard, and Sivir manages to proc the ults, which honestly isn't that hard, then the Bard's just dead. So it's a really high risk, high reward type of play. And assuming that Zenith's going to be able to get the 2v2, then they have to be bullying the Sivir out of lane to work. And however, if Hex manages to get a gank on that Bard, and the Bard gets behind, then the Braum will just be able to get into his face every single time, land that Q, have the Q proc, and then the Bard dies, and it's just going to be feeding and useless. So it's a really high risk, high reward type of jungler. And it seems that you were actually right, that Mokro was going to be playing this Echo jungle. Echo is a jungler that has been fairly out of the meta lately, because honestly his pre-6 ganks aren't as strong. It's mostly just a team fighting oriented damage jungler, and if you want a jungler that doesn't have very strong ganks pre-6, then you might as well go something like a Gragas, for example, or Sejuani, or any type of Devourer jungler. So going for this Echo is a really risky pick, because not only do you give up your pre-6 ganking pressure, but also your reward is kind of iffy. Sure, he's an assassin that does well in team fights and is really hard to catch, but you need to get him online, and getting him online is going to be hard. So I'm really not sure about the Echo pick. I think it's just something that he defaults back to once his 2 primary picks are banned, and that he has some experience as and is somewhat comfortable on. So it will be a Mokro to prove that he isn't just a one-trick fiddlesticks who occasionally plays Gragas, but that he also has a deeper champion pool, and is able to pull out the win for Zenith here.
So, I would like to remind everyone, if they cast their eyes to Twitch chat, there will be a straw poll in which they can vote on who they think will win this series, or this game rather, the second one in the series, between Hex and the Zenith Rangers, whether you have any faith in the champion pool of Mokro, or whether you feel it will be flawed by Mad Marius's Gragas and the rest of Hex. So, another thing to note, I think, is that once again, Hex not running a single Ignite on their team, going for the Exhaust on the support instead. You wouldn't really run Ignite on the Corki, so that makes a lot of sense, but there are 2 TPs as well on the side of the Zenith Rangers, so they have that little TP advantage there, and they also have the Ignite advantage. Kiana once again taking that one. So
yep. And Zenith have actually opted for a fairly risky composition, because they have this Lulu Lucian, which is really good core, but if the Lucian gets shut down by, say, the Poppy, who's going to be absurdly tanking at some point in the game, and in the very late game, that's going to be a very big problem for Zenith, because if the Lucian's unable to do damage, and the Lulu has already fallen off, then the only real damage threat that they have is the Echo, and the Echo isn't going to be enough to control the 280 carries that that Hex has. So again, even though they got this really amazing mid-game Lulu Lucian combination, they are the team that's going to get outskilled, and they need to be making things happening before the Sivir gets on her 3-4 items, and before Hex is just able to secure, and before Poppy becomes unkillable, and Hex will be able to secure pretty much every team fight there is. So it's going to be on Zenith Rangers to be the more aggressive team, to be the proactive team that wants to be starting these mid game fights, whereas Hex is again able to stall out the game a lot more securely and go for those 30-45 minute games in which they are so very strong.
So now we are loading onto Summoner's Rift. I believe we will be there any moment now. A little bit of a Keystone Masteries, again, as you would expect across the board. And here we are. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. No pause at the beginning of this game so far, which is good news. Looking forward to a nice, smooth game to decide who will win this series between second and third place, between Zenith Rangers and Hexed. And it looks like most of you guys are thinking that it will be Zenith Rangers, according to that straw poll vote, despite the fact that Hexed won the game one of this series. We will see how that's going to be, whether it will be the draw in the end or whether Hexed will take it 2-0. A whole lot of pings going down to the map. I'm not sure they're all that strategic, though. A 4-point defense from both teams. No one going to be caught out this level 1 either.
Yep. And again, both teams have their incentives to lane swap. Like for both top lanes, lane swapping honestly doesn't matter because they'll just be these ridiculously tanky tanks anyway. So there it doesn't really matter. For both junglers, it's kind of the same as well, because both of these junglers are wanting to be farming to 6, so they're actually advantageous for them if they manage to get a lane swap, because they're not looking to gank early. Well, mid obviously not involved, and then the big thing is the bot lane. And like I mentioned, the bot lane is really high risk, high rewards for Zenith, because if they're able to suppress this this Hex bot lane, then they'll just be able to poke them out of lane super securely. However, if Hex gets only one good gank or one good fight, and the Bard falls behind, and he doesn't manage to get to slowly wither them down, then the entire bot lane of Zenith Rangers is just going to be walked over every time the Braum manages to land a Q. So that's going to be the matchup to watch here.
Yeah, once again, we do see Mokro starting on the top side of the jungle, as we saw last time, and we will see Mad Marius, like he did last time as well, starting on the bottom side of the jungle. So this probably means that Flirt Mechanics and Kiana once again going to be doing a level 1 camp, and we'll be able to see if they're able to make that work a little bit better than they did in the last game. They haven't taken anywhere near so much damage from this Gromp as they did from the Krugs in the last one, so that could be pretty advantageous for them. We'll have to see how that lane pans out as they get towards those level 2 sections. Salamander actually being pushed off the wave here by Nadname quite a long way, with the Grasp the Undying procs coming out, as well as the W start actually from Nadname, meaning that he is able to tank more damage and do more damage with those auto attacks.
Yep. And again, you just see the Sivir going for her default style, leveling W first, pushing in the wave all the time, using that to basically neutralize the lane strength of Kiana and Flirt Mechanics. However, at some point, they should be able to land damage to the Braum and to the Sivir. So at that point, when the wave resets, then they ideally want to be starting to apply some pressure on that bot lane. And let's see what's happening right now.
Nothing too much going on, so we're going to
much.
throw out that Winter's Bite onto Kiana, but nothing going to be followed up from there. Dudek's not really able to close any gaps or anything like that on the Sivir, at least certainly not until level 6, unless the Flash were to be used, which would be a bit aggressive right now. Salamander actually going quite low in that top lane, and speaking of going low, Mokro having some trouble in this jungle to start with on that Echo. Dudex actually gets stunned up there, gets the spell shield in a little bit late, so that's not really going to help him out. And a good trade from Flirt Mechanics and Kiana, but they're still finding themselves pushed in and having to sit a little bit further back from the wave than they might hope otherwise.
Yep. And so the Echo just backed after his got his first back, didn't manage to get his jungle item, instead opted to buy a pink ward. So that's going to be a bit iffy. The Echo jungle clear honestly isn't that good, and if you look at the CS, like both junglers have just backed. However, Gragas has 16 CS and Echo only 8, so that's just a testament of the really poor Echo jungle clear. And if this keeps going like this, the Gragas will just hit the level 6 first and will be able to get his ganks in first, and Honestly, will be more useful than his Echo pick.
Yeah, so far Mokro not quite living up to what he performed on that Gragas in the last game. One could say he got a little bit out-jungled in the last game. It was a pretty close run thing, but this game Mad Marius has that very significant CS advantage. Mokro actually going for a gank already onto Hehe, but Hehe has a very easy escape route out of that one with that Valkyrie, and nothing doing in that lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there might be something actually coming now. Nadnami, he's knocked into by Mad Marius, but gets the dredge line against the wall, says, see you later, guys, I am out, burns the flash, and he is gone.
Yup. And honestly, while it was a really nice escape, had Salamander played it well and preempted the flash by either flashing for himself or flashing in front of that dredge line, which is very possible because the dredge line is a very slow casting animation. So most Diamond Master Challenger players should be easily able to prevent that and just get the guaranteed kill there, because Netname actually just was too far overextended in the lane. Like he was using his superior pushing skills, which was good. He had the superior wave. However, he didn't have the vision coverage to back him up. So it was kind of to be expected that okay. Meanwhile, bot lane,
Gank in the bottom lane. Mokro, they're gonna go onto Squiddo here, but he does flash away. Positions himself very well to protect Dudex enough, and then to get his own flash out of there. Meanwhile, Poro in box actually putting a lot of damage onto Hehe there, who does get some return damage with the Gatling gun and the phosphorus bomb as well. But a gank in the bottom lane, it looked promising, but it was very well evaded in the end by Squiddo and Dudex. They did have to burn 3 summoners in that bottom lane, both flashes and the heal as well. The exhaust still available for Squiddo though, so a little bit of extra safety still present in the bottom lane of Hext right now. Salamander going for a bit of a scrap here with Nadname and looking to get the advantage on this one. Mad Marius coming in, but so is ATP. Poro in box will be the one who comes in. Nadname very low, but Mad Marius even lower. The first blood comes through for Poro in box, getting the knock up with that wild growth, and Nadname has so much health all of a sudden.
And that is the risk of ganking that lane, where you're behind, where you're in a minion wave, and meanwhile not having the teleport summoner on your mid lane. Oh wow, he's going to go back in for the dive.
Back in here, and Salamander forces the flash away. Nadname getting that flash out of him as well, because Poro hadn't quite recalled yet, and Salamander thought he had. Looked for the aggression onto Nadname, but it was not to be. Salamander actually still staying around now that he sees them backing for real this time, so we'll be able to get away from that in the end. Kiana flying back into lane on that bard after going off a little bit of a chime adventure, but just landing a couple of auto attacks, nothing too major. The stun lands onto both the minions instead. Squiddo actually going aggressive onto Kiana now. Only 2 more stacks needed, but they aren't going to be in range for it. And that'll be that.
Yeah, and again, looking at the jungle matchup, Echo manages to catch up a bit on CS because Lulu was teleporting top, so he got to get 2 waves of CS in that mid lane. However, still 8 CS behind, and even though he got a nice gank off bot, which manages to force 2 summoners, the Echo pick really doesn't seem to be paying off in any way so far. But again, this Echo is a mid-game team fighting champion. It's not there for its early game ganks or its early game farms. So yeah, whether or not it's going to be impactful remains to be seen.
Yeah, Mad Marius is hanging around on the bottom side, but gets spotted by a ward there, and let's clear it out using the pink to spot it out. But actually, Kiana got a very aggressive deep pink ward into that side of the jungle. Mad Marius will come back into lane anyway, but Kiana and Flirt Mechanics more than aware of the danger they were in, and they just scoot on out of it. Kiana, actually, that little pink ward there, very deep into the jungle. That's the bush that a lot of people don't often spot. It's not the most valuable pink ward spot, but it can be if it stays there for an incredibly long time and can get at least a decent amount of information about Mad Marius' position. Mokro actually comes in, steals the Scuttle Crab there. I do believe he did pick it up in the end, smacks it out of the park, and a little bit of a win there for Mokro in the jungle, but not too major. He is catching up on CS quite significantly now in Mad Marius. Only a 3 differential there. Salamander actually finds himself in trouble. A depth charge coming onto him here, and Nadnami might be able to secure this kill, but he does get minion blocked. The tower aggro comes onto him, and Salamander lives to fight another day.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart move to not opt for that all in, because even though the Poppy looks really juicy because of the passives that you have, She is actually absurdly tanky once she gets low health. Well, we're actually gonna see it now.
Ooh, this could be close. This is not much damage coming out, but they're both incredibly low. It's not Name that picks it up in the end, flashes away afterwards. I'm not sure that was entirely necessary. Maybe the Q was on the ground from Poppy. Not entirely certain about that one, but whew, what a close fight.
Yep, and Natnami fighting really smartly, identifying that the Lulu is absurdly tanky once she's on low HP, so using his minions to his advantage. Like, he was fighting in a wave of 3 or 4 of his own minions while he wasn't being attacked by any of the enemy minions, so that was really the big turning point in the fight. Meanwhile, mid lane, wow.
Ooh, Hey forces his heal very late. He held on to that one for such a long time, but did manage to expertly get it off in the end. Poro almost going to be taking him down there, but not quite. The Valkyrie away was enough in conjunction with the heal. However, Mad Marith comes into the middle lane. Poro in box. The flash is forced. Tries to juke away from that cask, but doesn't manage it quite. But does have a shield and does avoid the missile barrage coming in from Hey there. And Poro will stay alive, only burning the flash there. So there is a bit of a flash advantage in the middle lane now for Hey, but he doesn't have his heal. Blood Mechanics actually dashing very aggressively there, getting some damage onto Squeedo. Not too much, though. Could have been punished, you feel, if Dudex and Squeedo had decided to turn around onto it, but they were caught a little bit off guard, I think, by that sudden bounce of aggression, and they don't capitalize.
Yeah, and really smart of Mad Marius to, even though he hit his Q, to not try to go in, because he knew that the Lulu still had her ultimate. So had he tried to dive, he would have just got knocked up and got later lanced, and Lulu at this point is still a very strong champion. So yeah, really smart to identify, okay, well, I just got the summer, I should be happy with that, I shouldn't be greeting. So overall, really good play by both sides, honestly.
Yeah. Both junglers heading towards the top side. There could be a bit of a fight erupting there, but they do spot each other on wards, respectively, I believe, and they back off in the end. So both junglers now know where each other are, but they aren't going to be going into any sort of brawl right now. Hey does, I believe, still have the package available. It's about to time out, though, I think, and it doesn't look like he's going to be using it in the end, so that one will just time out. Unfortunately, always disappointing when the package doesn't get used, but he'll have another one. He'll have another one soon enough. Mad Marius, speaking of another one, there's another gank into the top lane, and Nadname is in trouble. A beautiful explosive cast knocks him all the way back. The dredge line gets him to his destination, to the wall. Might have got him to safety. Gets knocked up by Salamander. He's going to get slowed. That's not going to be enough to keep him alive, that shield, and he goes down again. Salamander, I say again, that's actually his first death of the game. Salamander picking up that kill, making the fight a bit more even in that top side. There has been a huge CS gain accrued for Nadname in that top side, though, which is looking pretty good for Zenith Rangers right now. Culling coming in on the bottom side as well. Squeedo actually very low, doesn't have the Unbreakable. Flirt flashes in, and a TP comes out to ensure that Dudex and Squeedo can stay alive. That is spell shielded now. Dudex flashes forward, gets the auto, but the heal is there from Flirt Mechanics, as well as Mokro throwing down that zone, and that will be a lot burned for almost a kill on both sides, but not quite.
Yep, and honestly, that was very poorly played by both sides. Hex doesn't want or shouldn't be in a position where they can just all in like that. And on the other hand, Flirt Mechanics was extremely greedy with his flash, with his heal with his flash to get into that situation. And on the flip side of that, Salamander could have very easily just teleported on a minion and gotten the absolute 100% free secure. Like, if you initiate teleport, it's still a cost time. So there was no way that he was going to be in time to prevent the potential dive and get the save. Whereas if he had teleported on the minion, it would have been a completely free kill on Illusion. So yeah, really major mistakes from both sides.
Yeah.
And what was honestly a situation where Hex could have very much got an advantage out of that lane. But the gold, because of that single kill, it's now dead even. So, yep.
But another thing to note about that bottom lane fight is that they both AD carries only had the Doran's Blade. They had 115 CS apiece and hadn't recalled yet. Both AD carries actually picking up a straight Essence Reaver on their first back, which is quite something there. Been held in that bottom lane by each other for a very long time, not wanting to be the one that backed first. Eventually, Flirt Mechanics was forced to, and Dudex did push the wave out, leading to not a CS advantage at all in the end, and actually Flirt Mechanics picks up one in his favor. But now those fights, if they keep showing that same aggression they've been showing in the bottom lane, should be a lot more explosive now they got such a huge damage spike.
Yeah, and this is the time when it starts to, okay, meanwhile a pause, so talk a bit more about the bot lane. This is the time when it starts to get risky for the Bard, because the Sivir has an item now, and she has the boots now, so she is going to be able to follow up on every single Q that the Braum lands. And honestly, if the Bard gets just stunned up once, she is dead by that Sivir. Whereas on the flip side of that, the Bard has now managed to get some AP, manages to upgrade his gold per 5 item, so he actually starts to do fairly significant damage. So basically the stakes have just been upped in this bot lane, and it's going to be about who gets that first kill and who gets that pressure to see who is going to be winning this lane. Meanwhile, after the pause is back. Okay, so it seems like the Echo. Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Burrow in box take an incredibly low flash. Body slam from Mad Marius in the end makes sure that the kill does go over. He is the one who picks it up. They'd have wanted to get that on Hehe, but it's not the end of the world. Still a kill for their team, a good advantage there. Another wet noodle fight going on in the top lane, but nothing coming of that one in the end.
Yeah, and looking at the gold on the mid laner now, Gorky is just pushing out the wave here, and at this point he should really be backing to get his Trinity Force, because the Trinity Force Poppy Spike is so incredibly massive, and that should allow them to get into the game and start going for those fights. And there you see it, he's bought the Trinity Force. Okay, so this is the point in the game with the Corki mid, with the package, where he wants to be roaming and he wants to be the one making those aggressive plays and bombing running all over the enemy team. And on the flip, okay, now the
TP in the bottom lane. Dudex and Squeedo are out of there though with that huge speed boost from On the Hunt, and the dredge line rather gets duped away from as well from the stand behind me. Very good defensive play from Dudex and Squeedo to make sure they're not caught out there. They might be caught out again though, because Nadnam has stuck around here, and the magical journey comes out from Kiana. Squeedo locked up against the wall. Dead Braum. Nadname picks up that kill. Squeedo goes down, and that is an advantage now for Zenith Rangers.
And again, major mistakes on both sides of the IO. On the one hand, you have the Bard who misses a Bard ultimate, which is completely free. Like if you Bard ults anywhere close to the turret, you force them to either run into it or get caught. So both of those options are good. Whereas if you Bard ult super close to you, you actually give them the opportunity, like here. Meanwhile, Dragon going down, like here, to just run out of it and ignore it. On the other hand, the Braum face check by Squeedo was absolutely unnecessary. You know that the Nautilus is on your side, on that side of the map. If the Nautilus is gonna stay, then just wait. Like your top laner is going to get an advantage off of you not really losing anything, because the enemy is going to be pushing in the wave anyway. So there's no need to be that far pushed up and try to ward that tri-bush lane, and well, essentially just give a completely free kill and a dragon to the enemy team.
Yeah, and I was so complimentary of their initial play to escape from the gank, because it was played beautifully actually. On the Hunt popped instantly, and a very good spell shield, making sure that Dudex wasn't locked up by the Bard ultimate as well. But they did throw it all away in the end. They might get some damage down onto this outer turret in the bottom lane though. Dudex putting some pressure onto it, but feels he has to back off at this point. Not quite taking it down, it's down to about 15% health or so. So a couple more pushes and we might see that one going down if Dudex and Squeedo are able to push Kiana and Flirt Mechanics back in towards their turret. If they're going to go for it, not quite. They're feeling a little bit too unsafe there in the bottom lane to push all the way in and to try and take the turret for now. A little bit more slapping going on the top side, nothing major. Mad Marius once again hanging around, looking to really bully Nadname here, but it's not been working all that well so far, because Nadname, he's 2-1-1 and still has a very slight CS advantage. In comes Mokro here on the Echo. Hey, has to Valkyrie away towards the red side, but it doesn't matter in the end. Squeedo actually caught out. Tempered Fate locks him up. Unbreakable's going to time out any moment. Does flash away on the Hunt as well to try and secure the escape as well as the heal. The culling doesn't quite clip him on the backside, and Dudex actually turning around to Flirt Mechanics, but it's gone back again. Flirt Mechanics getting some crits in there. Picks up that kill, and that fight was back and forth, and it's Flirt Mechanics in the end that picks up the kill.
Yep, and Salamander actually going to the correct minion with his teleport this time. However, unfortunately, because both teams have so much items now, it was actually impossible for the Sivir to go back in. So because he teleported on that minion there, he kind of baited the Sivir to going in, and then Sivir proceeded to get absolutely destroyed by the Lucian. And after that, the Salamander identified that and was like, okay, well, sorry for baiting you there. I'm just gonna cancel my teleport and keep slugfesting on top. It was nice knowing you. So yeah, but really well played by Third Mechanics and Kiana there, and especially the Bard ult was really on point this time. So really, yeah, really an improvement from the previous one. Meanwhile, this
Yeah, and
Echo is still on 0-0-0, whereas the Gragas is now on bot lane turret has been taken. So both the junglers actually have very little impact in the game. And we're
Dudex,
oh.
you're locked up. You're gonna go down. No time to even put up the spell shield. Stunned up for the entire duration of his life there. Goes down. Porring Box was chunked low in the middle lane, but was able to get away from it in the end. Hey. Did force the wild growth out of Poro in that middle lane, and Poro will have to recool as well, but Nadname and Mokro both hanging around that middle lane. Hehe could find himself caught out here. The Goon squad has arrived from the side of the lane. Dredgeline hooks him in, out of the Valkyrie, stunned up, going down. Mokro picks up that kill. A good response. Actually, it's not even a response, that's just good play all around the map for Zenith Rangers here, and they're looking to really put the pain down onto Hext and try and make this series a one-on-one.
Yep. And suddenly, after a relatively docile and slow laning phase, everything is kind of exploding. The teams are now grouping, and Gragas tries to save the turret, but unfortunately that won't be happening.
I mean, it was pretty satisfying. I mean,
Yeah.
4-man ultimate, right? Yay!
Yeah.
Great stuff. Good
Can't
job,
put
man,
it on-
Darius. Yay!
Can put it on your resume, I guess. No, but so the strange thing here is that 3 or 4 minutes ago I said that Hehe had gotten his Trinity Force, and that is the power spike. That is everything you're ever going to be dreaming about of when you play a Corki. So usually you want to be using that to farm, or not to farm, to group up, to get objectives, force things, and they didn't opt to do that. They have the Cipher for the engage. They have a comp that can actually siege relatively well. And instead of going for that grouping, going for poking, going for sieging, going for team fights, they just extended the laning phase a bit more. And now, 20 minutes in, the Corki is still really strong, but he's starting to fall off. And from this point onwards, Corki is going to be less and less useful. So whereas both the Lulu and the Lucian are still... Actually, Lucian is on his power spike now, but the Lulu, because of the rather greedy mid lane build, is still scaling up. And the Lucian's going to get stronger and stronger because the Lulu will be able to buff him. So
Yeah.
it feels like Hex is maybe missing his time to fight in this game, because right now, by stalling out, by getting this extended laning phase, they are putting all their eggs in the silver basket. And honestly, the silver basket is only half full with 1.5 items right now. So that silver basket isn't going to get payoff anytime soon. So they need to at least stall out for another 10 or so minutes, honestly, before the silver will come online and before they will be able to take those team fights. And in that 10 minutes, it's now up to Zenith to make something happen.
Yeah, the bottom lane outer turret was secured by Hehe though, so he did use that. Didn't once again use his package, so we haven't seen one of those actually used, I don't believe, so far. Nadname and Salamander having a bit of a slap fight once again. Nadname once again getting the better of it, but it's not really consequential. Salamander will be forced into turret, forced to farm under turret, which could be a bit of a pain, but nothing too major. A lot of damage actually onto Flirt Mechanics with just that one auto, and Dudex is very low health actually. He's just doing wolves though, so then he'll have to back off, but he won't be present for this middle lane push now, coming out of Zenith Rangers, and that is a big deal if Dudex can't get back to lane in time, because that ultimate is such a good team fighting tool, and it looks like he's going to be able to get back in the end, seeing as the outer turret has already been taken down. They would have had to siege up the inner turret, so I'm not entirely sure what they were doing in the middle lane there, trying to secure a pick perhaps, but the fact that they were putting so much into the middle lane means that Salamander picks up the turret in the top lane.
No, they were just pushing out the waves to get the dragon. Like, that was honestly a fine play. It just the Nautilus had no business roaming out of top lane, because he has teleport. If they want to fight the dragon, well, God bless, and I can teleport in. And, well, whoa.
There's that interaction. The dredge line hooks him straight back out of the Keeper's verdict. Salamander might be in trouble. Riptide, after Riptide coming down, locked up, stunned up, not going to be going down quite though. Surely one more auto will do it, and the burn as well as the last auto. Nadname picks up another kill. 3-1 and 2 now in that top lane, becoming a monster of a tank on that Nautilus.
Yeah, and honestly, that was again an individual mistake by Salamander. He tried to go for that knock into a wall, and then disabling the Nautilus and running away from that. However, what ended up happening was he actually got further away from his turret than he wanted to. However, in this situation, it's often better to just use your teleport to make sure that you don't die, because the Nautilus, sure, he has his ultimate, but if he ultimates you while you're using the teleport, then it's only going to be like really relatively short ultimate, and you will be able to get away regardless. So could have used the ultimate off, could have used the teleport to try and escape there. Unfortunately, almost got away, but not quite.
Not quite. Dudex does get the spell shield up in time that time, and will not be stunned up by Kiana's Q there, which flew in from the side of the lane. It was unexpected, but good reactions from Dudex to make sure that he was not going to be going down a third time so far. And you got to feel like Nadname, he's having a pretty good time in the top lane right now. You got to feel like he's really looking to get revenge on Salamander, and it's got to be pretty satisfying for him because of what Salamander did to him last game.
Yep, and it seems like he's opting to go for the ZZ Rot portal. So that's an it's honestly a fairly common build on the Nautilus nowadays. But it's still a really exciting item because it opens up a lot of new and innovative strategies. And the question is, will they be able to use it well? Because a lot of teams seem to see that everyone's building ZZ Rot in the LCS, and they're like, well, this item is amazing, and then they just dump it down somewhere in the lane, and then they stay in lane and don't apply pressure anywhere else. And then it's just like, okay, well, this guy, which really doesn't do anything, keeps pushing my way through me, well, whoopie-doo. Like, then it's really not worth the loss of combat stats. However, if good teams are using the ZZ Rot, it will allow them to apply pressure on one side of the map while they go to the other side of the group as 5 or 4 on the other side of the map, and then use that ZZ Rot to force someone to come to lane and push out the wave again, and then use that momentum or that tempo advantage to make a play on the other side of the map. And that's really what you want to be seeing with ZZ Rot. So the question is now if Zenith is going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and that name currently doing a very good job pushing out the wave in the top side, forcing Salamander into turret after turret, and now it's the inner turret. Mokro actually hanging around as well, looking to get some extra damage onto this turret. He is stunned up against the wall. Salamander putting some good damage onto him, and the dash gets blocked there, but nothing doing in the end. Just wastes a bit of Mokro's time, chunks him a little bit, nothing too major, and he'll just back away from that. Popping, I believe, one of his refillable potion stacks as well. Does dash over the wall because Hehe was on the way. Big one hit him on the backside as he went out, but again, not too much of a problem for him.
Yeah, and something else that's interesting to note is that last game, Hehe, when he played Lulu, he opted to go for the Roa, whereas this game, Poro in the box, while they both built the Frost Queen's Claim, Poro in the box actually opted to go for the Lich Bane. So what you do with Lich Bane is that because your auto attacks become a lot stronger, you're actually really good at taking down turrets. So if you see that in conjunction with the fact that the Nautilus has now finished his ZZ Rot, that means that Zenith will most likely be trying to attempt a 1-3-1 strategy where they put Lulu in one lane and, oh well, meanwhile fighting happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, a bit of an engage. Power in a box also hanging around on the side on that Lulu. Salamander is not present but does have the TP available. The fight was disengaged for now. Nadname taking a bit of a chunk. Actually flashes over the boomerang blade. Gets the dredge line off. The package gets Hehe to safety though. Mokro talking about safety. He's certainly not there because he goes down, blown all the way back into the team by the Gragas ultimate. Wasn't able to use his own ultimate to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Nadname, he's on a killing spree. Picks up 1 kill. Hehe returns it onto Nadname though. Flat mechanics gets away from the Keeper's verdict. He's still doing a lot of damage. Dashing around the sides of the fight. Trying to get in with the Unbreakables there. Salamander also charges onto him. Kiana picks up a kill onto Squeedo on the side there. I'm not sure how that happened. Must have been the Ignite ticks that take him down. And a very even fight. And if you're Hex, you know, you'll take an even fight any day of the week right now.
Yeah, and honestly, really well played from Flirt Mechanics. He was dashing. Oh wow, very aggressive
right, okay,
flash.
Well, alright.
Alright, well, that
Continue.
just happened. Really well played by Flirt Mechanics. He was dashing all across the fight while staying out of the range of the Corki and preventing the Poppy from shutting him down completely. And with that Lulu buffs on him, he's actually does a lot of damage on the Lucian. The main issue for why Zenith didn't end up managing to win this fight was because Echo just died. He got Gragas ulted in, and honestly, he had all the opportunity in the world to press his own ult. Like, if he was maybe CC'd a quarter of the time when he died, and he just didn't ult. Like, he had all the opportunity to just ult out, be safe, allow the Lucian to do his damage, and he stayed in and just got blown up. And because he is like pretty much a secondary damage threat on the team right now, like he's opted to go into that runic echoes followed by an abyssal scepter, which is a really aggressive build. Then you're gonna die quickly, and then you need to have that reaction speed to press that ultimate and go back to safety. And because he didn't do that, the team fight actually ended up going even with an advantage to Hex, who ended up taking the turret.
Yeah, I think one other problem with that fight for Zenith Rangers was that Nadname thought he was stronger than he was, thought he was tankier than he was, because while he does have a lot of resistances built up, he only has the one item giving him any flat health there on the Sunfire Cape, so he's not got all that much health for his resistances to protect right now, which is causing to be a bit of a problem in that team fight. However, he uses the Z0 and himself to push down that inner turret in the top side, so decent Z0 usage ensures that the turret does go down, and pretty good from them, and the dragon in the meanwhile went over, I believe, to Hex.
Oh, so honestly, really good trades from both sides. Hex identifying that they need to be getting that first dragon because, like I mentioned in the last game, the first dragon is such a huge power spike. And meanwhile, Zenith using their strength in the top lane, using the ZZ correctly to get that turret and get the extra goal advantage. So yeah, really well played from both teams. Honestly, couldn't tell which was the better trade. And like I mentioned, now it's the Poppy, now it's the Lulu in the bot lane with that Lich Bane going for that split push action, while meanwhile the free players are pressuring in the mid lane. And honestly, Lulu should be able to take down this Poppy like eventually. Wow, that is
an ambitious.
Very
Depth
optimistic
charge. He actually
line.
follows it up with a dredge line as well onto Hehe, but Salamander is there, and Hehe does a lot of mixed damage, and he's chunking Nadname pretty low. Porra in a Box has shown up to give some support, lend a hand to Nadname there, and we'll make sure that he doesn't go down and the fight doesn't end up going too explosive for either side in the end. Marius gets the smite. He wanted that. You could tell what he was going to do, sitting in the bush, giggling to himself as he waited for Nadname to take it low before he smited away that raptor.
Yeah, crushing hopes and dreams one smite at a time.
Well, you know, just a cheeky little play.
Just a cheeky little play. Anyways, Mukra is opted to go for that Deadman's Blade now. So after building the 2 AP items on the Echo, he's identified that, well, getting blown the fuck up sucks. So he's going to build some tanky items now. And Lucian meanwhile going for that really aggressive Bloodthirster, which is a really good buy on Lucian because you are the carry in this team. You're going to be buffed by the Lulu. Lulu is going to fall off. We're 30 minutes in the game, and this game really doesn't look like it's going to be ending anytime soon. So you want that extra damage on you, and then the Bloodthirster is just really good for doing that. Whoa.
Dudex goes very low. Flirt mechanics though. Thought he could get the kill even with the 3 people there in front of him, and Hey turns that one straight around. Flirt mechanics, what were you thinking?
That was such a solo queue play, like going in for a super greedy dash, like you are the carry on your team. If you are dead now, your team has very little wave clear, very little thing they can do, and this is just gonna be 2 free turrets for Hex, honestly. If they keep pushing here, which they should, because the dash timers are fairly significant, there's really very little that Zenith can do at this point to prevent them. Okay, and apparently they're not gonna go to take an inhibitor, alright.
Well, they don't have the Sivir with them right now to help
they
it.
don't have the Sivir.
But
okay, so I think
they did have
the
the ranged auto attacks from Hehe as well, but you know.
Yeah. No, I think that this is actually, this is the ZZ Rot, this is smart ZZ Rot usage of Nadname, where like I said, he puts it in the top lane, and then he goes to another lane himself to try and force some action, and that forces Hex to, well, essentially put pressure on the top lane, and therefore give up their pressure on the other side of the map, which ends up not allowing them to take the... I think they still could have tried to take the inhibitor turret, but this was definitely the lower risk play here.
Yeah, and Hex are very steadily getting back into this game, one play at a time, or one misplay at a time, if you're counting Flirt mechanics as relentless pursuit there. So yeah, they're looking to really make this into a game again, and they are still behind on gold, but only by about 2.5k right now. Baron, they're posturing around it. Zenith Rangers. They've taken down the Scuttle Crab. They want this Baron, or at least they want to force a fight here. Squeedo does get chunked out a very tiny amount, but gets away, jumping to the safety of Mad Marius. Hey, does have that package available, which could be a big factor if a fight was to break out right now. Hey, if he was Flirt Mechanics, you feel like he'll be dashing to the backlines to engage the fight with that package, but hey, maybe a bit more sensible, a bit more tempered play here on the Corki, hanging around in the backlines, making sure that he's not going to be picked off, because that would be disastrous for Hex right now.
Yep. And even though, okay, meanwhile, is there a fight happening? No, it seems like everything's disengaged. Okay, so even though Dudex and Squeedo ended up having a fairly poor bot lane after level 6, the Silver now has her free items, and she is on her power spike, so she is going to be shredding through these tanks and into the backline with her bouncing blades. So this is the point in the game where Hext is like, okay, we have this super tanky Poppy, we have wow.
Okay, here we go. A
Tempered
super
Fate.
deep depth charge locks Hey up, as well as the Tempered Fate. It's very well disengaged though by a beautiful explosive cast from Mad Marius, and that will be that for that fight. Very well disengaged by the Gragas though.
Yeah, but actually it ends up being very much worse for Zenith, because honestly the Bard ult isn't that long of a cooldown. If you look at the ultimate right now, it's almost halfway back again. Whereas the depth charge and whereas the explosive cask and the Braum ultimate are a lot longer cooldown. So if a similar situation comes up where the Bard is able to use her ultimate to engage a fight, alright, speaking about engaging fights.
Speaking about engaging fights, once again they're teasing around a fight. They're teasing the audience here, almost getting the fight. Salamander, he's had enough of this. He wants the fight. He goes in, flashes over the wall. Keeper's Verdict knocks Flirt Mechanics away, which is very good here. Hey, going low on the backlines, but does pick up one kill. Flirt Mechanics dashing in now. He has returned to the fight, and he's doing a lot of damage. But Salamander locks him up. He's so low. Dudex tries to flash over to chase him. Meanwhile, Mad Marius chasing on towards Kiana. He's going to get shut down. The Bard actually picked up a double kill there, Kiana. It's shut down by Salamander in the end. Flirt Mechanics, Mokro, and Poro did all escape, but there's a huge minion wave pushing onto the top lane now for Zenith Rangers against Hext. And Hext, while they did win that team fight again, they might find themselves in a bit of trouble with that inhibitor start. It might not be enough to take it all the way down, though. Flirt Mechanics is actually hanging around the dragon still. What is he planning here? This could be another solo queue play, or it could be a moment of absolute genius for him right now. We'll have to see. Looks like he's just going to push out the middle lane instead. Dudex did back away in the end, and Hext are able to clear out that minion wave, stop the threat to their inhibitor turret, and the fact that they've gone back means that Zenith Rangers, despite the fact they kind of came out worse in that fight, will be picking up the third dragon for themselves, and all that cost them was one turret.
Yep. And I think they actually came out even kill-wise. So they just traded the turret for a dragon, which is obviously better for Hex, but honestly not that bad of an outcome against a team which is honestly a lot stronger by this point in the game, with the Saber coming online. Because even though the Lucian was dashing and diving really well across that team fight, like his positioning was honestly impressive. He only got knocked into a wall once by Poppy, whereas they were constantly hunting for him, and even then he didn't die with the Sivir flashing after him. So really well played by Flirt Mechanics there, but he's just, on his Lucian pick, even though he has the Lulu buffing him, he's just unable to get enough damage against his, well, incredibly tanky Poppy and Gragas frontline. Also, it was a bit weird of a startup, because I think the Lulu ended up using her ultimate really early into the fight, which ended up really not doing anything. And now you see Netname has switched his Zizuroff to another part, and now he's happily slugging away on his upside and pushing. Oh well, meanwhile, fight happening in the
Marius, if the
mid lane.
jungler goes down here, this could mean Baron. Zenith Rangers going on towards him. Another good explosive charge. Cast rather does disengage it for now. Mokro chasing on towards him here. He's very low. The Hehe's there, and they're actually going to turn it around onto Mokro. Hehe picks up that kill. Flirt Mechanics, he's big now. He has the Lulu ultimate running onto him, but it's not going to be enough to secure another kill for them, and he has to back away incredibly low in the end. And meanwhile, the tanks were having a good old time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, Mokro dies without using that ultimate. Like, I'm really not impressed with his Echo players. Well, meanwhile, fight happening in the mid lane.
That name gets the flank onto them, and that is a dead Dudex. Another kill. The depth charge picked up Squeedo. However, they're turning it around now, Hex. We're getting on towards Nadname. He's going to go low. He has that shield available to him, but it's only going to be a matter of time. One would have thought. The body slam knocks him up, stuns him briefly. He's going to be slowed after slow after slow, and Salamander is on a rampage.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just Zenith getting a little bit too overeager. Like, they identify that the Sivir and the Rom are super far out of position. However, they play a protect the Lucian comp, and then you do not fight without your Lucian. Like, that's rule number one if you protect the AD carry comp, do not fight without AD carry. And Lucian was happily pushing out top wave against the Quirky, so they had absolutely no way of even coming close to harming those two Mega Tanks. And those Mega Tanks, alright. Yeah,
Baron
give them
goes
Baron.
down there. Mad Marius smites that one away. Flirt Mechanics throwing a culling onto the side. Mokro still wants to get into this fight, but thinks better of it. In the end, it was a 2v3, so the fact that they did fight without Flirt Mechanics means that the Baron did go over to Hexton. They are sitting pretty now. They've reversed this game, and they've bought themselves a gold lead. And as usual for the Vespyr League, the team that was winning in the beginning goes behind.
Yep. So let's see. No, they're not getting anything off of this. Yep. So the idea again was pretty good by Netname. He places the ZZ Ruff in the bot lane, then he roams mid, tries to get a fight, and then meanwhile the minions are slowly pushing into the turret, and you just get a lot of free gold, a lot of free turret pressure, and yeah, that's just using the ZZ Rod well. It's just the execution of the fight without flirt mechanics there, and just honestly getting a little bit antsy on that depth charge ends up costing them. But yeah, at this point in the game, with the Baron, with Hex in this position, no one should be able to touch the Poppy. Like, Poppy is just unkillable. She has so much defensive stats and the passive. Wow, Flirt Mechanics is playing a frontliner. They actually managed to take the turret here.
Yeah, he was playing aggressive, but it did push them away and did secure his team the turret, so it's a bit justifiable there. ZZ Rot minions going to have to be cleared out as they head towards this inhibitor turret, but as soon as Zenith ranges back away, that ZZ Rot portal should be cleared out in the end. Kiana taking a couple of extra journeys there just for the fun of it. You've got to do that if you get one of those little magical journeys there on by. It goes on to nice little. It's a fun-sized magical journey, is what it is.
Yep. And this is something that you actually notice a lot, where you're playing against these people who you actually respect as players, and you assume that they're going to do something intelligent. So if their Lucian just comes running at you alone, you're like, wait, there has to be something fishy going on here. So let's just back off. We have this Baron. We can waste this turret, and we'll just get our advantage otherwise. Because at this point, 40 minutes into the game, the death timers are going to be very long. So one team fight, either way, can determine the end of this game.
Yeah, we do have. In the Vespyr Premier League, we do have some AD carries who are not necessarily known for keeping a cool head when it comes to making plays. They're a very aggressive bunch in general, and Flirt Mechanics is not an exception to that rule. Good damage onto Nadname, actually, so far. The zones from Echo will make sure that Hexed, are forced away from the turret for now, but they're still going to be poking down damage onto it. They have the Baron buffed minion there. Actually, a flash engaged from Nadname now. Knocks up Hehe. They're looking to get the carries down, but they're locked up by the Bard Ultimate. Mokro gets a double stun there, but once again gets taken down without using his ultimate ability. Mokro, what are you doing, man? And this is looking great for Hex now. Nadname tries to go back in. Doesn't quite land it onto a person, lands it onto the minion instead, and the Baron buff has run out now, I believe, for Hex, but they're still looking to siege up this turret if they can. Dudex caught out once again, doesn't have the spell sheet available, but once again they turn it straight back around. They're going incredibly low. Kiana is very low. Flirt Mechanics has slain Dudex, but he's going to get it turned around onto him. And without Flirt Mechanics, surely this is going to mean the win for Hex if they keep it going. Nadname, he's down. It's only Poro and Kiana right now, and that's not going to be enough to save Zenith Rangers here. Surely this might be the 2-0 for Hex. Can Poro make the hero play? He's going low. He's almost going down. Salamander does go down. Kiana picks that one up with the Ignite. Trying to do as much work as she can on that Bard, but will it be enough? This is going to be so close. Hex, they are quite low on health now. Hey, kind of caught out here. Poro can't get enough damage. Tempered Fate comes in, forces the flash away, and Hex are going to back away in the end, but they might not secure it because they're being spooked, and it goes down there. Poro picks up the kill onto Hehe, and now Zenith Rangers turning it around. Magical Journey comes in. Mokro, he's quick. He's got that dead man's play. Onto Squeedo. Squeedo goes down. It's just Mad Marius. He's going to be cut off by Poro here as they look for him. gonna be spooked as well. Surely gonna go down as well. Actually gets one return kill onto Poro. What is happening here? Gets taken down by Mokro in the end. What insane fights!
Holy shit, you can talk a long time in a row with that voice. Your throat must hurt a lot now. Anyways, going over the team fight, it was honestly very sloppy team fight from both parties because Netname gets a really nice engage on the Corki into a depth charge, in the dredge line into a depth charge, and then the war just uses the ultimate to save the Corki for what? Like, the idea is good, you locked him down, but you actually prevent the Corki from taking damage while he was getting knocked up. Then again, Mokro dies without using his ultimate, though to be honest, I think he was just stunned from 100 to 0, so there's not that much you can do. And then Hex notices that they are... that they got disadvantage, they try to push in, and then Baron buff expires, and well, nothing kind of happens, and then Netname goes back in again, which was honestly pretty nice engage. Like, he was going for the right person, it's just not the right time to go in, because you're 4v5, and if you're able to at this point in the game get away with just one death, well, fine. One death, 450 gold, not gonna matter anything. But then the fight re-engages, and they actually lose an inhibitor off of that, and then the opponent team overstays, and then, well, that's how... that's what throws are made of, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was an overstay, but you did feel like they did have the chance to end the game there. It was only the Bard and the Lulu, but Kiana and Poro, I think particularly Kiana, though, did make an absolute hero play of defending it, and they did great to chase them down and secure a couple of exit frags as well, which was good for them, of course. Relieved some pressure, got a little bit of extra gold in the bank. Baron will be up in 50 seconds now, so both teams posturing around that. Kiana might be caught out here, knocked up against the wall by Salamander, but they can't get over the wall, the rest of the team, and Salamander is the one in trouble now. Very tanky, though. Can get the keeper's verdict? No, because he gets locked up by the dredge line. Goes down, and Salamander down means that Hex are in a lot of trouble now. They don't have that huge front line. They only have Mad Marius and Squeedo, which is admittedly still quite a big front line for them. They might be able to hold, but it might be at least an inhibitor turret going down for them, but it's 4v4 because Nadname had to back away and clear out the wave that was building up in the bottom lane, and looks like Hex aren't going to be punished too much in the end, and it looked like Salamander had the pick. It looked like he'd caught out Kiana, but Kiana actually turned it around because none of the players were able to get over the wall from the blue buff pit towards Kiana.
Yeah, and now they're going to be setting up the Baron. Fortunately for Hex, they do have the ward there, which is sitting there, so they have full vision of this play. However, it's still
flashes in, gets the depth charge onto Hey. They're looking to secure this. They've gone away from the Baron now. Squeedo, he's down. There was no return damage as well because Hey was locked up by the Tempered Fate. Culling not quite landing any hits onto Dudex. It was so close, but Dudex is able to flash away in the end. The Baron was stopped for now, but Mad Marius, he's on the wrong side. He finds himself between a rock and a hard place right now. He can still hang around the Baron. He can still threaten Poro, actually incredibly low there, and he can still threaten the Baron steal if it's available. They're going to have to start the Baron once again. Hey, snipes him over the wall, gets the kill there. Salamander, he's come in now, knocks up Kiana. Kiana going to go down, surely. Mokro, very low, flashes away. Flirt Mechanics, he's still full health, but he's 1v4 now. Flashes away from the explosive cast just in time. And surely going to be able to get out. They can still chase, though. And Hex, what are they going to do now? They've got so many options available to them. Do they chase down Flirt? Do they go for the Baron? No, they're going for the middle lane inhibitor. In fact, they might not even be doing that. They might be going to look to end the game. They have a bit of a wave building in the bottom side. They are going to go towards the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. A more tempered, sensible play here. They have a wave here as well. They might be able to push this one all the way through. Once again, it's only the two-man defense against four. Will Mokro and Flirt Mechanics be able to do what Kiana and Poro were able to do earlier? And not looking likely right now because Flirt Mechanics is down. The Lucian is down. That is huge now. Hex looking to end out this game here. If they're able to secure this, they will go 2-0 and they will take sole possession, at least for now, of first place in the Vespyr Premier League.
Wow, and what an exciting game this was. Both sides had their moments, both sides had plenty of opportunities, but in the end it comes down to a 50-minute Baron fight. And honestly, those games are the best to cast, because those games are the ones that keep you on your seat at all times. And honestly, I think this is the first time that Zenith has lost a series here. So that is yeah, really impressive play from Hex there, keeping, even though they looked like they were going to be losing the Baron fight there, they kept going, waited for the puppy to respawn, and then just went all in and won the team fight out of that. So really good
Yeah.
play from both sides, and a really exciting match to do.
Yeah, a really great game played by Hext in the end. I mean, it was so back and forth. Both teams you felt could have won it at any point, but it was Hext that came out with the 2-0 in the end. They managed to swing both of those very close battles in their favor. And Hext, now they're going to be first, and we'll see later in the day whether Epic Avalanche, who used to be called the Deadly Kings, will be able to take first spot back. You'd have thought so. They are playing 3 Hunter, which is a favorable matchup for them, but we'll have to see that one later. And we'll be back in a moment for game 2 of today, match 2, that is to say. I will not be joining you for that one. I believe, Daisy, you're still casting match 2,
I
is
will
that
still
correct?
be casting the second
Okay,
game,
so
yes.
yeah. Daisy will be casting, I believe, with Darth for that game. So see you around then. I will be back later on for the third match of the day. So see you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Laser here, joining me today for this series of Ground 6 going against GGSU. It will be nobody else but Daisy X.
Be me, and I'm still here.
Glad to have you here, and we're actually already into the champion select, so Ground 6 versus GGSU. GGSU at the top of the table against Ground 6, who still have to get a win, so it might be interesting to see what happens here. Nautilus and Lee Sin automatically banned away.
Yep. So fairly standard Nautilus ban. We saw it in both last games doing overall pretty well. So understandable that Ground 6 opts to ban the champion here.
Not a surprise, and the Poppy following up, so we're not going to see last game's matchup at all. Well, it was pretty funny, the keeper's verdict into the Dredge line, I have to admit.
Honestly, that it's one of the better tank sledge offs because both Nautilus and Poppy actually have fairly decent amounts of damage over a long period of time, so they can actually make some things happening. But both the tanks, both the common tanks in the top lane are banned out now. So unless something like Rammus or even Malphites gets picked up, we might be seeing a bit more carry-oriented top laners, which would be definitely an interesting change from most games, because you usually just see those tanks. And then the last ban is the Lulu.
I'm so happy for that.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I feel like the Lulu mid lane pick has been something of previous patches that currently there are other options that work a lot better. And I'm currently waiting for that last ban coming in from GDSU. They also banned away Yasuo from Blib, so we'll not be seeing those last breaths coming in here.
Yep. And what is the last ban going to be?
They're waiting. There's a Braum it's going to be.
It's
So
going to be a Braum. Okay, so this is actually interesting because this puts a really high emphasis on the Alistar, because right now Alistar and Braum are both the tier 1 support, so if you want to trade, you either want to get one of them. So actually Ground 6 opting to not go for that Alistar pick, which I think honestly is a bit strange. Gragas is a strong pick, but Nidalee is still open, Sejuani is still a really good answer into the Gragas, so there's really not that much priority on picking the jungle here, whereas securing that Alistar forces basically the enemy team to pick away the Kalista, and then you have Kalista against an Alistar, then they have to get something like Morgana or Thresh, which is all really awkward matchups into an Alistar. So strange fish pick by Ground 6.
well,
And,
Jungle
yep.
Prodigy is known for those Gragas pickups and to actually put him on a comfort champion. But I do agree that the Alistar would have been a great pickup, and it's going to be actually Gangplank, and at least going to be picked up in the first round for GTSU.
Okay, so no one valuing the Alistar yet. So Alistar Kalista is open, which is honestly right now the go-to bot lane. Like, this is the point where you just say fuck it and you insta-luck. So I'm hoping that they go for this Kalista Alistar here, hovering the Lucian. So going into the picks from GGS, I think the Gangplank first pick is honestly a bit of an outdated pick. Gangplank has been seeing repeated nerfs in the last couple of patches, and while he's still a pretty strong pick if you allow him to scale, it's more of something to round out your composition with if you need a scaling factor in either mid or top lane. It's not really something that you first pick anymore. Even though it doesn't have a lot of counters, it's just a very safe, non-pressure lane-oriented farmer. He still doesn't really do anything for you in the first 20 or so minutes of the game.
So it might
first
actually...
picking him, yep.
Oh, I would be surprised if there was a Bard in here.
Okay.
So Bard's going to be picked up together with that Sivir against the Lucian and Alistar combo in the bottom lane. So it might be a bit hard here for Sivir to go in against that.
Yeah, it's the Bard versus Alistar is actually a better matchup than the Bard versus Braum that we saw in the last game, because Bard is just going to be able to harass the Alistar into Kingdom Come in the first pre-6 basically, and because the Sivir is always looking to be pushing in, it means that they can just force Ground 6 to be under the turret 24/7, and whenever they leave the turret, there's going to be a Bard to punish and harass them. So that's definitely gonna be an interesting matchup to look out for. Meanwhile, the Hecarim and the Zed are locked in. Well, both are champions that you really don't see all that commonly. I'm going to be going out on a leg and say that the Hecarim is going to be top lane, even though some
Most
Gragas,
likely, yes.
yeah, Gragas top lane has been seeing some play. I don't think that's going to be the case because Fangray is also hovering that teleport ignites those teleport ignite summoners, which are, well, the only one that really plays them is Hecarim. So the Hecarim matchup picked, and now it's up to GGS to use that Gangplank flex, and let's see how well they manage to use that, because if you go with the Gangplank into the Z, you're just gonna get destroyed at level 6. Like there's honestly
Lissandra.
very little you can do. So it's gonna be a Lissandra. So most likely it's going to be the Lissandra mid against the Z, which is actually a really smart matchup from GGS, because that's like, if the Z shadows in and Lissandra ults him, then he's just dead in a team fight. So that forces Z to go on the Hex Drinker, and honestly it's a really good answer into Z. And then they opt to put the Gangplank top, which is actually a really good matchup for the Gangplank, because he can cleanse the Hecarim ultimate. So the Hecarim ultimate CC part actually won't do, or should not cleanse Orange the Hecarim ultimate.
Also, Merz is actually seeing a restart here. Might be something going wrong, but I would really like to see that Merz the Sandra, because last times we've seen that actually happen, it's been proven really vital in the comps. So apparently we are having some technical difficulties with Jirox. He will be back in just a moment. Meantime, I do believe we're going to keep the current picks as they are unless something happens. So I'm surprised to see that Zed being picked up here, especially if you know that Merza has been playing a lot of Lissandra in the previous games. Might be a bit dangerous to pick up that Zed if you know that they will counter it so severely.
Yeah, it's. I think that they just like I mentioned in the last matchup, Lulu is a champion that can go both top and mid, and that's exactly the same for Gangplank. So while the Gangplank mid is generally considered to be the most favorable Gangplank position, it's still very optimal to put him on the top lane. And I think that Ground 6 was honestly just not expecting the Gangplank to be flexed up, and they picked the Zed into the Gangplank, which is a really good matchup for the Zed, because he's just gonna get obliterated post 6. And then they were like, oh wait, they still haven't picked their top laners, they still have the option to put the Gangplank top, and the Gangplank top into the Hecarim is a completely fine matchup. Hecarim needs to apply a lot of early pressure to be able to be strong, and the Gangplank can just orange away the Hecarim ultimate CC, and there's fairly little they can do. The only thing that can be happening here is that is the level 6 or level 4 even dives on Gangplank, because even though Gangplank is really good at wave clearing, he is really immobile and super squishy, so he's very vulnerable to being dived. And with that Gragas, with the Hecarim, they have so much wombo combo to dive him under a turret, and if they manage to execute a dive correctly, then they're just gonna roll over him like post 6. So that's gonna be the main thing that Ground 6 wants to be looking out for. Whereas GGS is just happily to let the Gangplank farm, because they have the mid game mid laner, which is honestly just a very strong all around pick, and they have a mid lane they should be winning, and they have a bot lane that is going to be winning early. So GGS is just happily to be able to draw out the game, because their Sivir skills really good on 3 or 4 items, their Hecarim skills really good on 3 or 4 items. So what they want is to be drawing out the laning phase, be passive, be stalling, use the Elise to get some semblance of an early lead from the laning phase to maybe help them get through that mid game, and then just wait for late and wait for those team fights. Whereas on the other hand, you have Ground 6 who have a lot more aggressive composition. They have a lot of dive with the Hecarim, with the Zed, with the Gragas, with the Alistar, and they have really a lot of mid game with the Lucian and with the Zed and the Hecarim. So they want to be picking those mid game fights, and they have a team composition that can do just that, because the GGS Unicorns actually don't have all that much disengage. They have the Bard ultimate to prevent engage, and they have the Gangplank for disengage, and maybe the Sivir. But once Ground 6 is in there, it's going to be really hard for them to get out of fights. So the question is, are they going to be able to do that?
Well, indeed. So if you think that Ground 6 can take the first win in the series and get to that first win in the whole Vespyr League, go vote them on the Stroud poll for win Ground 6, that is. And on the other side, if you think GDS Unicorns are going to take another one for their record go vote for them. We'll be showing the results in just a moment. I'm actually really excited for this matchup, especially since GDSU have been showing quite a lot of potential, and they were also actually here in the season of House Party before we rebranded into Vespyr, showing they have actually been with us for quite a ride. While Ground 6 here, they really need this win as a boost of confidence. They've been losing a lot. Some games have been really close, but now they have to show up and show that they're actually not just lower tier, but mid tier, and that they can get into those playoffs. If they want to reach those playoffs, they have to start winning now.
Yeah,
And
and this straw poll shows that the voters majority think that GGS Unicorns is going to be able to take away this game, and well, the game will have to show well what's going to happen, I guess.
I wanted to say that the chat would probably be in favor of GGSU, but mostly that's the players themselves spamming. But actually, the most fans are coming here for you.
Yeah. Well, I just have one fanboy, and he's really vocal, and he should be getting banned right about now. But yeah. So, anyways,
Do you have a fan club?
I may or may not. Anyways, looking at the picks, I think that lane swaps might actually be occurring here.
Yes.
Because even like the what's it called, Ground 6 has a really unfavorable bot lane, because their Sivir is going to be pushing in 24/7, and Lucian Alistar doesn't have that much laning presence. While on the other side, GGS Unicorns has a top laner that if he doesn't get farm, he's going to get denied very, very much. So Ground 6 has a really strong incentive to try and get that lane swap. However, on the flip side of that, they really have a very poor level 1, so they don't want to be going for invades to place the deep ward, because if they face check into a bush with five of the GGS Unicorns there, and Sivir has W, Bart has his Q, Lissandra is gonna have Q, like all of these abilities do a lot of damage in the early game. So they're just gonna get destroyed. So ideally they want to be blind swapping at this point. And if they do that, it's up to the GGS Unicorns to make a heads-up play and say, hey, they probably have a comp that wants to lane swap against us, so we are going to counter lane swap.
They can counter it.
Yeah, they could counter it. So I'm expecting to see a 2v2, or if both teams do what they are, make the most intelligent choice, I'm expecting to see a 2v2 on the top side and a 1v1 on the bot side, which like I said, will end up benefiting the GGS Unicorns.
Well, for GGSU, it would indeed be best just go for the 2v2, because you don't want well, you could put Gangplank into a 1v2, but you just want to take him to the 1v1. And however, I do love Bard into 2v1 because he can be such an annoying nuisance, just constantly irritating the solo laner in that case. And he can also roam around and make some nice plays. But we are into the loading screen now in this first game of the series of Ground 6 versus GGSU. On the blue side, Ground 6 within the top lane, Thingderry playing Hecarim. Grag is being played by Jungle Prodigy in the jungle, Zed for the mid laner, Blib, and in the bottom side we see Lucian for El Goldo, and supporting him is Alistar for Epic.
Yep. So something interesting to note about the masteries is that the Sivir is actually using a different mastery than the Sivir from last game. So I like the Warlord's Bloodlust a lot more on Sivir, because it actually gives you some of that sustain that you need in the mid to late game. But he has opted to go for the other mastery instead. So the question is going to be how that's going to be panning out. So let's see what they're gonna do. Are they gonna cover? Are they gonna invade to try and get deep ward? So you see the pings from blue side. You see them pinging the top side. So even though they have the weak level 1 composition, it seems like they are going to be trying to invade the enemy team to get those deep wards and to make sure that they going to get the lane swap, which is honestly a very risky business, because if GGS had decided to stack up, which obviously they haven't, they're just spread out as 5, but if they had stacked up there, then it could be a really nasty fight for G6.
But Tara's already caught them out, putting the wall down there. They know they've been warded out, so they're just going to back off, just showing their mastery emblems. But I'm surprised they didn't put some wards out there themselves. You do have the numbers advantage here. You might as well just put out some vision here. Pings are going down. They know they're sticking around, and they probably know that also Hecarim is just lingering behind them. But they are going to back off for now. Just several wards out there. Meantime, this is actually GGSU taking the advantage, knowing where everybody is. They have no idea what on the bottom side is happening at this point.
Yep, and it's just a really smart reaction from GGS. I think I would have liked them stacking up top a bit better because they do have that one level 1. But having said that, this is a really good respawn as well, because not only did they get the ward in the tri-bush quick enough so they have full vision of what's going to happen, but they also managed to get some deep wards of themselves, which means that they are now able to see the 2v2, and they're able to match their own 2v2 lanes to them, and both are looking to get a camp. However, the Grump is actually usually a lot easier to take than
Yes.
Golems. And also they have the Bard, which is really strong at level 1, taking level 1 camps, because he's
The
just able to
Meeps.
stun it, and yeah, Meeps just do a lot of damage. Oh, it seems like we're going into a pause, but overall, I think that GGS definitely has the advantage from the level 1 play here.
So it still seems that Jiraxia is having some technical difficulties, so we'll be continuing that in just a moment. But I just want to go in on that Bard indeed. With the level 1 stun, of course, and of the meeps from his passive, it's just brilliant how much pain he can cause with that Cosmic Binding. But as we said, it's going to be the 2v2. I'm surprised, though, that they're not trying to have a lane swap coming from Ground 6.
Yeah, what I think was that what that Ground 6 was trying to counter the countermind game, so to speak, because they knew that GGS knew that they were going to be this is going to be a bit deep, but they knew that GGS knew that they were going to be top. So they were like,
Inception!
okay, they know that we're top, so they're probably going to send their duo lane top, which means that if we go bot, that means that we get to play there against their duo lane. And GGS was just having none of it, so they were like, okay, well, let's just invade and get standard lanes. And honestly, they might have been able to pull that ruse off had they not had the 2 red wards near the red buff and the golems. So because
The vision saved them.
yeah, because G6 ended up showing really early there, it ensured that the bot lane of GGS would have been able to get there, to get to the bot lane fast enough and actually get the 2v2 that they so much desire. And the game is back.
So they handed the Grump off to Bard to get him that easy level 2, so they can put quite a lot of aggression here, and also how Hylia now getting that level 2. Goldo and Epic will have to be quite careful here if they do not want to get called out into an early kill. Meantime, in the top lane actually, Fengder is taking a lot of damage from Atara.
Yeah, and well, like expected, the Sivir with the camp is pushing in with the ward, and well, starting to build up a little bit of a CS lead. So, yep.
But Tara here is putting quite a lot of pressure onto Fengder. He's already going down on that corruption potion, so I would expect the junglers to come around this lane sometime soon. Fengder is going really low, Grasp of the Undying, he's just holding onto clutches, but meantime, Grags is making a little invade into that jungle, he's going topside.
Yeah.
Oh, Epic.
Oh, wow.
He flashed in, he missed the pulverize, but now Elgol is putting the ultra attacks onto how Hylia Party Pop is trying to be the front. Epic is going to back off, but now Matara is in trouble. Flash away, flash forward. He gets the body slam, but that's a missed cask. The ignite is ticking. Is it going to be enough? No, Matara survives.
Wow. So much action happening. Meanwhile, in the bot lane.
In the bottom line, they're actually going for it. Druxa is with them this time, but Party Pop is knocked into the turret. He's taking a lot of damage. Beautiful pulverize. First blood coming in for Lucian, but it's not done just yet. They want to do more damage, but they don't have it just yet.
So much action happening this early into the game. So, really unexpected gank by the Gragas top, because the Gangplank was banking on the Gragas just being more of a farm-oriented champion and not being there at that time, because he knew that the Gragas didn't start in bot lane, so it was kind of unexpected for Gragas to be top on level 3, because most of the time you just go blue and then red and do gank. But instead, Gragas did something that Gragas did similarly in the last game, where he only took blue and then he went. And then he took some camps in his own jungle, and I think he may have even taken a Rift Scuttler somewhere. And then he ganked top at level 3, just to get this cheese gank, just to maybe get his Hecarim ahead, who was honestly falling already quite far behind against the Gangplank.
It was a good idea indeed.
Yeah, it was really smart.
They did get the teleport off of Matara, so they could try to get something down in the bottom lane.
Yep. And then Elise kind of made a... well, honestly, I'd say a bit of a mistake, because you know that this Gragas is
Party Pop's
top
getting
goal.
called out. Pulverize is taking a lot of damage. He'll come through. Ignite is onto Party Pop, and now Elise is here again. Goldo has to flash away. Cocoon does not connect. Mid lane now. Murder taking super amount of damage. flashes away, ignites, but there comes the shurikens, and with the Razor Shuriken, he will be giving another kill to Zed.
Yep, and so much happening in this action-packed game. Few things to notice. Like the Elise had the opportunity to go for that red buff there, because if the Gragas opts for that early cheese gank top, then he leaves his red buff completely open, and Gangplank should be saying, okay, he has only blue buff, he hasn't taken the red buff yet, you're on red buff side, just go invade, take that red buff, and Gragas is super far behind. Like you get almost the full level of that buff. Instead he opts for a slightly dodgy bot lane gank, which and he ends up getting outplayed on. Anyways, let's see what else is happening bot lane. So,
Well, we did see Fangor using that teleport, but he didn't get anything off that gang. Meantime, Matara went to that top side and got quite the CS lead, but now Jungle Prodigy is going on to him. Matara is pretty low, has to be careful. That barrel does not do too much damage. Jungle Prodigy with that red buff is doing a lot of work. The slow from that cask. Is he gonna do it? Fangor is coming in, they're gonna dive this turret. No, they're not.
maybe
Fate.
not today. Yeah, that was such a close fight, and Matara really using his barrels well to speed up and saving his. Oh wow! Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
In the mid lane, we do see Murza is having a lot of trouble here. Blip getting that level 6, using that death mark, but not getting the kill just yet.
yep, and really smart identifying from the Zed that he is level 6. He has just bought. He got the kill earlier on the gank. So he's going to be able to abuse that Lissandra very hard, and the Lissandra has to go chugging through her potions now.
Does get level 6 now, so should be a bit safer if she wants to escape or actually go in. Hecarim is really deep into the jungle here, so Droxay is pretty low, but he's simply just going to have a little check, seeing what camps been done, so probably knows that Droxay just did those camps.
Yeah, and honestly, Jiraxay now has a very good opportunity to gank mid lane, because the Zed tried to all in the Lissandra, and now he doesn't have his own ultimate, whereas the Lissandra is really good at setting up ganks. You can E in and press ultimate, press root into Elise Cocoon. There's no way that's going to be able to survive that. So I'm really expecting this Elise to come mid right now, and oh wow! Meanwhile, the dragon is happening.
Dragon's being taken away. Jungle Prodigy will be taking that one here for his team, and actually GTSU is none the wiser of it. But as you said, Elise is making his way to the top lane. Matara is putting some damage onto Feng there. They do not know that Elise is there. They have no vision whatsoever. Jiraxa here at the brush at the side. Are they going to try to dive this turret? Yes, they are. Jiraxa is running in. Does not get the cocoon off. Feng there is just going to walk away. No harm done.
Yeah, a really good decision making by GGS there, identifying that they took the dragon, so Gragas must be bot, which means that we can try and make a play off of meanwhile in the mid lane.
He's taking quite a lot of damage. Deathmark coming through, has sees a frozen tomb onto herself here. The Shuriken a bit late, Ignite is ticking. Can they try to turn this around? Murder. He has to use the shadow away and both get away with Slither of Hell, but Elise is around the corner. But he can just use the shadow once again. Droxay proving a threat, but not enough.
Nope, it's close though. Was a really good fight, and if you like you see, Zed currently has his ignite just came up. So had he been slightly more
patient,
more patient, he would have 100% won that fight, because he uses ignite to get the kill previously on the when Gragas ganked his lane. Oh wow! Meanwhile in the bot
Epic
lane,
is going on to Hylia. Party Pop, that's the unbreakable will coming through. The stun stopping him for now, but Hylia and Party Pop are not on the same page. That's a heal coming through, has to pop on the hunt, but gets away for now. Ignite was popped, but there was something wrong in the communication there. It was this Party Pop and Hylia not communicating well.
One said no and the other said go. Like that's the worst thing that can happen in a bot lane. And honestly, they had plenty of opportunity to back off with the Bard portal, and Hylia ends up just going by himself and honestly losing a lot of his health in a completely needless manner.
Would have been enough to take the magical journey there, so...
Yeah, and like the interesting thing here is that GGS opted to take this Elise, which is commonly like this really strong level 1 to level 10 or so.
Oh,
meanwhile, the top lane...
onto Matara. Matara is pretty low, Ignite is ticking here, flashed away, here comes the onslaught of shadows. Matara is going down, Finger picks it up.
Yep, and honestly, that's just a mistake from Matara. Like he had his orange. He could have very easily saved the orange till till the Hecarim ulted and just happily walked away. But he ended up using his orange before for healing, and then he didn't have it when Hecarim ulted him, and he got destroyed. Just not respecting the level 1 or level 6 Hecarim damage. Yep. However, like I was mentioning, usually you have this Elise, which is a super strong early ganking champion, and you have a Gragas, which is just a champion that wants to be farming. However,
how
this game,
Julia.
oh hi Julia.
It's being called out here a bit, just annoying the hell out of him. You should recall that brush.
Just don't recall. Just don't recall in the lane, please. You give casters heart attacks if you do that. Care about your casters. No, but on this jungle matchup, it seems to be wow again.
They
action
really,
in the mid lane.
really don't want to give it
They
to
really don't want me to talk about jungles today. I'm gonna do it
at the
anyway.
end.
Alright. Normally Gragas is supposed to farm better, but we have an Elise who has 15 CS up on a Gragas, which is honestly remarkable. Like, Elise should be applying a lot more pressure. There's a lot of lanes where Elise could be doing a lot of work. However, she seems to be a bit head shy after the failed level 1 gank, which ended up getting the Bard killed. Oh wow, Mercer going in.
Mercer here is taking quite a lot of damage. That's a death knot coming to Frozen Tomb. So right at the end will be enough. That's a Razor Shuriken's not enough flashes away. Mercer, you're giving everyone a heart attack right now.
Yeah, and honestly, he could have capitalized very much on that Zed. Zed ulted himself into the turret, and then instead of just pressing ult on the Zed and watching him die on the turret, he ends up letting the Zed shadow away and then ulting himself.
Oh, party
meanwhile,
Droxay.
Wow.
Blip taking a bit of damage, it's slowed down. Droxay not just yet. Cocoon does not land, but Blip is taking so much damage, but Prodigy comes in, and the Tempered Fate will save everyone the time. Not really sure why Matara thought he should show up.
There was a party in the mid lane, and he was definitely invited.
Always a party with Party Bob.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say, even though it's 4-1 in favor of Ground 6 at this point, it's still even just because of all the CS leads that they have. Look at Matara in the top lane, 10 CS lead. In the jungle, about 12 CS lead. In the mid lane, 20 CS lead. They're just keeping up because of that CS lead, even though they're dying.
Yep. And honestly, this is what GGS is happy with. Like, even though they're getting behind in kills, they're just farming. They're just stalling out this game, waiting for that 30-minute mark when the Sivir and the oh wow, just going for a little bit of nope, nothing happening here. Oh no.
Nah.
I was like, well, this is gonna be a dive. Nope. Not
Yep,
today.
it is going to be a dive. Matara, you've been called out just again. Here comes the explosive cast. The barrel is going to slow him down. Matara is trying to get some health back with the grasp of him dying, but Jungle Prodigy gets away, gets the kill, and scores free.
Yeah, and this was what I mentioned in the pregame. This is the exact risk of flexing that GP to the top lane.
Oh,
You're
Droxay.
just so wow.
What are you doing? Droxay? Onslaught of Shadows. That's just giving it away.
Yeah, that's just Itsy Bitsy Spider just got kind of wrecked. Anyways, like that's what the risk is of that gangplank, and that's why you need to have really good vision coverage of the top lane once both Gragas and Hecarim are 6. And like you see, G6 using this really good pink ward in the tribush to deny the vision from GGS, and if the gangplank goes and clears it out, he gets ganked. And Hecarim tries to fight him, so he has to keep that pink ward there, which means that at any point in the game when G6 has the Gragas ult, he's just gonna go up top and collect his kills at this point.
But,
meanwhile, mid lane,
Deathmark being popped here, and pop goes the Mercer. No, Frozen Tomb is saving it for now, but Blip somehow does survive, and the kill goes to Jungle Prodigy.
Yep. So
Droxay, don't do it, Droxay. This is not probably a good idea. I just wanted to mention that this Hecarim reminds me of the Hecarim of end Season 4, early Season 5, the Huni, and like, it just reminds me of how painful the Hecarim was with the smites in the top lane.
yeah, Hecarim and Shyvana teleport smite. Like,
Yeah.
that was really painful. I'm honestly glad that Riot fixed that. Riot changed that.
Horrible patch.
Yeah. But anyway, going for the mid game, like I predicted that Zed would actually just rush some MR first, rush the
Hexblade,
Hexdrinker, and instead he's meanwhile.
Nope, misses a combo. Prodigy is taking quite a lot of damage. Party Bob jukes Vespyr, eh? But
Goes
now
over
Droxay has to jump over as well. Flashes everywhere.
Yeah, he goes over the wall with the Bard ult, and then it's like, no, the grass isn't greener on the other side, and then he just flashes back.
Oh, this is
Anyways,
not good.
Ghostblade. So Zed actually opts here for the Human's Ghostblade because, oh well.
Oh, here comes the
Dragon.
ultimate from... They're actually trying so much at the same time. Dragon is somehow still alive. They're gonna take it. It's up for round 6. But meantime, Hecarim went down. Same goes for Jiraxi. How Helios taking a lot of damage from El Goldo. Epic will be the sacrificial cow in this case. Mirza running for his life, but will be taken down by the Zed. And in the end, it's a 2 for 2. But still, the Dragon went to round 6.
Yeah, honestly, that's better from GGS than That's a better outcome for GGS than I expected because they took the top turret. Meanwhile, like, honestly, they had very little business fighting there. They knew that the Hecarim was there while their GP was pushing top. Like, you just trade a dragon for a top. You're the team that skills better. You're 4v5, so you're super happy making a trade like that. And instead, they end up going for a team fight, which honestly went well because they got really good GP ult, but it could have gone either way. And if had Zed been there earlier than Lissandra,
that would have been horrible.
Yeah, that would have been horrible. So pretty big macro mistake from GGS, but not capitalized because G6 is late to the party.
I do have to be fair. Jiraxi has been out of position most of the time, and those cocoons have not been landing. So I'm really doubting whether this Elise pick if it simply was. Perhaps Jungle Prodigy knew that Jiraxi would have gone for the Gragas and just opted to, instead of first picking Gragas, just wanted to put him off guard.
No.
I don't know, but it doesn't seem like Jiraxi is
It doesn't
comfortable.
seem to be working out. No.
Oh.
No.
Party Bob, does he want it? He's gonna get no.
No party day.
But Tara
Alright,
teleporting to the top lane.
Fairy, please cancel that.
Matara, no!
Why? Why?
Matara.
Wow.
Oh wait, he's alive!
Is he?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. There's no way. Like, you have
brilliant.
Gangplank, and he's like one of the most dive vulnerable champions, and then you teleport into his death and Hecarim. Like, Hecarim still has his ultimate up. Like, they could have taken him for breakfast and wow.
They're going in, Goldo might be in trouble, he's turning onto Helia, and the heal! It will be enough. Helia gets the kill onto El Goldo.
Yeah, and well, this game is just going wild at this point.
Yep.
Like there's no time for analysis, so let's just go to play-by-play casters.
Hey, I'm sorry, this is not my fault.
This is not your fault, but
God, diving in the middle, uses the Unbreakable Will, is trying to save the turret. They succeed because Helia goes blip. He wants Helia deathmark, but it's counted. Nonetheless, he gets the kills out to Party Pop, gets the magical journey. No matter, he just goes for Jiraxi. This is insanity. Double kill. He's going for triple. Party Bob is there. He's going for it, but here's Mirza frozen to him. Blip overextends.
Yep. And well, that's just the strength of the Lissandra. If you're low, if she's able to kill you in one combo, there's really no escaping. Rip indeed. And like the strange thing is that even though it's 12-5, because of the better CS numbers on GGS, they're actually pretty much dead even. And they are the team that's looking to outskill. So even though G6 is getting all these kills across the map, and because GGS is able to trade objectives and trade CS and well stay farming, honestly, they're able to stay ahead. Like this 50 CS lead on mid lane is really the story of this game. Whereas the Zed has these 5 kills.
Oh, Matara.
Matara.
Look at my pony. My pony's amazing. He does get away with the flash this time, but next time he won't be so lucky.
Nope. Yeah,
this is sad.
Yep. But he is farming. He has the Trinity. He has this Trinity Force. Sure, Hecarim has his Trinity Force, and Trinity Force is honestly a lot bigger power spike on Hecarim than it is on GP.
Yeah.
But it's a sign of the times. This GP is slowly getting there, and because this game is so action-packed and kill-packed, the timer for GGS to actually start hitting their power spikes is a lot earlier than it usually is, so G6 really well.
Cannon Barrage, they're going on to Jungle Prodigy, the explosive cast got Helia away, but flashes forward, they're getting him, El Goldo is stunned up, they got him for him now. The turret goes down, he's trying to do as much damage as he can before going down, they get the kill, and now they can continue pushing, but Epic is trying to run rampant between them, and Breakable will be going down for the triple kill coming in here for Helia. Here comes the pony, he gets a Tara, but will he be getting away? Cocoon lands, and Party Pop is getting a kill. Meantime, Flip getting called out by Mirza. Deathmark, he does not have the Frozen Tomb anymore. The Grump is coming in, gets the Zonia's Hourglass to deny the kill.
Yeah, and this is why that Hex Drinker is so big. Like, if you look, Hex Drinker is now on cooldown, Zed is on 10% health. That's exactly the health that
Yep.
he would have lost otherwise had he not had this Hex Drinker. So I'm really glad that he opted to go Hex Drinker and probably Maw as the second item. I think he should have gone for it on the first, but it seems to be that his Yomu's Ghostblade and the extra mobility that item gives seems to be paying off like pretty much all across the map.
Oh, Zed, I feel
Oh,
so sorry
Zed.
for you. Oh, teleport coming in. Thing there is. Nope, not happening. Might have been a bit too early on that cocoon. And Droxy, well, yeah, goodbye. Oh wait, no, might get away with repel, and never mind.
Spider gets trampled into the ground.
Horse beat spider.
Yes,
Nature,
unfortunately.
Darwin is proving it again.
Yep.
So we've actually got a lot of we've got a lot of Darwin in here because now the cow is coming in. How Helia's running for his life. Fat man, run, run. But
Yep.
oh, pony, Murder here in the middle, is taking a lot of damage. Has to use that path device to get out of here. The glacial path. My apologies. He's not. They're trying to get some positioning here, but it's just such a chaos.
Yep, this game is really chaotic, and honestly, I think that at this point in the game, Sivir being almost on his free items now,
Yep.
like soon G6 won't be able to take all these chaotic fights, and they need to have a comprehensive game plan or on how they are going to be winning this game, or at least getting a really good lead in these next 5 minutes.
Well,
and I
they are
guess
going
that
to get
getting
a
the
dragon.
third dragon is a really good start off that, because it does open up the. Oh wow!
Oh,
meanwhile.
Blip. Deathmark onto Murza. He has to use a frozen tomb, and he's slowed down. Goodbye, Blip. Matara picks that one up. Meantime, they're now hunting after the rest of the pack. From the side, Murza is trying to make his way in with Matara. Cannon Barrage being used to slow them down. Murza is getting in there, gets a slow with that Icicle Shard. Tempered Fate does not connect onto Fengdere, but Jungle Prodigy will be the first one to fall. The Colleague is being popped, Elgordo will be going down. Epic will survive for now with the Unbreakable Will, but under that turret, he's not going anywhere. With another turret, with the double kill, it does seem that GGSU is pushing for victory.
Yeah, and they now got this game firmly in their hands. They're going to be picking up this inhibitor here. They're going to be backing. They all have 2 or 1.5
Well,
kickoffs.
Fengdere, he wants to do it! He
Not
goes
if
into
Fengdere has
Droxy,
anything to
gets
say
the
about
ignite
it.
onto him. Droxy is going down, the Sword of Shadow, double kill! Can he survive it now with the help of Blip? That's a shutdown here coming from Matara, but Gangplank goes down. Blip surviving for as long as he can, but the ace is coming in nonetheless. Jungle Prodigy, can he save the inhibitor?
Yeah, and GGS making the smart decision here after getting kind of, oh, honestly surprised by this Hecarim doing a lot of damage all of a
Yep.
sudden with his ultimate, and everyone just being stacked up and everyone being in there and, well, everyone being low. So, yep, Hecarim actually manages to save the inhibitor, which,
Somehow.
well, somehow, but still, GGS has a 7k lead right now, and even though 3 of them are dead, I don't really see how G6 is going to be able to make anything happen of this. They're getting pushed in
Yeah.
on all waves. They don't have any objectives they can take. Yeah, GGS just safely backing, quickly rushing Baron. Maybe they're afraid of the Baron. I don't know where the Elise is going. No, Elise not afraid of Baron.
No.
Just wants columns. Well, that's a noble
But-
purpose in life, if any.
Gangplank now does have that Essence Reaver, so he's surely, he's probably not going for the Trinity Force. So that point in which Hecarim is stronger than Gangplank is going to fade away soon. Once
Yeah.
that point is reached, this game is over. There's nothing to be done by then. Because currently they're surviving purely on the fact that Fengdere is a beast, and Blip can at least take surely out 1 target.
Yeah, and it's just going off of the like they actually have a fairly good 1-3-1 split pushing composition with the Hecarim on one lane and the Zed in another, and then having the Lucian Graves wave clearing. However, they're just not executing this. They keep going for this. Like they have a pick or team or split push comp, and they keep going for team fights against the team fight comp. And
Oh, Jungle Prodigy is
Oh,
being called
wow.
out a bit. Epic is trying to get in there.
Speaking of
Unbreakable
team
Will
fights.
can barrage the calling. All Sword of Shadows on the 4 men. Fengdere is taking lots of damage. Will be the first to fall, but Matara, how much damage could he do? Murder's in the middle with the Frozen Tomb. Epic will be the next to fall. Elgordo is trying to flash around, surviving as long as he can. Drox is going for him. Alistar next to fall, double kill for Elise. Elgordo will be haunted up by that Elise, but she underestimated his damage. Elgordo party pop once it, has he enough meeps? He has enough meeps! Portal combat! And now Jungle Prodigy is trying
got
to get
best
party
moves,
pop.
baby.
Party pop, run for your life! He dodges it. Is he getting away?
He got away! Holy shit, that team fight. Alright, like, these are the types of team fights that GGS really wants to be winning. Like, the Alistar engaged way too early. Sure, Hecarim got a Foreman ultimate, but he was dead before.
No pulverized knock up.
Yeah, no pulverized knock up. Hecarim was just dead before his team was able to respond, so... Mostly off of the back of Blip landing some really good assassination. I think he killed both Vespyr and Gangplank in that team fight actually. So he is like the sole saving grace for this team at the moment. But they need to start identifying that. Well, they shouldn't be winning these team fights. They are winning them, but somehow, like logic dictates that they shouldn't be winning team fights at this point in the game. So they need to start going for that 1-3-1. And
but hey, somehow Party Bob got the kill to Blip.
Yeah, I mean,
just
somehow.
roll with it.
Yeah, it's like protect the support type of composition, but
Hey,
yeah.
I've heard theories about this, the ADC Bard.
Alright. Please enlighten me.
ADC Bard, get the movement speed, get the cooldowns, get more meeps, and just keep hitting people with meeps. I can see it happen.
It's happening right now. Bard is AD carrying the hell out of this game.
Inhibitor, will it be surviving long enough though? Jungle Prodigy is trying to make his way in from the side. If they can get a good chain CC with the knockups from Alistar, with that explosive cast, and of course Fenrir jumping in with the install of Shadows, they could get enough chaos for Blip to really start going around assassinating people. Now Epic is trying to make his way in. Fenrir, they're going in. Now Party Bob is in the middle of it. Cannon barrage. Explosive cost get it back. They're going for Hauhelia. Hauhelia's taking so much damage. Will be taken down. Mercer here gets a kill onto Fenrir. Droxy is the next to fall and does seem to somehow ground 6 are standing their grounds.
It's happening again. Like, I think Hauhelia at this point he should have a QSS. Like, he keeps getting killed by his Zed. He keeps getting assassinated, and he should be identifying that if he builds a QSS and there's... Oh, wow! Sneaky Gangplank ult from the Gangplank barrel from the side that no one really saw coming. So yeah, Gangplank should hopefully now be able to build himself this Infinity Edge, so he's going to be getting those crits. Those crits are going to be hurting. But yeah, it was just a repeat of last fight, honestly. Alistar and Hecarim going in too early and then just killing the entire backline without anyone really being able to interfere with him. They
5 seconds till Dragon.
Oh, Dragon coming up right now. This is still a win condition for G6.
Yes, this is
they are
Dragon.
getting this 4th Dragon here.
Unless Tempered Fate is coming in. Tempered Fate is stopping the Dragon for now. Hauhelia is there. 3,000 HP, 2,000, 1,500. He steals it! No 4th Dragon, they're going in! Fangder is trying to run havoc in the middle. Hauhelia will be going down. Meantime, Matara at the side trying to stop Jungle Prodigy and Epic Fenrir onto Jiraxi and Party Bob. At the side, the calling hitting nobody. Jungle Prodigy is down. Fenrir locked up by the tomb. Murder is still alive, will be going down now, but the main damage deal for now is Matara. He's still alive. Blip's coming in. The knock up, the double kill. And somehow, round 6, even though they lose the dragon, they win the team fight with an ace.
Really good play from everyone in round 6, honestly. Hecarim getting who he wants again. The Vespyr getting completely shut out of the game by this Hecarim this time around. And Alistar might die. No, Alistar is still fine. All right. Now they are going to be at least getting this turret and probably going to get the next turret. So that's actually pretty large gold influx for G6 here. So they are completely back into the game. Like, they are winning these team fights off of just the Vespyr not having a QSS right now. So Vespyr needs to be going for this QSS as soon as possible.
Yes,
like,
please.
Preferably 2 items ago. So that's going to be the swinging point. And the Hecarim or the Gangplank still doesn't have his Infinity Edge. So once he gets that, he should be able to just crit someone, honestly. Like, that's how Gangplank works. Yeah, alright, I see someone bought a quick... No, wait, it's a Zed that bought a Quicksilver Sash. Almost. But that is gonna enable him to be assassinating a lot
Jungle Prodigy.
Well. Jungle Prodigy.
Just having a peek here. They're just throwing things at each other, just take the first thing that comes to mind and just throw it at them. But now Party Bob here, he actually runs past Party Bob here now. with a magical journey, gets the stun onto that Vengere. But Draxay, well, thank you, Gragas, that's very much appreciated. With On the Hunt, he will be able to escape, but that's already quite a lot of ultimates popped.
Yeah, and Lissandra
Not quite
just
the damage.
well.
Oh, that's actually the death mark only onto Elise. That's all who you want. Who he is staying alive. They got the Tempered Fate and the Cannon Barrage. This is perfect for GGSU. Zed is at the side, gets away somehow, but Merza gets the Frozen Tube out the Vengere. He's running away, but they're on the run. GGSU are trying to take control back of this game. Wow.
This is going to be an inhibitor for sure. It's about what's going to happen after they take this inhibitor, because GGS is actually really low health. So if they stay and they allow G6 to be back and pick a fight with them here, it could be very disastrously wrong.
Magical
However,
journey.
if they leave and if they go back now, then they open up the Baron completely for G6. So GGS has to make a really smart call now, probably sending a few of their members back so they can regenerate health while the more healthy members stay and try to defend Baron. And or you just take half Zed's health with a Gangplank. That works as well.
That works as well. Just keeping Matara at the side, being annoying. Well, that's basically one of his main attributes to Gangplank, just being very annoying. Oh, Vengere might be called out here a bit. Draxay still alive somehow. Nope, never mind, he's gone. And now Bot has to get out. Blip gets away with the Quicksilver Sash. Meantime, Epic is trying to make his way in. Matara gets taken down. This is big. Aurelia is still alive, however. Can he save the game? Merza running for his life. Explosive Cast will be stopping and Frozen Zoom Bomb to himself. Aurelia, your positioning needs some work. Tempered Fate, I don't know whether this is the best of things. Yes, he gets out! Now Epic and Vengere, they're trying to tank up as much as they can from the damage. Zed has to back off, and in the end, they just get 2 kills, but nothing objective-wise.
Yeah, they should be able to take a Baron here. Like they still have relatively high time on the Gangplank, and honestly, the Baron doesn't deal that much damage. Or it still deals significant damage, but not that much this late into the game. And the Gragas has a lot of sustain and a lot of tankiness. And
oh, Aurelia?
Oh.
No,
Are we
he does
going
not want
to
it.
see the Sivir assassination? No, not today.
Not today, but soon. When you
But
play the
soon.
Game of Thrones, you win or you die.
Yeah, or in this case both.
Yes,
I'm
most of the
very
game.
sure most of the games been both winning and dying from
what-
both sides here.
We're pretty close to the 2 kills per minute mark, so
Yeah.
if we can get another team fight, that would be great.
If you guys could be so kind. Well, judging from this game, they will be so kind, and they're
Yeah,
going
man,
double
yeah,
prodigy,
double
baby.
prodigy, thank you very much. I love it when people listen to their castles. Epic throws in a bonus. They call for a mistake, they're going to serve it up now in McDonald's. Vengere trying to wrong havoc at the top here. Golden gets in the Tempered Fate. That's a 3-2 man actually. Merza gets down. Aurelia trying to run away. Vengere goes down as well. Epic running for his life. Goodbye, Cal. El Gold is the only surviving 2 for 4. I'd say that's pretty much in favor of GGSU.
I think that is going to be the game for GGS.
Maybe.
They have,
sad.
they have a Sivir, and in spite of the Sivir still not having QSS, she does deal pretty good damage against minions and turrets, so
That QSS really tilts you, doesn't it?
that QSS really tilts me.
Draxay, I would not tank that turret. It might be a bad idea. El Gold is trying to do as much as he can. The super minions are going down, but if Zoe's the first Nexus turret, he's going on the party bomb. El Gold is still pretty healthy. They should probably back off now.
Yeah, with the Jungle Prodigy coming back up, and honestly, Lucian playing well, positioning himself in such a way that they have to choose either between him or the turrets,
Yeah.
and well, managing to fend off the push. So because Elise got the smite on the previous dragon, it's actually not 5th dragon right now, but this is the 4th dragon, and if G6 is quick, they should be able to take this dragon without the threat of losing Baron, because
6-minute death
GGS
timer.
Yeah, GS has to recall on several members. So if they rush quickly, they should be able to take this dragon, which seems to be
Draxay's
exactly
trying to
what
run
they're doing.
interference. Maybe he can stop them long enough for his team to arrive. Matara and Merza are here. Vengere is getting a 4-man all sort of shadows, but Zed stopped at the Tempered Fate. Cannon Barrage in the middle. This is a real mess. They're trying to get as many members as they can. Matara running for his life. Merza's in the middle, has to use the Zonias. And somehow El Gold is at the front, gets the double kills, going for the triple. The Cosmic Binding will stop him from now, but that's 4 members, and most likely Dragon number 4, putting a 6-minute timer on this game.
Yeah, and then this is also probably going to be the Baron. Or they don't have. normally they could take an inhib of this, but they really don't have any way set up. Like their
No.
top lane is sure it's pushing in their favor, but it's on their side of the map. Bot lane is on their side of the map. Mid lane obviously because of the down inhibitor on their side of
Yes.
the map. So it's going to only quote unquote be the Baron. But this does set up
Oh, party bop.
G6 for a really good next team fight.
Hey Daisy, do you
Yes.
believe?
That he's gonna figure out that building QSS against Zed is a good idea? At this point,
Most likely.
probably.
They do get the Baron, but somehow Party Bob was a non-factor. I cannot believe.
Yeah, that
But I'm
Doran's,
su- I'm
that
surprised we
Doran's
didn't-
grenade tilts me so much. Oh my god.
But I'm surprised we did not throw the Baron. Like, I was actually sort of expecting some Baron throw some game. So far
Bard
we
Baron
haven't had
seal?
it. Man, maybe.
Yeah, like we've seen a Janna Baron seal at some point. I'm sure Bard
Yeah.
can do it better.
I've had a Lulu Baron. I've stolen Barons with Lulus and with Caitlyn, so why not with Bard? Bard should
Yeah, I
work.
mean, Bard probably deals a significant amount of damage with his Q right now.
Stasis
Bard-
everyone, and then just slowly but surely gets a Cosmic Binding, watch them all cry golden tears when you steal away their hopes and dreams.
Yep, that's exactly what Bard does. He might look like this nice old man who's just happily walking away, but secretly he's stealing all their hopes and dreams.
I bet he has like one of those teachers' bottles with students' tears on it. That's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy he is. Anyways,
Baron up
G6
minions in the
trying
mid lane.
to use the Baron up minions to push out the mid lane. Or maybe they prefer some jungle right now.
It's sometimes really hard to know what they're thinking because honestly, I have no idea anymore. They're trying to get some vision out. They're just trying to catch someone out, but I don't think GGSU will fall for this trick.
They're waiting for the Z to push
Ah.
up. Like they're going into this 1-4, which is honestly fine. It's just they kind of should have pushed away first before they group, because now they're kind of just in
Probably.
this position where they're standing like, okay, we're waiting for the minion wave. Well, what are we going to do? Well, let's just go bot and push the minion wave. All right, well, I guess we could do that. And like that gives GGS all the time in the world to react. And right now you see them
guys.
here.
Guys, team. Oh, my team's here. Never mind.
Alright, team. 404 team has been fun. There we go with the Bard. Q. At this point,
believe-
GGS should just give up this turret. Like,
most
G6
likely.
has so much diving potential here.
Well,
that
with the
it's
cannon
really
barrage.
Risky, yeah. Lissandra maybe.
Oh, at the top side.
Oh,
He's going
wow.
in, Matara here. Cannon barrage coming through. Matara going down. This is big. This means that Zed can pre-push this one if they don't send someone there.
They have to give up this turret now. Like, there's
Yes.
no way that they're going to be able to
Oh,
defend the turret.
Mercer being chased by Shangdare. Ignite is ticking. He's going to use his zone. But that's a three-man non-sort of shadows. This is big. Shangdare is going to be slowed down here. In the middle of them, they get Epic is tanking that turret. That's another man down. Meantime, Zed is coming around. Blitz will he save the day here? Shangdare is trying to be the front man. Body Bob and you're just so low. Godlike for a Goldo. This is going to be the game. If
Well.
not, I'm going to be tilted.
At least Sivir has lost Whisper, boys.
The tilt is real. Oh, that temper trade will be stopping him for just a bit. And I'm just waiting for someone to do something heroically. Like that.
Like
Goodbye,
that.
Sivir.
And
Dive-
the
dive the
GGs are
fountain.
cold, and this makes it 1-0 for
Dive the
G6.
fountain! Oh,
No diving for you, unfortunately.
GG, well played. And the first game of the season will be going to round 6. We'll be back with the second game in just a moment, so sit tight and don't touch that browser.
explain the fear. No longer anyone calls my name. I don't know where to go, I don't know what to see. Everyone surrounds me, I don't know who to be. Down, 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 down. My life is going round, 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 round. Oh, 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 why can't you see? Got a guardian watching over me. Oh, 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 why can't you see? Got a guardian watching over me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game in this series. Dark Laser here again with Daisy X, and we're getting our first bans in here. Lee Sin will be banned away straight away for Jungle Prodigy. And
Again,
Nautilus.
same bans from both sides so far.
Oh, come on, guys. Be original at least.
Well, if it works for G6, then why change the winning plan at this point? And I think that for GGS, the target bans on the Lee Sin. No, wait, sorry, never mind. The bans on jungle were working out pretty well. Only 6 seconds remaining for the G6 ban.
Corky.
Okay, opting to ban the Corki now. That's an interesting change. Corki wasn't banned and wasn't played last game.
I do agree on it, though.
Corki's a really strong pick at the moment.
Yep.
It's tier 1 priority in LCS right now.
Mm-hmm. I do have to
And-
say,
yep.
I have to make this joke as just once. Like, after their first win, they must be fly like a G6. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, alright. I'm glad you make it only once, I guess. Let's see, what is going to be the
Rude.
next ban? So Gragas being banned, alright.
Finally, we do not see the Fat Man, so now they're both probably forced onto something they don't like, with Lee Sin and Gragas being out, and Lulu, of course.
Yeah. Alright, so what do you think is going to be a viable first pick here? There's just so many alternatives up at this point. Like, the Kalista is up, but no one picked Kalista in the last game. Poppy is still really strong. Poppy was heavily contested in the ban phase last game. Maybe the Poppy. Nidalee is still really strong jungler. Okay,
Ah.
GGS opting for that Nidalee, which is honestly strange because last game it felt like Droxy was very much out of his element playing Elise. Whereas the Nidalee, is arguably just a stronger jungler, and honestly, it was just a weaker. Whereas the Elise, which is just a weaker version of the Nidalee, with Nidalee open, there was really no reason not to pick it last game.
Braum is open this time, so they can pick
Yeah.
that one up, especially with Illusion. The concussive blows with, of course, that piercing light is going to do massive amounts of damage. Just such a good synergy, and Elgolda did a very good time on that Lucian last game. So why not with the light slinger? Let's just go again with it. And
Yeah.
I do agree. Like, why go? Nidalee would have actually been a pretty good one for last game as well, I believe.
Yeah,
and it's-
Nidalee is like by far one of the best junglers at the moment, so there was really no reason not to pick it up. So let's see what is still open here. Like they have
Alistar?
Kalista open, the Alistar is open. Like they could again just pick up Alistar Kalista. I think that's just a really strong bot lane, but I would guess that Hahulia doesn't play
most likely.
Kalista here.
Elsa Callisto would be so strong against this.
Yeah,
It could be an Ezreal mid. It is possible.
it is possible. Ezreal mid has been seeing some frequent play, and I know there's a lot of people who are challenger in solo queue who very frequently play Ezreal mid there. So it's definitely still a workable pick. It's just most likely it's going to be in that bot lane. However, the risk of running Ezreal Alistar is that they kind of want to do different things
Yes.
bot lane, because Ezreal is just kind of this champion who wants to wants to shift backwards and maybe
Kite and back
sidewards
off.
and kite, and Alistar is this one-stop shop all in. You either follow or you die kind of champion. So while they're both, like in theory you'd say, okay, this is a very good lane to just lane swap, and then Ezreal buys tier and then you swap again, and then you're just waiting until you're level 6. In reality they try to do completely different things.
Kindred. So Kindred in the
Okay.
jungle and Anivia mid. The bird's the word.
Yeah, the bird apparently is the word. So the Kindred jungle, that's something we haven't really seen that much today, and it's honestly something that we haven't seen that much at all. And honestly,
Thank God for that.
really don't like it into this Nidalee, because
Yep.
Kindred is one of those champions that is incredibly snowbally. Like, you need to get those stacks, you need to get those kills early, you need to abuse your early
The
1
attack
to
speed, yes.
10 1 to 10 damage. And Nidalee is just such a strong Julius. If Nidalee hits one spear
Rip.
on this Kindred, then it's just gonna be exit Kindred. So I think it's a really risky pick. Whereas GGS is Nidalee, even if the Kindred manages to win the early game against the Nidalee, then Nidalee is still going to be useful. Nidalee is still going to be healing, still going to be poking, still going to be assassinating people. So really risky Kindred pick, and I'm excited to see how it will play out. Meanwhile, in the mid game, the Poppy is picked, which is something I'd honestly expected to see a lot earlier. Poppy right now is incredibly strong.
Oh, I'm really happy to see this happen. Nerds are on the Twist of Fate going against the Anivia, so I do agree that Twist of Fate is a very good pick, but you have to be careful. First picking it might get you countered with an assassin, but against this Anivia, with the control mage in the mid lane, this could be a really good pick for Nerds to control both the top and the bottom lane for his team.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of potential for ganks, like on the top lane most likely,
Hashtag potential.
because Poppy has so much that she can do to initiate ganks. So if the TF is just able to follow up with that with a stun card, it's really good. However, the answer that Blip is going to have on this Anivia is that he's just going to be pushing in over and over again. He gets blue buff at level 6, and then you just push in the TF, and there's really very little that the TF can do. Sure, he has very good wave clear as well, but if the TF goes and teleports top, then he's going to lose like 2 free minions worth of 2 free waves worth of minions, and probably a lot of damage in his turret. So this Anivia pick, I don't actually feel it's that bad. Sure, it's not as good as a counter as an assassin, but it's still, ideally you want to be playing against low wave clear, low mobility types of champions as a TF, and Anivia has really high wave clear, so she's going to be able to push in this TF really well and just ask him the question: are you willing to lose 2 or 3 waves of CS just for a chance to get a kill on top or mid or top or bot? And then rounding out the composition for G6
It's
is
Noxus
going to be the
Executioner.
Darius. I really don't like the Darius here. It's good into matchup into Poppy. However,
With this,
GGS has just so much disengage. Like, they have the Nidalee that can jump away. Sure, TF is immobile, but TF is going to be having a lot of movement speed off of his Lich Bane. They have the Ezreal that can kite, so honestly this Darius is just going to get kited to Kingdom Come. And that's not what you want from a Darius, and they don't have any way of forcing GGS to engage into them. They don't have any poke, they don't have any backline, like long range. They don't have a long range AD carry, so it's just going to be have to be G6 going into GGS. And if that happens, then GGS just has the advantage because of the more flexible picks. But on the other hand, the Darius is really good against the TF ganks, because post 6, if you try to dive a Darius, that can go really, really, really wrong. So there's actually very little lanes that the TF can follow off on, because both the bot lane, even though they do have the engage with the Alistar, it's really not that strong off 6, and top lane it can be really risky, because if the enemy jungle counter ganks, then a 2v2 Darius is gonna win every single time.
Well, do vote on the straw poll if you believe that GGSU will get this into a draw, or will Ground 6 get their first win and not a draw in this Vespyr League. And that you, like, when you said about Ezra wanting to kite and Alistar wanting to go in, this just reminds me of the matchup in World of Warcraft where the hunter just keeps kiting while the warrior just tries to keep getting in. So I do see the problem in this bottom lane. So might this be reason for them to actually focus on that with Nidalee, or just putting some extra pressure there to make sure Ezreal does not fall behind?
Yeah, but like that's kind of the thing. Like, you're building this blue build Ezreal, so sure, Ezreal's really strong from levels 1 till 4, but once you build this tier, you're essentially saying, okay, I'm gonna be useless from level 4 till about 10 until you get the Muramana. So I think, until you get to Frozen Gauntlet. So I think that the Ezreal, like, she might be able to do like a really cheesy level 2 or level 3 or level 4 gank bot lane. into this Ezreal, maybe get some kills through that. But after that, this lane has actually fairly limited gank potential. Also because both Braum and Lucian are relatively mobile and relatively good at escaping ganks. So I don't really see any ganks happening in this bot lane.
Well, we'll have to see about that. I'm also pretty surprised. So we once again have this top side, Noxus versus Demacia. What do you prefer, Noxus, Demacia?
I really do not follow League of Legends lore. I know what it is.
Game.
I am so sorry. I
Noxus
don't know.
all the way.
I like Yordles though, so I'm gonna root for Poppy here. I think that's the way to go here.
Well, Demacia will get demolished here by Darius. Because
Alright.
Noxus the hand of Noxus will reign supreme most likely, but I do like this matchup, I have to admit. Poppy versus Darius, it proves fun.
It's gonna be really about smart ultimate usage by the Darius, because like the Poppy gets more resistances and more armor with the lower health she gets, and Darius is used to his dunk doing a lot of damage. So I think there's going to be quite a few times when Darius is just going to underestimate the tankiness of the Poppy and ends up using his execute too early, and because of that, I think the Poppy is going to get away a few times. Anyways, we're now loading up onto the Rift, so.
And here we are. So if you believe in blue, and you can still vote on the straw poll, because on the blue side we've got the GGS Unicorns with Battle Galia Poppy coming in here from Matara in the top lane. The jungler will be Jiraxe on that mid lane this time. Twisted Fate in the mid lane with Murza, and their bottom lane of Ezreal for Hyhelia and Alistair supporting for Body Pop.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, we have Fengdara and Darius in the top lane, Jungle Prodigy, well, name says it all, on Kindred in the jungle, and Blip on Anivia. And going on, we have the bot lane consisting of Elgold and Epic with a lot of L's in front of it, playing Bard Lucian, the trusted combo, which, well, it's always worse.
It's French for epic.
Okay, it's French for epic.
L'epic.
L'epic, okay.
Yeah, it's French.
I mean, it looks funny at least. So both teams seem to be grouping up as 5, so we might be seeing some invade action going on.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
This is gonna be so fun. I can already tell you.
Both teams actually have a pretty good level 1, because the Braum is really strong in level 1 scenarios.
Yes.
But so is the Alistar and so is the Poppy. So it's gonna be all about who gets to jump on who. Wow. Both teams.
And here we go. We get the first blows in Matara, taking so much damage. That's a concussive blow, flashes away. He uses the heal to survive. Party Pop is in the middle. They're trying to go for him now. Concussive blows once again. He has to flash away himself. Golos trying to get the kills in here. Murza, you have to be careful. That's the first blow coming in for Darius. Murza has to flash away. Murza now with the yellow card trying to stop anyone from continuing. And that's the first blow coming in here. It went on to Fengdere.
And honestly, this is less bloody than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
Luckily for GGS, they identified that they were going to be outmatched here and that they should be backing off. But the Braum passive just did so much work there. I think Braum got his passive off on 4 people, all of which forced at least a summoner or even a kill. So yeah, just the Braum showing why you don't invade against Braum. Like, Braum Lucian's such an amazing, like, this is the strength of the Braum Lucian, where Braum can just set up a stack and Lucian can just proc it into free auto attacks. However, on the flip side of this, we actually, because G6 was slightly late with backing, we have GGS taking a camp here, which should be able to equalize some of that some of that XP lead from the first blood kill.
You have to say, this is why people also always underestimate passives. Light Sling up as concussive blows gives such a great advantage in lane. So if you see a Braum Lucian, you already know that you're going to be playing on the backside if you want to go in early.
Yep.
They actually want to put some damage here. Goldo is feeling very satisfied with the early damage. In main some in the mid lane, we do see Anivia putting the pressure onto Twisted Fate. So with those assist goals, they can feel pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, and the first blood happening on the Darius, and the Darius managed to actually get boots off of that. So I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that he's not pushing his advantage more. Like, if he manages to freeze the lane here, this is really good for Darius, because he needs to be identifying right now that he is stronger. He has those boots. He is, well,
Oh,
unless
Matara's
he gets
going
knocked
in.
into a wall.
Fengder is getting a lot of damage here. He's going to heal back a bit with that grasp of him dying, but nonetheless, not that great for him. Jungle Prodigy making a gank in the mid lane. He's not getting enough. Flash Frost is coming in. The Murder does not have flash anymore. He'll be going down. Kindred gets a kill.
Yeah, and this is still an effect of that disastrous level 1 for GGS, because they had to use both the cleanse and the flash on the TF, so he was unable to flash the Anivia stun or cleanse the Anivia stun, so he just dies. And yeah, that's what can happen in level 1s. This is why Riot has decided to significantly shorten First Blood Gold and the time that teams have to go for level 1s, because level 1s, especially on this level, they can just mean the game, because everything is so snowbally here.
Especially when
Meanwhile-
you're playing against the Darius.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fengder finally trying to work something out of his lead.
Oh, Droxy is making
wow,
a gank
Droxy,
hit.
yep.
He's going actually for the blue buff. He's going to seal the way. Jungle Prodigy does not have mana, but does have that red buffer. Droxy doesn't care. He's got his blue buff. He's got his heal. Will be just backing away with a
and
happy blue buff.
This is exactly what I talked about in the pregame. Like, even though the Kindred here has already has his what's it called? Already has an item, and he has his first blood
Right,
advantage.
Skirmish Saber.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Skirmish Saber, thank you. And he has his first blood advantage. Nidalee is still able to just invade him and, well, take his lunch money, honestly. And there's very little that the Kindred is going to be able to do against it, because the Nidalee is just so much stronger. It
Oh,
really hits.
Matara.
Oh, wow.
It's taking so much damage. The Hand of Noxus, well, this is just being painful, and the bleeds are really helping him out there. So
Yeah.
he did use his last spot. I just
Last,
completely lost myself. Proc of the corruption potion. There we go.
That is
Well,
what you were looking for.
in
Like,
Blanco is
honestly,
difficult.
the most impactful thing in that top lane was the minions. Like, Matara was trying to trade into a very large minion wave. So Fengder is
Oh,
there.
doesn't get the
Oh
stun.
wow, doesn't get stun.
Trying to turn it
We're
around
gonna
now.
go
He
all
gets
in
pulled
on
back
this.
in. Fengder is not done just yet. The bleeds are happening. If he was level 6, that would have been a
That would have been a
painful
kill.
kill.
Yep. Oh well. Meanwhile, Nidalee coming top as well.
Yeah, what's new Pussycat? She's going to make a lot of difference. They flashed away. Matara is still wanting to go for it. Never mind. Bit of a miscommunication between Drox and Matara. But they do have to be careful. Prodigy is hanging around, so if they did continue, that might have ended badly.
Yeah, and you'd never want to take a 2v2 against the Darius, especially this late into level 5
Party
when you
bop.
can just randomly party bop. Nope.
He wanted to be sneaky, but it's hard to be sneaky when you're like a 6-7 feet cow.
Not only a cow, he's a football playing cow. Very
Does that
special
make
kind
him
of cow.
larger?
Usually football players are quite large, I'd say.
And he's wearing flashy colors. It's like hard to like blend in camouflage with nature
Yeah.
when you're playing white and blue.
Like how does the Tauren hide in a bush?
Oh, Droxy, he might be in
Oh.
slight
Oh,
trouble.
wow.
He gets hauled back in. You're not going anywhere. Jungle Prodigy. Flash forward from Matara. They're turning onto Jungle Prodigy. He's going super low. Droxy in trouble here goes down. And Matara does not get the kill onto Jungle Prodigy, but here comes a Crystallize, stopping Matara in his tracks for now. Matara running for his life, gets slowed down. Fengder says, you're not going anywhere. Comes the haul in. Flash Frost. Here comes a haul in. Matara and dead.
Bit unfortunate that Darius only hit level 6 off of that, because otherwise
Yeah.
he would have been able to capitalize on that a lot more.
He
Interesting
did-
though how the Anivia manages to get to a fight in the blue side jungle before RTF. Like that just should be happening at this point, but it happened, and honestly G6 has a pretty convincing lead at this point.
At some point we did predict there would be ganks coming from the mid lane, and we just did not specify which one.
Yeah, it's like our predictions are amazing. Let's just keep it like that.
It's kind of odd when one of the slowest champions there is, without boots, get in there before a teleport.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
Magix.
I'm not sure. He might not have been 6 at that point, but still.
No, he
it's
was
just-
6, he
it's-
was
6,
out of
okay.
mana.
Alright, it's just, well guys, I'm sorry, good luck, enjoy my Anivia.
Oh, Shuaxe might want to get another square up with Kindred, who's just around the corner.
And this is one of those really dangerous moments, because
Yes.
you now have a Darius which has 3 kills and is actually going to be dealing significant amounts of damage. And usually like you can't you can't
One
gank
thing-
Darius at this point. He can 1v2 Nidalee and Poppy at any moment. However, the thing is that Darius actually has a very high level one-on-one potential, even against something like a Poppy. So if you're farming under Driz Poppy, you're just gonna get apprehended sometimes, and you're gonna take like a very large chunk of your health in damage.
Well,
So-
you could technically gank. It would just prove to be very amusing for us.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Who,
technically.
who
you
doesn't
could.
like the 1v2?
I like my 1v2s, and I like my cougars dead and very.
Wow, that went suddenly pretty dark. So I'm not going to ask about that
All right,
because
that's.
I do not want
Meanwhile,
to
in
self-incriminate
bot lane-
myself. Oh, bot lane, we do see that Party Bob and Hylia are working their best, trying to get this pushed in. But meantime, Juaxe, Jungle Prodigy, they're just squaring off like, you take my blue, I'm gonna take back your blue. But apparently, yeah, that did not go as expected.
No, and honestly, I think let's see. Did they manage to transfer the buff to Anivia? I think that's going to be a key thing, because if the Anivia has the blue, then she's just going to be able to perma push in this wave, and TF won't be able to use his ultimate. So if they manage to get that blue on Anivia, that would be really big at this point.
But still, Twisted Fate is ahead in gold currently, about 200 gold still because of all the CS. So yes, 3 assists is nice. If you keep this up, TF will probably win against Nivea. Speaking of winning,
It's 1v2 time, boys.
1v2! Matara is taking a lot of bleeds, and now they just realize this might not be such a good idea. Matara trying to get away. Here comes the dunk!
And that is just Fangir laying down the law and explaining why you do not gank
Not
it
one-
Darius.
No, not 1v2 with Darius, people. It is dangerous, especially when he's very fed.
Yes, and also when he's not very fat, but particularly when he's very fat. Alright, lands the stun.
Murder, he's trying to just put under law himself here, but the bird is the word, that's not the law. Murder, thinking about trying to turn that around, but slight problem, there's a Kindred at the side. Meantime, the top lane, Fangir is having fun with the turret.
Yeah. And this opens up to Darius to...
Oh, Jungle Prodigy
okay.
and Murder, but Juaxe is here, but she's got no mana, so it's basically a cougar without anything else.
Right. So this turret going down opens up to Darius to go everywhere, and Darius wants, like, he has his Swifties already, and he has this Phage. So he actually, while he is supposed to be this Juggernaut who is super immobile and gets guided very easily, he actually has a high amount of mobility, because everyone else on the enemy team is currently on tier 1 boots, or in case of Poppy, he doesn't even have boots. So he's actually going to be deceptively mobile and
Oh.
going to be able to make...
Did
Wait, what?
No, she did not get the blue buff. Blue buff was taken by Jungle Prodigy. This is big.
Yeah, this is actually really big, because they need that Anivia to have blue buff, because then if Anivia has blue buff, she's able to permanently push in this TF, and that prevents the TF from just utilizing his ultimate, and with
Which he hasn't used yet.
which he hasn't used yet, and with Kindred, quote unquote accidentally, like I know scumbag junglers who do this all the time,
Whoops,
especially me.
sorry.
Yeah, and taking that blue buff off of the
Oh, he was
Anivia,
trying.
he's not going to be able to do that.
Murder was trying. He had his gold card pulled out. He was looking. You could try. You could try the 3v1 at the top lane. Who knows? 2v1 didn't work. 3v1
Yeah.
should work, right?
Sure, I mean 3v2 won't work, but
Hashtag logics.
hashtag if you're not killing it by force doesn't work, just apply more force.
And at the
like,
end, it's
this
just 5v1 and the 1v5 wins.
Yep. This is kind of just the thing with this Ezreal, where they have this TF, which ideally wants to be following up on really strong lanes, and then GGS has this Ezreal, which is just a really poor weak lane. And sure, they can engage with the Alistar, but they won't have enough damage to burst down something as tanky as a Braum. And both Braum and Lucian actually have fairly good disengage mechanics. So the options for the TF are really limited, even though he has a CS.
Oh,
meanwhile,
teleport coming in. That's Poppy. Matara making his way over. Slight problem. Nothing's going to happen.
yeah, but I see a counter gank maybe coming in.
Oh, Jungle Prodigy gets a slow to Droxay. Never mind. You have to
Yep.
note, Jungle Prodigy already has 3 stacks of that Mark of the Kindred.
Yep, really good, a good call by Matara to cancel that teleport, because he saw that the Darius was also teleporting in, and that he probably, meanwhile in the mid lane.
Oh, Mirza might be in a slight bit of trouble. Gets the proc off. Nope, never mind.
No,
I was
mind,
so
no
excited.
problem. Yeah, like unlike last game, this game is actually going fairly well for. Oh wow! Meanwhile, Alistar just doing things.
Oh, meantime, yes. Power Helium might be in slight trouble. He's out of mana, but Party Pop gets Goldo out of there. And this is going to be the two. I think this is a bad idea, guys. Remember how it went last time? Keep his verdict being used in. Oh, never mind. They learned it's going to be the 3v1 blast away.
Alright.
Meantime, in the bottom lane, though. Goodbye, Ezreal.
Yeah, and
Oh, Drugs,
that
eh?
was just a really nice counter gank from the Kindred there. Like, GGS was actually
Party
going to be
Bob,
winning.
a Goldo.
Party Bob
Blast gets over there, and
Yeah,
that's a
and
mistake.
is a roasted cow indeed.
A mistake. I'm
But
sorry.
it's a mistake would imply a female cow. I'm pretty sure Alistar is a male.
Well,
never
not anymore.
checked. No science been done. But...
Not anymore. He got emasculated in that one.
All right. Alistar got castrated by Lucian. News 11 voice.
Hey, in Spain they actually eat bulls' testicles. Who knows?
Have you ever eaten those testicles?
I have not. I can
Alright.
assure you I will not in the near future.
Alright, well, maybe if you go to Spain sometimes you might try it,
Nope.
want to try it out. Anyways, going back to the game, like, G6 has a pretty convincing 7-0 lead, and it's already 3k up this early into the game, which is really what they want with this comp. And Darius has managed to finish his Black Cleaver, and
God.
he will have teleport up in a few seconds, so he's going to try and make something happen on another side of the map, hopefully. And at this point, they could literally just group up and run under turret and kill people, because Darius is so absurdly strong at this point in the game.
This might be bad. Merza might be in a bit of trouble. Jungle Prodigy. He gets a slow. That was a cleanse being used, and he will be getting away. Well, that went better than expected.
Yeah.
And now Fengderin is there to help out with that turret. Party Pop's making his way in, gets the headbutt, and then realizes this might be a bad idea. Cougar gets the hell out of there, Crystallize. Just hop over that. But still, not really what we expected to happen.
No, it was a really good job from.
Oh,
wow,
Jungle Prodigy, you have to be
Jungle
careful!
Yeah,
Never
and
mind.
that is why you don't play Kindred infinitely. Just one spear and exit Kindred. I think he even
two
died.
shot
Yeah, he
barrage.
died with his
Not
ultimate.
yet,
Oh.
oh, close!
Wait, what? How is Poppy? Alright, this isn't supposed to be happening. Alright,
Poppy! Poppy! Poppy!
Poppy realized that this shouldn't be happening and just has the decency to die. Yep.
Rip.
Rip Poppy.
May she rest in pieces.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Probably a lot of
Oh,
quite-
Joaxe!
Oh.
Blip is very low on mana, but Joaxe might have gone a bit too deep and started attacking the turret for some reason. Crystallize will stop Party Pop and gets a double kill here for Goldo. He's not done just yet. He's gonna keep going. He's got that blue buff. He's going for Helia. He gets Arcane shifted out, but now he can try for the triple kill at least on Party Pop.
Yep. And
Aww. Time reset it.
even got the assist there. Yeah, really nice attempt for GGS to try and make something happen, but at this point, this game is too far out of their control. Like, they can't kill the Darius. They have a TF which has 0 map impact. Like, I don't think he's managed to. I think he's done one ultimate, which was trying to 3v1 the Darius top, which ended up not giving him a kill anyway. So
Yeah, well, they still have the opportunity to glamour girls their way out of this one, so past 30 minutes and then be like, yeah, let's turn this game around. And, well, speaking of turning around, and oh wait, no, that's a Lamp's Bite. He's going to live for now. Jiraxe has to back off. Here comes Twisted Fate. He wants to stop Goldo here from pushing in, but that's a teleport from Darius. Poppy is going onto Anivia for some reason. That's a spear going to snipe out Kindred. Now Poppy and Anivia rolling off against each other. But meantime, in the bottom lane, Vangir gets a haul onto Hylia. Get stun card onto him. And Vangir might be shot down here. They're going onto him. No, he gets a heal. Barney Bob will be going down. He is dominating, but gets a shutdown for Ezreal. Hylia. Next one will be Brown, Goldo, and Blade will be the one who's defending this turret. Will it be enough? There's quite a lot of people here against them. Matara being the front line. Blade is stopping them. For now, that is. Glacial Storm saving the turret for now.
he has the blue buff, so he should be able to keep doing this for quite a while back up. Actually, no, he doesn't have the blue buff. He has the blue
it's
buff.
all Goldo.
It's still should be able to clear away
He
for a
can
while.
pop that callings faster now.
He should be able to. But anyways, one thing that we were wrong about earlier is that this Alistar definitely still has his balls. He's going in and he's making these calls when his team is just following up really nicely. Like going in on that Darius there was really risky, and he manages to make himself the sacrificial cow, but he got the shot down on the Darius. So that was actually really well played. Like he went in at the right time, and honestly G6 was just a bit too greedy for that turret there. Just not quite Darius, not quite as invincible as they thought. Alright, meanwhile, action in the bot lane.
Remember, kids, it's only worth it if you type it in all chat.
In caps.
In caps. Worth. True Shot Barrage will be pulled out. It just stopped them from pushing in, but you have to be careful. Kindred is coming in here. Gets the slow. That's the problem now. Heal will be used to get away here. Is it going to be enough? But look at the damage coming out of that Kindred. That Mounting Dread and Wolf's Frenzy is doing so much damage.
And this is actually kind of interesting. Braum failed to stop the Ezreal ultimate, so because of this, G6's wave pretty much died. So if they still had that previous wave, they would have been able to take a turret here. But now because they had to wait for one wave, it gave Nidalee time.
Job says being holding. Goodbye. The party buff
Nidalee
might get away. Yep.
Yep.
Murza here is going to try to stop them here. Gold card. Turret is past half HP. How Helia here. Might try to get his way in. They have to be so careful because that Darius in that bush, he can just haul you in. How Helia takes a full calling to the face. Matara will be pulled in. Slowed down. Everybody up in the air. And Epic is the only one who will fall. And Nivea got poked. That means this is a 1 for 3. This is not what they want. They can probably push this into the inhibitor. Especially if Fangler is going to flash in, does not get the hole. That was so close. If he actually got that apprehend, that would have been big.
That would have been that would have been an inhibitor, but really well, nice job from Murza dodging that skill shot, not going the way that Fangler expected, but honestly still really good job from G6 here, taking a dragon.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, and honestly, G6 has been the surprise this game, or this series, because going in they had negative points.
They were the underdogs.
They were the underdogs. They had negative points in the league, which doesn't make you lose points if you lose. So that's actually pretty damn impressive. But they're coming back, and they're showing here that they do have a reason of being here, and they're actually playing pretty well. They're playing to their comp strength, and they're mostly playing individually really well.
They're doing rather well indeed. Oh. Everybody expected GGSU to easily win this one, but speaking of GGSU usually winning, that's not going to happen, especially not if Juaxei is going to actually get caught here.
No.
He's running for his life. Are we going to get the slowdown? Cross, Winter's Bite's not going to connect. And that Cougar's got free.
Yep. That Cougar definitely got game.
Well, I think I spoke too early. This might be a bit of a problem. Juaxei now running for his life. Might get away again.
Oh, meanwhile in the mid.
Oh, nice spear coming in. Now Murza is really low. Ignite is ticking and boom! Gets completely frosted away.
Yeah, and
ice baby.
This is just the TF not having that much impact. Like they set up a really nice gank with the Alistar, but they just overlapped their CC a bit and mistimed the exhaust. Like had they gone for the proper combo, then maybe TF would have had enough damage. Oh.
We need your help here, mate.
Meanwhile, split pushing.
Yeah, no worry guys, I'm split pushing, never mind. Nexus is being taken.
It's like, well, Ezreal typing to Steam right now, like, what objectives have you guys taken recently? I mean, come on.
He's doing a double lift, guys, he's doing a double lift. I love it when people do that. I used to do that on Twisted Fate, just like, yeah, you guys lost the game, I was winning it.
What do you mean? I just got it in hip, who cares about these Nexus?
Nexus is only 50 gold, so...
Yeah. Like,
And here comes Twisted Fate, and not sure why he did that, but Destiny.
No, this is just good job from D6, staying together.
Oh, this is gonna be a big fight again. The knock up to everyone, Keekless verdict. That is Darius out. They could win this then. And I spoke too soon because of Lamster's fight. I should have held my mouth.
They're still winning this.
The calling coming through. Party Bub will be picking that, taking that one. And Fengar is just so scary. He just walks up and scares everyone. And True Shot Barrage close. It would have taken out Braum most likely.
Nah, Ezreal really doesn't have anything yet. He doesn't have much.
Never mind.
Like the AD Ezreal scaling on, like, what's it called? Three-shot barrage is 100% AP scaling. So at this
Yes.
point, the only damage that you have is the base damage, and we're already 20 minutes into the game, and Ezreal has or Bard already has a locket or has a Aegis, so it probably wouldn't have killed him. But
A random
it
part
was
in the game.
Brom. Why do it's both with a B?
No. Let's get Bard in here. I actually want.
All right, let's get a Bard. How would a Bard do in this game? Honestly, probably a lot worse because the Brom Lucian synergy is just so amazing.
Yeah, totally. We saw
Yeah.
it last game.
Yeah, and
And well, Bard might be able to save Hylia here. He does get away somehow, but still, not really the type of place he wants to be called out. And somehow he actually manages to get called out again. Never mind, he heals and turns it around. Lucian goes down.
yeah, and now you see Nidalee has just bought a Rod of Ages on 23 minutes. I mean, the idea of going Rod of Ages on Nidalee is fine, but this might be a little bit too late. Like they're so far behind already, and I say that as they get a turret, but
You know, you can get hit 3 times by Arcane, by 2-shot barrage.
Yeah.
But here, first when you get hit, then you flash backwards, get hit again. Wait, no, you can only get hit twice. While
like,
you're
you can
teleporting, while
you
recalling
can
back,
have Baron recall. Yeah.
while recalling back, you get hits. At the last second, it doesn't stop the animation. So when you're home, you get hit again. So
Wait, you can actually do it 4 times. Like you can,
Oh.
Yeah, because you can get hit and then you flash and get hit, then you teleport and get hit the next time, and then you TP back with Baron recall. Like I think if you're standing on,
somebody make a gif of this.
if you're doing a Nexus to Nexus, yeah, someone do this please for science.
For science sake. Oh, Jiraxe, careful now. It seems that they want to set up around this Baron, but I do not think Jiraxe agrees with that. Matara is hanging around himself.
And this is actually the thing that G6 want to not be doing. Like going for a Baron at this point, you have a 5k lead. Like that's enough to close out a game.
That
at
spear
this
did nothing.
point. Yeah,
That spear
pretty
did
much.
absolutely nothing. He just took that on the chair and was like, meh.
Oh, yeah.
Rome is not impressed by your little spears.
Yep. And G6 doing what they have to do. Just go up in siege and
Oh,
pushing this
Bob.
wave.
Bob's taking a lot of damage, and here
doing
comes
the
the Destiny.
occasional
Matara
dive.
is making his way in, keeps Verdict. Destiny in the back of him, he's going for El Golda, but that's Fangdera is making his way in himself. Lamb just fired, will save Prodigy for now, but in the meantime, Murder went down, Kinder will be next to follow. Nice knockoff, is it enough? The Matara and Fangdera battling under that turret. Fangdera, he's taking so much damage, somehow still lives. The tire goes down, and at the side, Hylia and Jiraxe just being scared, Crystallize will block them off, and that turret will be going down.
Yeah, and just overall really nice play from
Oh,
G6
goes
there.
good to
Oh,
deep. Hylia picks it up. They now can turn for Blip. He does get the kill onto Alistar, but still, you've got the Jiraxe art behind you. Here's how Hylia gets the egg off. And now
Yeah.
Braum has to run himself. Shutdown coming through.
but this is such a bad feeling as an Anivia main. Like you
Yep.
you have your egg and you're like, well, this egg was just absolutely
Absolutely
useless.
worthless.
And like
Oh.
it's even worse if you end up baiting your team to come in. Like I saw Braum was
bait.
like there. All right, I can try to protect you, but they'll probably still kill
Nah.
you. So I'll just not get baited this time.
No, it would actually been the job of Braum. Like, I'm a main support, and I can say, I as a Braum would do everything in my power just to protect the Anivia. It's a precious little egg. Save it.
Including die.
I would die for my teammate. That's my
All right, I would definitely just do this out and be like, peace, bro. I hope you enjoy your
Wow,
omelet.
that's why you're not the support.
That's why.
It's my job. I'm the support. You're the mid laner. Your life is worth more than mine. I would save you.
Yeah, but like you're both gonna die anyway. I think.
Not necessarily. If you
No,
can
and-
like, if you do a little dance and keep them busy.
Yeah. All right. Maybe it would have been worse. Anyways,
Flash
we're
dance.
going to the dragon.
Press F for dance.
Press F for dance indeed. No, D for dance.
Oh, careful
more
now.
believable.
Braum's taking quite a lot of damage, even with Unbreakable. They're starting off this Baron. Jungle Prodigy pretty low here. Nonetheless, that Dragon's down to 2k health. It's not going to be stolen away this time. Close enough, though. And they're
Yep.
just going to back off.
Oh,
Three
completely
dragons.
free dragons, and then they back off to the wrong point,
flip.
and it's omelet time, baby. And it actually seems like GGS Unicorns is trying to make a comeback here.
Double
Oh,
penalty!
getting
He
assassinated.
gets it! No, Lambs is fine!
Oh,
Yes, he gets it! He
just
went
gets
out!
dies. That is
should have-
such a bad feeling.
They should have stood at the side, like the Lambs' fight was just outside after that ridge. If he stood there, he could have lived and gone away.
Yeah, he just got hit by the Ezreal Q, like right as he went
I
out.
think it was at the end of his arcane, his essence flux.
Oh, okay, maybe even have some flux. Yep.
And they can start the Baron with this.
Oh yeah, can they do the Baron? Like that's the question. Like
No
Adarius
teleports.
is really good in a Baron situation because
I
your
see a
enemy is
pentakill.
just not gonna run
I see
away.
a
But
pentakill, guys.
I see a Baron actually. I think that they're going to be able to take
They
this
got the Baron.
before.
Fengdere isn't going to do anything. Keep his verdict was propped and used, trying to keep them out, but not connecting. Fengdere is running for his life now. So much for the
Yep.
pentakill. I'm disappointed.
Yep.
He might be the comeback.
Yeah, like this Ezreal is actually very highly fed. He's got a free items now. And there's very little that that G6 can do to this Ezreal. Like they have the Anivia, but Anivia's not gonna reach him. Darius not gonna reach him. Kindred might possibly do a lot of hop skip jumping, but probably won't be able to 1v1 him. And then yeah, so the
Hop
only
skip jump into an Alistar.
yeah, hop skip jump right into an angry cow, and like cows don't like rabbits. They just step on them.
It's a lamb, you idiot. It's a lamb and a wolf.
Really? I thought it was
Yes.
a rabbit and a wolf.
It's called Lamb's Respite.
Yeah,
Her name is Lamb and his name is Wolf, and together they're kindred. My God!
My lore knowledge is somewhat off. I'm so sorry.
I feel offended just in Kindred's place because she's too busy dying most of the time.
Yeah, I guess everyone has their job.
At this point, everybody's too busy dying. Matara 075.
Yeah. But
Not
like,
having a
like
fun
I said, the Ezreal is doing a lot of work.
Speaking
and
of
the
Matara,
Ezreal,
I think they're being
speaking
called
of
out
the
a little.
Ezreal doing work, like this is just the Darius at this point. Like sure, you're
Oh,
absolutely
Droxane.
fed, but oh wow.
Run, Droxane! Never mind.
Never mind. This is still gonna be work for GGS though. They take a
That's
turret.
right.
On the flip side of that, they can even push out if they want. Oh
Oh,
wow.
Murder at the side. Blip is being very
They're
aggressive.
trying to make something happen.
Crystallize, brilliant. Brilliantly
Maxing
used.
that wall secondly. That's an interesting decision.
I understand why, though I'd still go with the Flash Frost.
Yeah,
Simply,
same.
if just for the cooldown, and so, oh, see them flying away.
Yeah.
Come fly with me. I want to take a tour like on the Keeper's Verdict, make a League of Legends lands like Disneyland, and make it an attraction like being launched by Keeper's Verdict all across League lands.
Like the fun thing is if you, yeah, I don't know if you've seen this interaction, but if a Poppy Keeper's Verdict, Tam Kench rides as he eats the Poppy, they both fly.
Awesome.
That once happened in Korea. You should really
Can-
watch it. Watch that.
Can we get this gift for science, please? Thank you.
for science? Yes.
For science.
Anyway, so right now both the Lucian and the Ezreal have about the same gold. Like Lucian is on 13k and Ezreal is on 12k and 700 gold. However, this Ezreal is going to be a lot more impactful because from this
Yeah.
point on, Lucian is just going to be scaling down. And the only thing that Lucian can really do is activate Braum. Sure, I mean he still does a lot of damage on something like Nidalee or Ezreal, but he's not going to be able to kill this Poppy like fast enough. Meanwhile, in mid game,
Prodigy being
Jungle
called out.
Prodigy gets
Crucial
caught.
Prodigy gets saved. We'll be getting out of this one because of that Sterg's gauge, but still,
Yeah.
have to be careful.
Yeah, and Jungle Prodigy actually opting to have 2 defensive items on his Kindred, which is
Matara and Fengdere
oh.
are going against each other. Disney being proc coming in. Fengdere, can he do the 1v2 again? Murta's getting a lot of bleeds here. Does not get the upper hand, and now the team is there. Fengdere will be taken down, does not even get his execution off. Noxian Guillotine denied.
Yes, and that was really
Oh,
good.
Goldo!
Oh, wow.
Brilliant! They done by Polybog. Goldo is exhausted. Polybog trying to be the front line with the unbreakable will. Matara in the front there, taking very low. Polybog has the back off concussive blows proc. Murder, can he make something happening? How he gets stunned by the Flash Frost. Gets out. Wow, damage.
Wow, damage. Well, had he still been frozen at that point, that Anivia damage
Yeah, yes,
probably
it's still,
would
it
have
was
killed
six,
him.
it was 640 and it was a crit, so I do think that he was no longer frozen.
He wasn't frozen anymore. Like, if
No,
he
else he would have been dead.
Else he would have been dead. Yeah.
Because it was a crit.
Yep.
Crit Nivea? Maybe?
Anivia? No, I don't think so. Anyways,
Yeah.
going back into the game. So, So what is this Ezreal going to build? I think that's going to be the main question here, because this Ezreal is just doing all the work here on this team.
I know what he's not going to build.
QSS?
Yeah, it's not going to be QSS just to
It's
spite
not
you.
going to be QSS. Actually, I don't mind it not being QSS because they have absolutely no heart to see. Like,
Good job, Epic. You actually got a Winter's Bard on him.
Yeah.
Sad part, you have nobody with you.
yes.
Look
I
at how
guess you can
brilliant it is.
QSS it. I guess you can QSS a Braum passive and a Braum ult, but honestly, as an Ezreal, you shouldn't be getting hit by Braum by either. Like, Braum
No.
has to be pretty much in your face, and you can like with this level of CDR that you have right now, the 20% plus the 20% of the Frozen Gauntlet plus the 10% of the boots.
Yeah, of the Ionian boots with the
Like your essence flux is actually so quick that most of the time you should be able to dodge every Braum Q that just comes your way.
Oh, Vespyr is trying to make
Oh,
a way.
wow,
Gets ahead on
Vespyr.
a lot of people. Gets pulled away by Party Bomb. Keep his verdict onto only 2 targets, but that does mean a lot. Vespyr will be. They can disengage this now, but they're hanging around for some reason. Dragon is up, however. That could be the 4th Dragon coming in for that round 16. The Tara at the start with his team. Murza, can he catch someone out with that gold card? Lucian popping the calling. It's not doing too much, however. If they can catch some important targets like that Lucian, like Murza, like Hylia, or of course Blib, this could be big. Murza
Hylia getting hit there. Wow.
super low. Epic's going. Hylia survives.
He
Epic
got
is down.
the ignite
Jonathan
running though.
Prodigy will be taking a
Yeah,
lot of
he's
damage.
done.
Shut down. Hylia went down. Vespyr trying to get something done now. Jonathan Prodigy onto Murza, flash forward. Murza running for his life. Red buff is ticking. Nams despite will save Jungle Prodigy for now, but Vespyr is pretty low. Can they try to turn it around on him? Blib is making his way in. This is big. Can they turn it around? Murza at the side. El Gordo is super low. Save for Jungle Prodigy. This might be a mistake to push this one in. Can Murza make this happen?
You have to dodge the TF cards here, otherwise it's just someone's gonna die. And have to dodge Nidalee Spheres, which
They at least get the
Vespyr
inhibitor.
doesn't manage, but they get the inhibitor, they back out. Like this is the team fights that this is the only way that, is
Oh,
he gonna
Blip, you
go
have
in?
to be careful.
Blip?
Oh, let's get some of
Murza?
Destiny, but he's still alive. Murza gets
Oh.
apprehended.
Is it
Yeah.
time for dunk?
Can he flash away?
Oh wow, he misses.
And don't wait,
he
still
misses
alive.
it.
And
Oh,
never
wow.
mind, that's broke the
Alright,
shoot.
Kindred finishes it up.
Oh wait, 2-shot barrage is up.
Yep.
They have vision.
Can Jungle Prodigy somehow get hit by two shot barrages in the same time?
It's starting off the dragon. A lot of them are pretty low. This could be big.
Nope. Yeah, this
Kanjawak
is...
say make it happen.
Oh.
Kanjawak say save the day.
No, he just...
No, it's
dashed
not.
it
It's
away.
gonna be the 4th dragon. Here comes
There it
2-shot
is.
barrage.
Oh.
Not hitting the right targets.
So this actually, this fight may have been the thing that G6
Yes.
needed, because now they have both the 5 dragon win condition, and they managed to got a
A lot
kill
of
on the
minions.
Ezreal. And honestly, this kill on Ezreal was very much a desperation play. Like, Ezreal got hit by an Anivia stun, which just, honestly, it shouldn't be happening at this point in the game, but he did, and then Braum had to... Oh, there's a pause. Braum had to flash, ult, ignite Ezreal, and then he died on the second to last ignite tick, I think. So yes, that was a very, 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 very stretch. And, alright, his Hearthstone is messed up. Well, I think that they have decided that it's time for a 5v5 in another game.
Yeah.
This is gonna be interesting.
How
Have
can you do a 5v5 in Hearthstone?
like, you can play like just best of freeze, and then until, like, if you lose, then you have to play against another team. Have you ever casted Hearthstone before?
I haven't just yet, no.
Alright, well, we should try. Oh, well,
It-
no, it
it
seems
could-
like you're
could-
resuming League again.
Could HS mean something else instead of Hearthstone? I don't think so. I can't think of anything that HS could mean. Nope, not kidding.
Nope, not
Like, I'm just pulling a blank here.
It's like, it's probably like, well, this game is so easy, I'll just play some Hearthstone on the
Yeah,
side.
yeah, fuck this. This game is a meh.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yep.
Gordo at the side. He has been doing. Those coins have not been hitting, but the real star for that last part was, of course, the Blips Flash Frost, and then Epic just getting in there, getting Ignite off. Because if Ezreal had lived there, that would have been pretty painful. And you know what could have saved that? The QSS.
USS?
Yes.
Yeah, Ezreal actually building the Hex Drinker here, going into that Maw of Mormos just to prevent this from happening. I actually think that's a better, buy than the QSS. Maybe a Sterex would work as well, but I really like the Maw of Mormos just buy here on the Ezreal, because he's just gonna be able to deal so much damage over time as long as he doesn't get randomly one-shot by Anivia. So That's actually really good.
Oh, Party Bop.
Oh, Party Bop.
This is not good. Unbreakable Will's being popped. It gets all four in the air, but there's nobody here to follow up. Murder and Finger on the bottom side. Party Bop is somehow still alive. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict. That's a bird sent flying. I never thought I'd say that, but okay. Oh, here comes a calling. Droxeg's still alive. Party Bop. Oh, Gordo gets the kill somehow onto Nidalee with the red buff. And meantime, in the bottom side, we do see Fengder and Murder just... It's just Fengder being hit by cards and not really caring.
Yeah, and honestly, this is really smart by G6 going for that split push, because they know that the Darius,
Murder,
no one...
even though he doesn't care about your hits, you might not want to get hit by him instead. Flashes forward, gets the Zonias off. Derek's Gauge is being used. Fengder is running for his life, but in the meantime, they're at the Baron. They send how he needs to deal with that. Kindred does secure the Baron. Fengder, can he survive? No.
The answer is no.
Gotta clinical call, Walter. I'm sorry, I had to do that.
Alright.
Meantime, Ezreal did survive, so they
Yeah.
do have Ezreal and 4 members with Baron buff on.
That is correct, and if they keep using this Darius here to split, especially with the bottom tower being down, there is very little that GGS can do to counterplay that, because the only one who can honestly split push against the Darius is Poppy, and Poppy just has no kill pressure on him. So they need to get like a really good Poppy knock into a wall, and then have 3 or 4 people rotate bot and then kill the Darius, and then hope that you don't lose an inhibitor turret somewhere else. And honestly, that's just gonna be really hard. If G6 with this Baron, they should be able to pull off this 1-3-1 or even a 1-4 at any point in the game. Also, if they want, I think Dragon's gonna be up before Baron expires, so that's their 5 Dragon win condition. And all of a sudden, when I said that this game was probably over in favor of GGS, just at one team fight where they managed to get the inhibitor, and thus managed to get the Baron pressure, put everything on its side, and allowed G6 to get back into the game.
Well, it's just one kill can probably change everything. Like, for example, Jungle Prodigy getting called out, but here comes the teleport. Body Bluff has to use that Unbreakable Will. Fengder is making his way in, gets stunned up by Mercer. So 5v5 in the top lane. They have that Baron buff. 2 minutes till the Dragon. This could be the 5th Dragon for round 6. How can GGS play this out without losing a game and actually not giving everything up they have?
Like GGS still has plenty of opportunities to do this well. Like they can just stall out the inhib, stall out the Baron.
Oh, Blips might be called out. And
and-
might be less of a good idea. Mercer being called out slightly. That's the power of Anivia. If she knows where you are, like that, goodbye, Drox.
Oh, that is just pulling off a good old "you shall not pass," and the enemy team and the rest of the team is like, "Wait, Nidalee, why are you on
Fengder
this
is going
side
around.
as well?"
You get spotted by that ward. Everybody's trying to recall. Murza is not going to be spotted. That does
Ursa
mean that.
has some big balls right there. Like I would have.
Oh,
first of all, I would've
Matara!
face checked.
He's
Oh,
going
well.
out to Fengder, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Nope. And at this point, like Dragon's gonna be up in 50 seconds. Nidalee coming up in 30. With about
Blips by himself.
15-20 seconds to get to
Never
the
mind.
Dragon, it's gonna be getting really close if Nidalee is going to be able to get there and try to attempt a smite steal. So if G6 now all goes back and buys and rushes Baron, they should still have rushes Dragon. They should still have Dragon for and to get the kill on Baron 5. Dragon 5.
30 seconds, this is going to be big. If they can deny the 5th Dragon, this is really hard, because if you want to steal this Dragon, you might still lose your jungler for the steal, turning it into a 4v5, not making it worse. So I would say that the best way for this to happen is to kill them pre-getting the 5th Dragon, preferably, or at least enough players.
Yeah, and they've actually lost the Baron buff before the 5th Dragon's coming up, and it looks like Nidalee is just gonna be there in the nick of time. And GGS actually, oh wow, with that wall they can actually just...
That was going to be
Take this
down, no, just
Dragon.
called out. Flames,
They're
it's
going
gonna
to
be...
rushing the Dragon.
And
Kindred
Kindred,
gets the Dragon.
they get the 5th Dragon buff in the middle of Party Buff. They get Fengder out of there. Can they get enough people down? No, Fengder jumps in. Oh, he has in the middle of it. Droxek getting out of there, but Party Buff's taking so much damage. Matara flashes out, still gets so much damage. Ruby going down. Lucian is down. Vader is going after Matara. Matara's still alive, running for his life, but they're turning him out! Blip is alive! Not anymore! Anivia's an act for Vader. They get fought! They get the dragon buff, but still are going down!
What happened in that fight? Like, you are so absurdly strong with 5 dragons because you get 12% extra AD and AP, and at this point in the game that is such a huge buff, so you really should be winning literally every team fight. But what you see is like this Ezreal is just still untouchable. He is able to kite, he is able to dash, he is able to do so much damage with that Blade of the Rune King and with that Lord Dominic regards to the tanky front line of G6, and it looks like GGS is actually going to be finishing off this game here.
Bangdewick, can you save the game? He's going on to Murder. Murder's taking a lot of damage, but he's got Zonia. Druxay had to go in. How Helio, can he get out of this heal? There comes the Noxian Guillotine. It's not enough. That's one Nexus turret. Can they take the second one? Epic is up together with Lucian. Can they save the game? How Helio running for his life. If they go down now, this could be big. How Helio's trying to kite away. Gets knocked up by that Glacial Fish, and now Murder gets a Stone Tail Gordo. Druxay, that's a flash from Murder, but here comes Matara in with the teleport, cancel down.
Good. So let's take stock of this game. They were honestly 3 seconds away from finishing off this game, and
nope.
now with the death on Ezreal, I think G6, if they just push mid right now, they can easily take an inhibitor for it, because death timers at this point... Sorry?
Baron up in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yep.
They might want to wait for that. I think nobody has the current. They've got the 4 dragons. They no longer have the 5 dragons. They could wait for another 6 minutes if they want to really play it safe with Baron, with Dragon. But really, they could probably just force that middle inhibitor at least.
They could. They should have just pushed mid as 5 and taken that middle inhibitor and probably the bottom inhibitor as well. That was just free. Sorry?
They might be slightly tilted.
Yeah, like if you get your Dragon 5, you're like, well, this is the game-winning game tool, and they're not getting it. So yeah, they're honestly just having difficulties. Both teams have difficulties closing out games like this, and with the Rods of Ages on the TF and on the Diddly, like they've actually have a very high amount of stats per slot. Like with people going into these 6 item builds, you have to start looking at slot efficiency, and I have to say that GGS has really high slot efficiency on most of their characters.
What's that?
That's looking really good for them.
I do have to say, Darius has his teleport, so if somebody could get a ward into that base, if you can keep 5 members busy long enough with 4 members, you could probably teleport in and take the whole base just with Darius himself.
Yep.
So that's another threat, but that's a Baron being started off here. GGSU are the ones pulling the trigger. So someone take the gun and cock it because they're pulling it. And now, will Fengdere get in time there with his team. That Baron is super low. It's going to be taken out. Baron is taken out by GGSU. This is big. They could probably push this one out now.
It is. It's just G6 being sloppy. Like, they had no ward coverage. They had absolutely no reason to not be in their jungle, and they were just late. Like, this is 44 minutes into the game. GGS has a terrible composition when it comes to taking barriers, especially because the Muramana no longer works on minions. But even then, like, it's 44 minutes into the game. Without the TF, they're still going to be able to take it extremely fast. And at this point, GGS is just going to be able to walk up into mid lane and just proxy all 3 waves and force them to and just let the minions kill, or let the minions hit the turret and then rotate back. Like, they have no Nexus turrets to hide behind, so there's really no reason for GGS to go and try to siege bot lane right now. They can just literally walk up until the inhib and either force G6 to engage, or just stack all 3 waves and get and then rotate down to the next turret.
Batara in the top lane. Mercer just casually taking some jungle and a blue buff. He's got his teleport. You can get in with Destiny. No worries. Meantime, they're just getting them from top to bottom, back to top.
A wave with
pulling them
4
everywhere.
cannon minions.
Baron, not cannon minions. It's the whole shebang.
Someone
stands no chance. Rip.
Someone get this guy a banner of command.
4 banner of commands. Then you've got a whole army.
Oh,
that would be brilliant. Somebody do this.
That would be brutal. Or science.
Science. Now they're actually, that's a calling coming out on Matara, but Matara's not the target you want. He's not taking too much damage. That inhibitor is open. How he gets out of that Winter's Bite with the Arcane Shift. Meantime, Nexus is open. They could try to sneak around it. If they can land enough poke, they could just pull this one out with Ezreal, with that Nidalee. At the mid lane, we do see Twisted Fate making his way in. Jungle Prodigy is trying to pull defense on him. This reminds me of Coach Carter. Just pull a Delilah and pull full defense on him. Brilliant movie.
Okay, I'll take your word on that.
Oh, come on, it's a good movie. I think it's with Denzel Washington. Speaking of Denzel Washington, here he comes, Body Bob in the middle of them. Jungle Prodigy stays stunned up. Elgordo's at the side, trying to do as much damage as he can. But now that's Blip and completely pushed out. Elgordo will be going down. Wenger in the back, trying to kill Matara. Gets the Noxian Guillotine. Matara will be going down, but Mirza gets up behind it. Can he get the kill? He already used, he gets the cleanse off. Can he get Wenger in? No, but he's going down. Meantime, Aurelia will be next to follow. Droxy still alive. Can he get that Nexus? Droxy. He's down. That's the 5 members. But that is another inhibitor in that top lane.
Yeah, and that is somehow G6 managing to scratch their way out of this again. And Dragon is live, so they are going to be picking up this Dragon 5. Now the big question is, are they going to instantly rush it and get it on free people, or are they going to take a more risky approach and wait for everyone to be up? Because Lucian's going to be up in 25, so they should definitely wait like 20 seconds
Dragon is
to
live.
get the Lucian here, or to let the Lucian get the buff here. But it's a lot more risky to try and get it on Kindred, because by that time, actually still no, it's still super safe to get it on Kindred. I think that's what they're doing right now. So that's really smart play of them to identify, okay, we're no threat of losing this dragon. We're just gonna start it. We're just gonna keep it on low health, and then we're gonna wait 10 seconds for Kindred to come up.
Matara has a teleport that is up in 2 seconds. If they're gonna wait for Kindred,
Yeah,
Matara
alright.
is up. Can she use the teleport? She does not know this is happening. If they
And
want
there
something to
is
happen,
the
and
Kindred.
there it is.
Yep,
They've got their
alright.
5 dragons.
Double 5 dragons. So the question is, are they able to pull out a team fight victory now with this second 5 dragons? I mean, they failed on the last one, so. And
Holy
look at
cow.
Lucian shredding through that red buff. Like, everyone is 6 items by now. Like, this game is gonna be so explosive. If one of the squiddies on either side gets caught, then it's just exits, game over. Death
And
towers are super long.
Alistair's got the most important item of the whole game.
Someone got a QSS?
Nope, Caesar up portal.
Almost.
QSS is second. Like, I'd say that's the second most important.
Oh, I'm happy with the Lucian buying Mercurius Scimitar here, and I think it's a good idea from the Ezreal to buy Maul rather than QSS. So even though he died there because of the Braum hitting his passive on him twice, like that still could have been very much avoided had he used a static shift, used his shift correctly.
I'm currently being joined by a second caster, my nephew, who's 1 year old. He will surely give us some very insightful information. Meantime,
Should be better than mine at least.
but oh, look at Blib, he just shreds through those minions. And that was even the super minion, he's just doing so much damage. If this goes into a next team fight, I don't think that GGSU can pull it off like last time.
I think the Ezreal is still unkillable. Like they still have no reasonable way of dealing with the Ezreal. So all they need to be doing is just wait for the wave top to push out and siege the bot or the top. Like just put the TF on bot lane, go for the 4-1, and then watch them have G6 having to put, I think, Anivia on the top lane. Like looks like most likely, and well. Matara happily keeping a work company down there.
Matara's in the bottom lane pushing that one out. In the mid lane, the rest of the team is pushing. If they can get at least the inhibitors, that would already make a lot of time for them. But it's hard pushing this one out. They're simply relying on getting the poke onto someone and then engaging on them with that mid lane, with that Twist of Fate is currently not anywhere. I'm not really sure. Is he waiting for Destiny in, or is he just having a little nap?
I think that he's waiting for Dragon 5 actually. To expire.
How long do we have on the dragon? Let's take a look. It's nearly done. Almost not even a quarter left. Droxy has to be careful, taking a little bit of damage, but can heal himself up easily. They're desperate trying to search for a fight, but they're not getting it.
No.
And they're just being held off by the minions being held off constantly, so they have nothing to do with this Dragon 5.
Yeah, like they lack the engage. They lack a way of catching GGS, and because GGS is making the smart call and not letting themselves be caught, and just well, they don't mind sitting here for 5 more minutes. I mean, they've been sitting in this game for 51 minutes now. So
Surely because nobody cares about that schedule, right? That I made, right?
yeah,
Right?
no one cares about your schedule, especially the other casters.
Especially the other casters. You know that actually, yesterday when Joe had to say that he was not casting on Sunday, he nearly didn't dare to tell me, and I was so pissed.
There's a reason why. To start yelling in all
Oh.
caps. Anyways,
Baron.
there's a Baron boys.
Baron's gonna be started off. That's Ground 6 nowhere in line just yet. They're now joining the fray. 5,000 HP. It's going below. Can they take it in time? Are we gonna get a steal? Nope. Nidalee secures it. Now flash away from Jungle Prodigy. Matara is now going 1v1 versus Fenrir. That was the teleport stop from Matara. Fenrir is going. No, he actually dodges the keeper's verdict. Matara might be in a bit of trouble here. Can he flash away from this? He does have his flash. No, Trust of Fate is coming his way in. Gets the upper hand on both targets. Can he get nerves as well? That's a Ceres gauge. Fenrir is he gonna live? Here comes the Lamps of Spike, keeping him alive. Jungle Prodigy. But Party Bob's going to flash over. Fenrir is dead. That's big, is one of the big damage dealers.
Yeah, and now with the Dragon 5 being expired, GGS should have no problem pushing out this wave and getting at least a free inhibitor and most likely taking the game. Right as I say that, Nidalee takes a lot of damage and they probably have to back off.
Oh, Party Bob, careful. Gets stunned by that Flash Frost. But they want this inhibitor at the very least. They're gonna get it. I
Yep.
don't think they can stop it. The wave clear is big from their Anivia with the Glacial Storm, but it's not gonna be enough. Party Bob is gonna be tanking up most of the damage here. Trying to put out as much poke as they can with the Ezreal, with the Nidalee. The spear's coming through. Now turning around into the middle lane. Droxay is getting taken very low out. These Zonia's Bleed has to back off now. Joe Apology taking so much damage from Tara as they want to drop down. No mercy in the middle of the fray. Flash forward, will be going down. Harry Helia, that's a triple kill coming in for Lucian. But they get two inhibitors, but still, how can you throw it so badly?
I don't even. These team fights are just all over the place. Like, I'm just gonna sound like a broken record here, but my thing is that Ezreal shouldn't be dying. Like, this Ezreal is unkillable. He could even sell his boots and buy some more damage, and he'd probably still be unkillable. And yet, every single time, G6 finds a way to kill this Ezreal. And they're now pushing up the mid lane to try and finish this game, and honestly they might, because these death timers are brutal. There's still 30 seconds left on everyone.
I am so tilted.
There is a Nidalee. And now it's
Oh, Nidalee, what are you trying? But there's a teleport coming in. Fender is here. Juaxa is down.
And yeah, it seems like the upset win is happening again. G6 is going
Round
to be
6 with the
taking
first
this
win.
game.
Oh my word. We didn't believe they were the underdogs. They came in, they proved themselves in the first game, they proved themselves again, even though the throws were real. That's the game. And the series coming in for round 6. Now stick close, guys. Do you want to analyze? Do you want to...
Stick close while the caster don't kill himself. No. Overall, it was a really good game by both parties, and there were plenty of opportunities on either side that could have made something happen. But alas, it came down to the 50-minute team fight, and we should probably get a stats guy in here to someone tell how long this game has been taking and if this is the longest Vespyr game ever.
Anywho, don't touch that browser. We'll be back soon with our next series, where 300 will take on, if I'm not mistaken, because I tend to be mistaken most of the time.
Okay, hello everybody. So unfortunately, our last game between 3Hunter and Epic Avalanche, who used to be called the Deadly Kings, will not be going ahead due to 3Hunter not being able to field a complete roster for this game. So they will be losing another point, which will bring them down to 0 points, which means Ground 6 are off the bottom of the table, which is good news for them, of course. And it also means that Epic Avalanche have retaken their crown at the #1 spot right now, moving back ahead of Hext with this walkover win that they have here. So unfortunately, no more games tonight. However, be sure to tune in tomorrow because we will have 3 more games for you then. See you then.